In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. In the morning while I'm driving, Ronnie, I really come alive when it's time for RonyiQ. I listen to my Ronnie, Ronnie. I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for RonyiQ. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.
Well, Grand Rising, happy Thursday to you all. Thank you guys for being here. Um, Everything is always changing, ebbing, and flowing. So uh, let's not forget, we're going to uh, finish the hearing that we started on yesterday. That is the bulk of the show. There are a few notes that I want to talk about, some changes that have come about. As you see my thumbnail picture, it shows 5 guys handing over the stacks of cash to Tina Peters as she exit a Colorado state prison. Now, we have talked about the Trump slush fund. When I gave you the story about the Democrat governor of Colorado who let Tina Peters out of jail because she had finally admitted that she had done something wrong, and with the caveat of, I was just trying to take care of the voters. So if she knew she was doing something illegal, and all she had to do is say, oh, I did something wrong, but I was just trying to take care of the voters in doing something wrong, did she admit that she had done anything wrong? We understand that there is a lot of money that comes into these campaigns. You look at Thomas Massey, his primary election saw over $34 million spent in his primary election. A record amount of money was spent in a primary to keep Thomas Massey from his seat. Thomas Massey, who opposed sending your tax dollars over to Israel. Where do you think a lot of this money came from? Where do you think a lot of this money came from? So, that's Thomas Massey. He's a Republican. But the governor of Colorado, he's a Democrat. So he was the one who who gave her clemency and let her out of jail. He's a Jewish Democrat. Now, your president has says that people like Tina Peters will possibly qualify, would possibly qualify. Tina Peters, who did your bidding, who bought a stranger into the voting facilities to access, to be able to change the votes in Colorado, who was sentenced to a 9-year prison term, where the judge said she was one of the most unrepentant people he had ever had in his court, and he believed she would do it again. Uh, let's not um, let's not pretend like 4547 doesn't already have an 2020 election denier over an election integrity, over the whole branch. I think that the person that he has over election integrity doesn't fit the bill of somebody that Trump would want over election integrity if Tina Peters is out of jail roaming around. I'm wondering, would that be a job that he sees fit for Tina Peters? Since your president has said that Tina Peters should be getting some of this $1,776,000,000 that he has in a slush fund to pay all of his sycophants and puppets. So Todd Blanche told you that he was going to put together a panel of 5, and he has no idea. He don't know if they're going to give it to people who smear their excrement on the congressional walls. He doesn't know if they're going to give that money to people who beat cops. When asked specifically if the January 6 people were going to get some of that money. Todd Blanche, who is going to choose the 5-member panel who decides who gets the money, said that, that's out of my purview. I'm just going to choose the people. I'm not going to have any guidelines or anything. Hey, I have nothing to do with whoever they choose. I'm going to pretend like I cannot choose people and give them the staunch direction that people who were involved in violence on January 6th are not able to get any money. People who have been convicted of crimes or have pled guilty to crimes on January 6th, no, they are not eligible for this money. But then it's a good question. Are the people who were traumatized by the January 6th rioters, are they eligible for any of this money? But what I do know, your president came out of his own mouth and said that money that they are strong holding your tax dollars to pay to January 6ers and all of these Trump puppets and sycophants. Your president said Tina Peters should be allowed to sue for Biden era's what is it uh, uh, penalizing and going after her. What is it called? The whatever. They try to pretend like they have been persecuted for being found guilty of the crimes that they are committing. So there is that. So the thing about this Democrat governor of Colorado, um, and the thing about all of this APEC money going into our elections, the thing about your president not being able to give you a reason why we're spending blood and treasure over in Iran, a whole lot, billions and billions of dollars are being spent in Iran, and he cannot even tell you why we are over in Iran. The biggest thing they want to tell you about a nuclear weapon is that they can destroy Israel, as if we don't know Israel has their own nuclear weapons, as if we don't know what Israel is doing to their neighbors. So why is this America's problem? Why does America have to pay to protect Israel, who can surely protect themselves the way they go around and take over all of their neighboring countries? Maybe if they spent some of the ammunition and the munitions that they are using to take over, say, South Lebanon, maybe they could use that to protect themselves. But no, 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 no. They tell Donald Trump what they want him to do, and he does it. He does exactly that. Why the American citizens suffer in the United States of America. And he tells you he doesn't care. He don't even think about your finances when he's over there doing Benjamin Netanyahu's bidding in Iran. He told you. You heard it. You heard it come out of his own mouth. He doesn't care about your financial situation because he's over there protecting Israel. The Israelis who have a far better life than most Americans. The Israelis who have universal health care, as American people are being shut out of and kicked off of their health care plans because they decide to give billionaires permanent tax cuts. And we don't have money for things. We heard his Easter address. Your president Easter address said we don't have money for things like daycare. The states are going to have to take care of that. And we'll give them a little tax break, but we don't have money for that. We're fighting wars. Yeah, we're fighting wars, but you can't tell us why we're fighting wars. You can't tell us why we are spending our treasure to protect a country that tells our president what to do. You can't tell us why we have a foreign country that tells your president what to do and your president does it. We can't explain any of this. We can't explain why the Israeli children automatically go to college, or either they go to the military or they go to college. But you're going to be able to tell why the children are going to the military, because 45, 47 made sure that whenever they need your children, they are going to pluck them up and do whatever they want with your children, but not so much with sending your child to college. They have made it automatic. Once your child turns 18, they are going to automatically be enrolled in the select services. And they have not ruled out a draft. Yes, the draft dodging president has not ruled out drafting your kid, who they will automatically enroll on the Bing 18th birthday date into the selected services, so they can send your child off to fight these wars that other nations are telling your president what he must do. Hey, how you guys are doing? I hope you hit the like button on your way in. Thank you for being here. Let me see what you guys are talking about. Okay. Let's show the ignorance. The ignorance want attention. The ignorance wants some attention. You got your attention? That's all you got? No, fuck you, bitch. No, not fuck BLM. No, fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you and your slow dumb ass. How about that? Okay, let me continue. Hold on one second. Are we trying to derail the commentary? Can anybody who wants to talk about what Democrats did and who Democrats made slave, can you catch up to today's commentary? Because we're not going to pretend like we are unfamiliar with the part of history of where Republicans and Democrats traded places. We're not going to forget about the era of the Dixiecrats. We're not going to forget about that. When black people stopped being Republicans because the Dixiecrats wanted to keep Jim Crow alive. Are we really trying that? Are we really being as obtuse as and think that that is a flex? When only the only thing that it shows that you absolutely do not know your whole history. Uh, no, try harder, bitch. Will you please try harder? Let me, let me. Okay, let's see. Let me. Hold on one second. Hold on one second. One second. Pablo. I know what I'm saying, Pablo. Pablo, tread lightly, or I may have to call ice on you. Tread lightly. And when you talk about what I don't know, in that same sentence, please explain what I have said that was wrong, Pablo. Pablo, can you please tell me when you want to assert that I have something wrong, correct me. Correct me. This is what we do over here. We don't have hissy fits and say that I'm wrong about what I'm saying unless you can correct me. Because you can't. Let's continue. And the same thing goes for you, Zach. What I don't know, please correct me. And something I said that you proclaim I don't know. Let me see. Okay. Okay. uh Kenneth, who gives a fuck about Israel being attacked first? Israel, what does that have to do with Americans and how Americans live their lives? Israel was attacked first. Oh, so everything that Israel did to Palestine before they were attacked on October 7th should be X'd out. We shouldn't remember any of the things that Israel did to Palestine prior to them being attacked on October 7th. Is that what you're saying? Is that what your mind can come up with? So, well, if that is true, if Israel was struck first, why are we going to war with Iran? If I didn't say anything about Palestine, who struck Palestine first? Israel struck Palestine on October 7th. Are you talking about Israel was struck first when you're talking about October 7th? Because nobody is talking about that. We're talking about the war in Iran. When did Iran strike Israel first? See, you want to mix together all of these alternative facts, all of these talking points, which makes no sense. So, if it is true that we should forget everything that Israel has done to Palestine, making them a whole outdoor prison. And we're supposed to forget all of that and be victims to the Palestinian attack on October 7th after all of the children who were throwing rocks off over the border lost their lives for throwing rocks, as if that is something that was warrant them losing their lives. We're going to ignore all of that. and say they had the right to defend themselves. Sure, every country has the right to defend themselves, but you're not going to wipe your crimes clean and act as if you did nothing to these people that they were getting their lick back. So they can't get their lick back. You're the only country that can get your lick back. Okay, you have the right to defend yourself, but you cannot whitewash your whole fucking history of the damage, the death, and the mayhem that you have caused another people. Okay, so it's if we want to go with that position, why is America in Iran then? It has gone to Marco Rubio telling the truth that Israel told us that they were going to strike Iran, and we knew if they struck Iran that Iran was going to strike back at some of our Saudi interests. So therefore, we knew we were going to be attacked in by way of our military bases over in the Middle East would be attacked. So we had no choice but to go on along with Israel and attack Iran. So we had no choice to go along with the country that we give all of our billions and billions of dollars for them to have ammunition or for them to have things that they need to attack other countries. So the only choice we had was, hey, we give you all of this money to buy everything that you use in these wars. Do not attack Iran, because if you attack Iran, you are going to put American military bases in the Middle East in harm's way. Marco Rubio never figured out, as the Secretary of State, that he couldn't tell someone who sucks off the America tit that no, you cannot strike them. He there he is beholden to somebody who we give our American welfare dollar to. The welfare recipient is ordering around the purse strings. Is that what you're telling me? Is that what you're telling me? Okay, okay. Maybe Marco Rubio was wrong. Maybe it's the other excuse. Well, for 47 years, Iran has been striking the U.S. and causing mayhem, and screaming death to America. That we're doing something that no president had the balls to do in 47 years. Oh, this isn't about any, this is about 47 years worth of what Iran has done. So that's going to justify America going to war with Iran. It's not about one specific thing. We're talking about 47 years worth of shit. Is a good enough reason for America to go to war with Iran. However, 47 years of uh, what Israel has done to Palestine. That wasn't good enough for Palestine to go to war on October 7th. You cannot have it both ways. It's either one thing or it's a other. We want to proclaim that we are going to war for 47 years of the United States not being struck in any way, shape, or form by America, by Iran. We want to go to a war about the things that have happened in the Middle East in war zones. Okay, so the Palestinians don't get that same type of understanding why they went to war on October 7th. See, because if you want to say that America is going to war because of shit that happened over a period of time of 47 years, you have to say the Palestinians are going to war over what has happened to them over 47 years. You don't want to do that, though. You want to be irrational while pretending that you have rational reasons for the shit that you're covering for. Okay, let's continue. Let me see what you guys are talking about. Oh, you guys are talking, talking, talking. Thank you guys for being here. Please hit the like button, double tap if you're watching on your phone. Narco, what? Wait a minute. Justice QTX, Narco El Gusto Rubio, a brother-in-law sentenced to 35 years for Coca-Cola trafficking. I guess they couldn't. I guess they couldn't catch up with his boat and bomb him in the Atlantic Ocean. Black people were in America way before the Europeans, but they don't know that. They don't know that because they were still living in their caves. The black people hadn't taught them how to eat with utensils at that period of time when people from Africa were selling the world. They don't know nothing about that. If they do know anything about that, they feel insecure about it. So therefore, they want to call black people all types of animals when they were the ones who had to be taught to stand upright and eat with utensils instead of their fingers. We all know that, girl. Um, Eric, Eric, Marusia. Please do not come in my chat cursing. You can agree to disagree. Don't come in my chat cursing. European Americans are the original illegal aliens. Eric, again, I'm going from bottom to the top, so um, I just wanted to tell you that. Let me see what else. Operation APAC Fury. Exactly. Okay, now let's get into the things that I wanted to present to you on today. I want to talk about the governor of Colorado first and foremost, since I covered the story. So let me share this with you. Um, I'm pretty sure he got a lot of pushback from these lobbyists who lobbied to get Tina Peters out of jail in the first place. So let's cover this part of the Peters story and what did this Jewish governor of the state of Colorado why did he feel it was necessary to released Tina Peters from jail, still unrepentant as she was. Uh, with the president of the United States signaling that she should be out of jail, he would pardon her if he could. He couldn't because even though she was found guilty on federal charges, she was tried in a state court, which he could not pardon her sentences. And why now, all of the sudden, with this Israeli money pouring into our government to make our elected officials do whatever it is they want them to do based upon them pouring money. Now, okay, let's continue with this story. Democratic governor censured by own party for freeing Trump ally convicted in election scheme. So his own party was so disgusted with him they censured him. I don't think that that's going to take any of that newfound wealth out of his pocket. But this is the man who was elected by to do the bidding of Democrats, who is over there doing the bidding of the highest bidder, in my opinion. The Colorado Democrat Party censured Governor Jared Polis on Wednesday. Now, I gave you this story on Wednesday, and while I was doing this story, he was being censured for the foolish shit that he pulled. On Wednesday, in a stinging rebuke of his decision to grant Peters early release from prison. Peters, a former Mesa County clerk, was convicted in Colorado State Court in 2024 on 7 counts, including 4 felony charges, after she conspired to breach her county's voting systems in 2021. She was sentenced to 9 years in prison. This is a quote from the judge. I'm convinced you would do it all over again if you could, the judge told her at sentencing. You're as defiant as a defendant as this court has ever seen. And that is a quote from the judge who sentenced her. If you go to my video on Wednesday, I let you hear everything that the judge said in her sentencing. I let you hear her get a chance to uh, uh, ask the judge for a lighter sentence. That bitch sit up there and retried her case with a bunch of lies and the things that the judge didn't allow in the court and all of this. She remitigated her case and tried to feign herself as a sweet. I'm just a sweet little Christian. All of that. Go visit my page on Wednesday. I got all the dirty details. I gave you the sentencing of when she was sentenced because I had been following this case. This woman hired a new IT person with ID and the ability to open the Dominion voting machines. You know, those same Dominion voting machines that Tucker Carlson stood up and told you that was changing votes and all of that. So she bought into drinking some of that Kool-Aid and said, well, I'm going to show that the voting machines were inaccurate. So what she did was this new IT guy, brand new to the job, and had access to open these machines while he was at a children's birthday party for his with his grandchild. Tina Peters asked him, hey, can I use your key? I need to get in, and I left my key at home. She went over there and got his access to the voting machines. And then what did she do? She met up with some surfer bum that the Mike Lindell, the My Pillow guy, knew, and then she gave him the key and gave him access to the voting machines, and that's why she was sentenced to 9 years in jail. And your president says that she is languishing in jail, and Biden Justice Department was wrong, and they put this poor old woman in jail. And this poor woman is nothing of the sort. This poor old woman, I showed you her getting arrested as she wanted to portray herself as such. I'm just a sweet little Christian woman. I showed you her getting arrested. Okay, so all of this is mute because it is expected that this woman is going to get money out of this $1 trillion slush fund that your president decided to make the price as some type of a patriotic symbol, the 1776. That's how $1,776,000,000, trying to cloak everything in some type of white nationalist patriotism. Let's be real clear. That 1776 that they always want to flaunt around, that is a ode to white nationalists. That's not about patriotism. It's bullshit. Let's continue. Last week, Poli granted Peters clemency and says she will be released on June 1st after President 4547 repeatedly demanded she be freed. Peters was convicted after the jury found she conspired with associates of election conspiracy theorist Mike Lindell in a harebrained attempt to prove the 2020 election was rigged against Trump. In justifying granting her clemency, the governor had made several misleading claims about Peter's conviction, prompting a lengthy fact check from CNN. Let's see this fact check. Can we see this fact check? Let me see. Let's see this fact check. The governor in, let's say, okay. The governor had made several misleading claims about Peter's conviction, prompting a lengthy fact check from CNN. Let's see. Okay, I'm sharing that. Let's see the fact check. CNN, his Democrat governor with a damning fact check after freeing convicted MAGA election official. A fact check. Fact check this fat motherfucker. Colorado Governor Jared Polis was on the business end of a brutal fact check by CNN after commuting the sentence of Tina Peters. Peters, a former Mesa County clerk, was convicted in Colorado State Court in 2024 on 7 counts, including 4 felony charges after she conspired to breach her county's voting system in 2021. She was sentenced to 9 years in prison. Upon being sentenced, the judge scolded Peters for showing no remorse. I'm convinced, I just read that, I convinced you'll do it again. He told her at the time, you're as a defiant defendant as this court has ever seen. Last week, Polis granted clemency and said she would, okay. On Monday, CNN Marshall Cohen published a comprehensive fact check of remarks Polis, the governor, had made justifying the clemency. The governor has insisted that Peter's actions were not related to the 2020 election. So, this is why it is important that you know exactly who you are voting for, Democrat or Republican. This man should be thrown out of office if he is trying to say that what she did had nothing to do with the 2020 election. Okay, this was after the 2020. This was after the 2020. What? This was after the 2021. It was a small municipal election in the town. Polis said on Friday. On the Friday edition of the Source on CNN, the results were counted. No ballots were compromised, but she went in and illegally tried to copy software before an update came. So nothing to do with the President Trump's election. So he's saying that they had a small county election, and so she went in. See, that's the first part. That's so she committed a crime and she tried to copy the software. That's the crime. But he's trying to say, oh no, this had nothing to do with the 2020 election. When in fact she has admitted as much in the court documents that were shown in the trial that convicted her, the text messages and all of the other things that she did. He's trying to paint her white. This APAC fellow. Okay, Polis even went as far as saying Peter's case had nothing to do with the 2020 election. Cohen calling the governor claim highly misleading. This is highly misleading and misses the big picture about her case. Polis is correct that Peter's specific crimes were not about the 2020 election. She was never accused of manipulating 2020 votes or trying to directly overturn the results. Her crimes, official misconduct, failing to comply with election rules, and more, all occurred long after Trump's left office in 2021. But right here today, Trump is still claiming that his election was stolen. And speaking of stolen elections, now I have always heard about this 2024 election being stolen and manipulated by Elon Musk and these tech bros. But have you heard Elon Musk's baby mama come out. Ashley St. Clair has come out and alluded to as much at that Elon Musk in late October was talking about the 10,000 lasers that he had up in the sky as part of his SpaceX or whatever, and the things that he was going to do. And he asked her, did she want to know? And she told him, no, I don't want to be prepared for a deposition. And he laughed. And you do know that Elon Musk, prior to the election being won or called, shall we say, Elon Musk said, if Trump didn't win, that he was going to go to jail for a long time. Additionally, he has brought up the fact that Trump winning has. He went on Joe Rogan's show and said that if he didn't win, also that he would be in jail for a long time, and hope that he would see his children again. That insinuating that he would be in jail for a real long time. So her crimes official misconduct, failing to comply with election rules, and more all occurred long after Trump left the office in 2021. But evidence from the trial established that these crimes were inspired by and meant to help the 2020 election denier movement. Peters conspired with associates of the My Pillow CEO Mike Lindell, a notorious election denier who was, at the time, trying to prove that the 2020 election was rigged. So it doesn't matter what this elected Democrat governor says. These are the facts. In the CNN interview, Polis also claimed that Peters certified Biden won. Cohen noted that Trump won Peters County at a 63 to 35% and certified those results as such. There was no victory for Joe Biden to certify in Mesa County. So the governor set his funky fat ass up on CNN and said that Peters, no, she wasn't trying to steal the election. She even certified the Biden win, when in fact Biden didn't win in Peters County. Peters certified the actual win going to Trump because that's what the vote showed in her county. But this Democrat is up there on CNN trying to absolve and whitewash Tina Peters as being so holy and just and uh, tried for things that she didn't do. And he's saying that she did something that she didn't do in certifying the election win of Biden when Biden didn't even win in her district. He's a fat, funky liar. Now you got to ask yourself, what will cause him to sit his stupid ass up on national TV without any of the facts? Because they understand that the Trump voters don't care about facts. They just care about talking points. They are uncurious and unserious people. They are the low IQ people of the United States that continue to vote for a convicted felon. Okay. So he is trying to act as if he's above par for commuting her sentence. But that makes you wonder. That should make you wonder. What would compel him to commute her sentence? If none of this shit is, she didn't have to certify a Biden win. She never certified a Biden win because Biden didn't win in her county. So, what would stir this governor to let her out of jail? Muriel Adelson, who Trump has given some type of medal of honor or some bullshit, even though he said out of his own mouth she is more loyal to Israel than she is to the United States. She's a dual citizen, but she's more loyal to Israel. But she is the same Muriel Adelson who when Trump asked her should he run for another term, she said yes. And he talked about she was one of the people who gave him more money in his reelection bid. Muriel Adelson is also one of the 3 Israeli people who donated to Thomas Massey opponent of the most money. So, is money, are the voters over people who are voted into office, or is big money over who is elected into office? And since Muriel Allison is also Jewish, this Democrat governor is also Jewish. Do you think the influence that Muriel Adelson has in politics touched this Jewish Democrat governor, to let him sit up and lie about the reasons why he has released this woman from prison who was a Trump 2020 voter denier? Do you think, it makes you think, if he has not been paid off, period, point blank. If it doesn't make you think that, it makes me think that. Because there was no good reason for this man to do any of the things that he did, other than money, other than being unashamed for being corrupt in this country. We see the things that are being done in broad daylight in this country by your own Trump administration. We see that the covers are off, and they want to act as if their corruption should be accepted, and we're not doing anything wrong. If we were doing wrong, we would be hiding it. We're doing our corruption right in your face. So therefore, you can't call it corruption, because we're bold enough to do this shit right in your face, and you're not going to do a goddamn thing about it, because we have bought and paid for every motherfucking senator and congresswoman, man or woman, in your government, Democrat and Republican. And that's why in this election, we have a lot of what do they call them? FBAs who are saying that you should or should not ask for something for your vote. We even had Roland Martin saying that we are wrong to ask for something for our vote. No, we should demand something for our vote. And if people who are running cannot meet the demands of what is expected of them to uphold the Constitution and the will of the people who are putting them in office, fuck them. Fuck them. See, all of this, he's a dim too, and you see these motherfuckers sit up in office and are quiet as church house rats, as all of this corruption is stirring around you, and they have no solution. We need people with solutions. And we need people who are going to come out and tell us what their solution is. And we need to see these people actually work for a solution to better the condition of the American voters. We need term limits on these senators and the Supreme Court. We need to wake the fuck up. Because all of this shit that has been allowed to skate by, as it skated by, it has taken away a whole lot of your rights, a whole lot of shame of being caught in corruption, that people are doing corruption right in your face. And your other elected officials are not holding them to account for the corruption, the boldness of the fucking corruption in the United States of America. And people want to sit up and applaud us going to war and not having a reason to go to war. And you know what else has been discovered today? Speaking of this war, remember when I showed you the hearing where they had the three top people who were in the Army and the Navy, Africanica, a part of the. I think he was over. No, he couldn't have been over the Navy because there's no over the Army in Africa and over sitcom. You know, they asked him how much this war had cost us, and they told you 20 between 24 and $29 billion is what the war in Iran has called thus far. But what they did not tell you about the $29 billion worth of aircraft that were lost in this Iranian war. 43 aircraft at the cost of $29 billion. So we had to add the loss of equipment. And they were specifically asked about the loss of equipment. And they hem-hawed and they said we got to get the total tally on it. Well, the total tally of all these 43 aircraft, you know, these aircraft that they did not tell you. How many aircraft did you hear sitcom admit that had been destroyed in action? And that those fueling jets, those jets that were refueling each other, where 13 military lives were lost. They told you specifically that this was not because of any type of strike or anything. You come to find out that these refueling jets were actually trying to maneuver away from and get away from incoming strikes. From whom? Iran. You know, the same Iran that they told you couldn't strike planes. Oh, we're going to talk about that too. I'm going too far off in something else. But then now you're supposed to believe your government. As you see corruption happen in your face from taking money from your treasury to do dumb shit, bullshit, and enrich billionaires. But you have these idiots in the chat. They can't talk about what I'm talking about. They with the what about? We don't do whataboutism in here. If you want to talk about something, if you feel that I'm wrong about something, be specific in what I'm wrong about. I don't do the whataboutism. Let's continue. Cohen noted that Trump wants. Finally, Polis told CNN her crimes were entirely related to the 2021 municipal elections. After ballots were counted, nothing was compromised. But as Cohen pointed out, multiple state officials said Peters compromised the county's election system. One of Mesa County's prosecutors stated that Peters' actions 100% compromised the equipment. Meanwhile, Colorado's Secretary of State said in 2022, voting equipment was compromised and the election rules violated. Okay, are we clear on that? Let me copy this. All of the information that I am giving you, you will be able to find in my description box under videos used in this, links used in this video. This is under Peters. All of this will be under Peters. That's the title you will find these links under. Let's continue. I think I want to go back. I think I might need to go back up a little bit. There was something else that I wanted to. Comprehensive fact check. Okay, here we go. Let's do the comprehensive fact check. Yes, you're still with me. I'm going to see what you guys are saying after this. Fact check. Colorado governor's misleading rationale for freeing election denier Tina Peters. Let me put this under Peters. Oh, God. Don't tell me they put this behind a paywall because I am not paying for information. Why would they put this type of information behind a paywall? Why would they put this information behind a paywall? And that this for-profit media, when they should just be giving you information, you mean to tell me that they have the audacity to put this shit behind a paywall? Information that you let me see. No thanks. Okay, thank you. It's not behind a paywall. Let's continue. I'm talking all my shit. Okay. Okay, let's get to it. Okay. Colorado Governor Jared released election denier Tina Peters from prison with a series of false, misleading claims, inaccuracy, distancing her case from efforts to undermine the 2020 election. Let me make sure I put this in my description box as well. Okay. The former Mesa County clerk is set to be freed from state prison in 2 weeks. A police commutation of her sentence in half. A jury, let me see, hold on. A jury convicted Peters of conspiring with allies of President 4547 to breach voting systems in her county in 2021 in hopes of approving his 2020 fraud claims. Polis, a term limited Democrat, guaranteed the commutation on Friday. He justified his decision in a series of press interviews with CNN's Caitlin Collins, where he said the new 4.5-year sentence was tough but fair. So he is the judge and the jury. He said she got 4.5. She did 4.5 years. That was tough, but it's fair. And when you heard what the judge who heard all the evidence in the case and the jury who also heard all the evidence in the case who decided to find her guilty, and you heard what the judge said about her. But Polis, he said, 4.5 years. That's tough, but it's fair. He needed to effectively resentence her. Police told the local affiliate KCNC in light of the recent ruling from the Colorado Court of Appeals that threw out her original 9-year sentence. The appeal court said that the trial judge improperly based part of the punishment on Peters' protected speech about elections. He did no such thing. So they said that she was harshly sentenced by this trial judge because of her First Amendment speech about no. She was unrepentant about the crimes she had been found guilty of in her allowed First Amendment rights of free speech, and thus free speech. Don't we know that free speech isn't always free? So she continued to say that I did this because I wanted to ensure that the election, she was unrepentant. Her free speech showed that she was unrepentant in the laws that she broke and tried to put curtains on her fucking lawlessness and try to pretty it up as if it wasn't against the law. We don't give a fuck how much perfume or lipstick that you spray on a pig. It's still a motherfucking pig. Okay. Much of Polis' rationale related to the First Amendment concerns. He said Peters holds crazy and dangerous belief about the 2020 election, but that she deserves a reprieve because she was unfairly punished for expressing them. Okay. Okay. So, let's say, for instance, I'm sure this I'm sure this never crossed anyone. Let's say we have a black drug dealer, or who is responsible for selling something to someone, and then the person lose their lives. Is it, with the drug dealer, then and then they charge the drug dealer with the death of the person who took their drugs? So, would the drug dealer be wrong in saying, "Hey, you know, you can charge me of selling drugs, but you cannot charge me with taking this person's life because this person has control of their life. I didn't tell them to take their. I didn't tell them to even come to me and buy. They came out of their own fruition. And would it be wrong? Would it be wrong? Would somebody see it wrong at if this drug dealer is found guilty for taking the life of the person that took his drugs? It happens all the time. It happens all the time. So therefore, doesn't that drug dealer have the right to First Amendment speech? So would a governor then come back and say, "Well, I'm going to commute their sentence because he was found guilty on the charge of this person dying from the drugs that was sold to them. He has the First Amendment right to say that he was not the one who administered the drugs in this person's body, and this person who came to him had free will to take drugs or not take drugs that kills them. He is not responsible." Well, do you ever see that? Do you ever think you will see that ever happening? Do you think you will ever see that happening? Let's keep it a buck. Okay, so that's bullshit. Okay, still the commutation drew bipartisan blowback from election officials and prosecutors. The district attorney who took Peters to trial said police misunderstood key facts, and Colorado Attorney General said that the governor's rationale was mind-boggling and wrong as a matter of basic justice. It is common for leaders to make false claims while justifying controversial clemency decisions. Trump did this during the Russia probe in his first term, and former President Joe Biden did so after pardoning his son in 2024. Here's what a breakdown of three dubious claims from Polis. The case was spawned by 2020. In his post-clemency interviews, Polis repeatedly distanced Peter's case and her criminal conduct from the attempts to undermine the 2020 election. This was after the 2021. It was a small municipal. This is the quote that he was using. This was after the 2021. It was a small municipal election in the town, Polis said on Friday on CNN. The results were counted. No ballots were compromised, but she went in and illegally tried to copy software before an update came. So nothing to do with President Trump elections. Polis also criticized Trump for linking Peter's case to the 2020 election, saying he does not understand this case. He thought it has something to do with the 2020 election. It did not. Nothing to do with the 2020 election. So now he is telling you, this Democrat governor is telling you that even President Trump misunderstood it. So let's be clear. President Trump was championing her to be pardoned because he thought that she had done nothing wrong in going in the voting machines, trying to change votes about the 2020 election. Let's be real clear. This is Trump's position. But for Polis to pretend like, oh no, this had something to do about this small municipal election, and they were wrong for even taking her to court, acting as if this has something to do with denying the results of the 2020 election. See, he's going that far to make an excuse of why he is doing something that is unconscionable. Everybody misunderstands it. but him. The prosecutors, the state attorneys, everyone misunderstands this but him. Okay. Are we clear? Okay. This is highly misleading and misses a big picture about the case. Polis is correct that Peter's specific crimes were not about the 2020 election. She was never accused of manipulating 2020 votes or trying to directly overturn the results. Her crimes of official misconduct and failing to comply with election rules and more, all occurring long after Trump left office in 2021, but evidence from the trial established that these crimes were inspired by and meant to help the 2020 election denier movement. Peters conspired with associate of My Pillow guy Mike Lindell, a notorious election denier who was at the time trying to prove that the 2020 election was rigged. Now we do know that the My Pillow guy promised to pay somebody. I think it was $5 million if they could prove something about the Dominion voting machines, and when the guy actually in fact misproved whatever Mike Lindell was challenging and promising to give $5 million, is the guy had to sue to get the money from Mike Lindell. And if I'm not mistaken, I think that Mike Lindell has really lost all of his fortune. If I'm not mistaken, Mike Lindell even had to sell My Pillow. If I'm not mistaken, a friend of mine told me that they saw Mike Lindell on Skid Row smoking crack again. Did y'all know that Mike Lindell was a former Skid Row crackhead? If I'm not mistaken. I could be mistaken, though. I'm not mistaken that he was a former crackhead. Let me see. What is Mike Lindell up to? Let's look. Let's look at Mike Lindell. I asked, is Mike Lindell broke? Okay, I put the link to that in my description box. I asked, was Mike Lindell broke? Let me show you. I just got to what I really wanted to know, what I was saying, but couldn't be certain of. So let's see. Let's see what is the answer I got when I asked the question right here. Is Mike Lindell broke? Here's the answer. Yes, Mike Lindell is currently broke with his net worth reportedly in the negative and facing substantial debts. Okay. Mike Lindell, once a billionaire thanks to his My Pillow enterprise, has experienced a dramatic financial collapse. His net worth has fallen from an estimated 100 to 300 million to a negative 70 million as of mid 2025. Well, 70 million, I guess that is broke for a billionaire. I don't see. They say he was a former billionaire, but they says that his net worth has fallen from an estimated 100 to 300 million. Now, that's far from a billion. As of mid 2025, largely due to legal battles, failed business ventures, and the loss of major retail partnerships. Lindell testified in court that he has no liquid assets, owes millions to the IRS, and earns only about $1,000 per week, a stark contrast to his previous millions in annual income. Factors contributing to his financial collapse is so if Trump says Tina Peters should get a part of this $1 billion, surely Mike Lindell should be eligible based on their logic or lack thereof? Shouldn't like Mike Lindell be able to get in on that money? Uh, maybe Mike Lindell, a grifting hand, was shown too overtly and too soon. So, do you think that Mike Lindell is going to get back in with the grifting administration? I mean, it would only be right. Because he was the venue that Tina Peters used because he had the name recognition and the closeness to the first Trump administration and was trying to prove this 2020 fraud that he said that Trump had won the election. So he was Trump's biggest uh, he was Trump's biggest cheerleader. He probably had more money than Trump at that time too, because Trump wasn't overtly just taking money out of the treasury and making side deals with foreign countries in his first presidency. So Mike Lindell probably and Mike Lindell, my pillow business was thriving at that time until he threw it all away and came up with this bullshit and wanted to be some political giant. Okay. How'd that work out for you, Mike? Factors contributing to his financial collapse: legal sanctions. Lindell owes over 56,000 in court order sanctions to Smartmatic for election-related claims. Smartmatic is a voting machine. If you're not familiar with it, he owes over 56,000. That's not a lot of money in court ordered sanctions to Smartmatic for elections related claims, which he has claimed he cannot pay due to insolvency. A business decline. My Pillow revenue has plummeted after retailers like Kohl's, Bed Bath & Beyond, Wayfair severed ties following Lindell's controversial political statements. He has also had to lay off hundreds of employees and lost multiple warehouse units. Personal expenditures. Lindell spent tens of millions of dollars on political causes, including launching a social media platform and offering public challenges related to elections claims, which further drained his personal fortune. Last I heard, Mike Lindell also had uh, some type of media channel or some bullshit with some airheads pretending to be news reporters and asking stupid and silly questions to political people. I think one of his airheads was actually chosen by Caroline Leavitt to ask a question at a White House press briefing. There's that. Okay, let me see. Debt and obligation. He faces significant debt, including back taxes owed to the IRS and other financial obligations, contributing to his negative net worth. Current status. In court, Lindell describes himself as in ruins, claiming he has borrowed all he cannot secure additional loan, and has only two houses and a truck, which are in the process of being liquidated. The judge has requested sealed financial records to verify his insolvency, but his sworn testimony and public statements indicate that he is effectively broke. See how that works, Mike? Didn't work out too well for you, Mike. Mike, maybe you should have went to jail, and you would have came out of jail able to get some of these funds that are that 4547 has tried to negotiate with a fake lawsuit against his own government that he would be the one who would be able to settle this fake lawsuit and then withdraw this fake lawsuit when the judge said that, hey, I don't even know if you can bring this lawsuit because you and your treasury are not at odds at each other. And then they're like, oh shit, this bitch is gonna throw this whole case out. Well, let's settle the case before she has to come back on the 20th. And then therefore on the 18th, they came back with this settlement of $1,776,000,000 as a settlement. Okay. I think I have put the links to those articles in the chat. I just wanted to give you the information about all of that, just in case you guys were unaware of any of that. Let me see what you guys are talking about. Please hit the like button if you would. Oh my. This is what happens when you sleep with the devil. Why his boy not helping him? Good question. Good question. You notice that's not happening. You said, let's look. Yeah, girl. Yeah, yeah, girl. I had to look. I had to look that up, Melissa. Uh, uh, Jolenta, go to my video on Wednesday. I did added videos. I talked about this case in depth on Wednesday. This is just an update on what I told you Wednesday, because on Wednesday when I was doing the story about her being pardoned, he was being censured. So that's where you can check that out. Okay, is there anything else? Let me scam over the CNN article. Okay. We did he lied and said she certified Biden's win anyway when Biden didn't even win in her district. Police wrongly claimed that Peters didn't compromise anything in her office. Her crimes were entirely related to the 2021 municipal election after ballots were counted, noting that he said nothing was compromised. Rubenstein, the Messer County prosecutor, told CNN that Peters' action in 2021 100% compromised the equipment. And Colorado elections officials have said for years that the systems were tainted and couldn't be used again. She irreparably tampered with the equipment to the point that it could never be used again. And so the governor wants you to, well, she didn't tamper with any equipment. He's a liar. And why is he lying? Why is he letting this woman off after 4.5 years? We know why. We know why. Please. Colorado's Secretary of State Gina Giswald said in 2022 press release that voting equipment was compromised and election rules violated. The announcement also said that Griswold decertified the election equipment in Mesa County. Griswold, a Democrat who's running for Attorney General, has vocally condemned Paulus for releasing Peters, as she should. An election official testified at Peters' sentencing hearing in 2024 that Mesa County had to buy new equipment and spend more than $1 million in taxpayer funds to purchase, test, and retest systems that she undermined. Let me this link is in my description box. You can avail yourself to it. It's under Peters. Let me see if there's anything else. Okay. I'll just go on and make sure I put this up on the screen. Here we go. No? Yeah, here we go. Here's the article. This is the portion that I just read. She did not actively interfere with the outcome of the 2020 or 2021 election, and no election results were compromised, Miriam said. Her actions triggered the county replacing election equipment to preserve election integrity and had other costs, which are a big part of why the governor felt a tough sentence of 4.5 years in prison was appropriate. It's not his decision. He is not the judge. He did not hear the case. That is not his decision to make. So, why is he acting as if he is the decision maker in this case? I do not know. I do not know. But here is the article. It is linked in my description box. Go over there and take a glance at it for yourself. Now, there's something else that I want to share with you as well. Let me get to it. You remember, you may remember that there is a big uh, backlash for the Department of Homeland Security buying these big abandoned warehouses. We've talked about it here on this channel how the Trump administration is ICE agent is ICE agency is purchasing all of these warehouses all across the United States to allegedly hold undocumented immigrants. And some of these warehouses, they're talking about they could hold up to 15,000, 25,000 people in warehouses. So let's talk about these warehouses. Trump administration overpaid for DHS warehouses owned by president's allies, a report says. Now, let's talk about these warehouses. We do know that a lot of these warehouses are sitting all across the United States, empty and unused. These big freight facilities, warehouses where you used to see a whole lot of truckings and trucks going into these warehouses, you don't see that anymore. These are just useless warehouses. Some of these warehouses are still being paid off by the owners of the warehouse that they can't even get business to come and use these warehouses. So when they sell these warehouses to DHS, do you think that they would take the best price that they can get on these warehouses, that they are still paying notes on some of them? No, 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 no. The Department of Homeland Security is paying some of these people double of what the actual value of the warehouse is listed as. Your tax dollars. When they wanted more money for ICE, this is what ICE is doing with the money that they're getting. They are double paying Trump allies for these warehouses that they can't sell, that these warehouses that once they sell, it is taking pressure off them because they no longer have this debt of something useless on their books. But not only do you think that they are just okay with getting something useless off their books, that they had to continue to put good money out after bad? No, they're doubling the worth of these warehouses. So they're coming out like a rose. For whose tax dollar? Okay. If you didn't know about it, let's talk about it. Okay, here we go. The Department of Homeland Security spent millions in taxpayer funds to purchase property for warehouses owned by investors with close ties to President Donald Trump, a new report claims. DHS spent $1 billion in 2026. Now, in 2026, that's this year. Or we are just in May, and they have already spent $1 billion to buy warehouses to house detained immigrants. In multiple cases, the department paid a price far higher than the warehouse market valuation, often on properties that had been up for sale for years. Data from the activist group Project Saltbox showed some of these properties were financed with bank debt, meaning that their purpose equated to those loans being paid off. So it wasn't just good enough to have the bank debt, the bank loan paid off. No, they doubled their profit. And in other words, some of these warehouse sales effectively acted as a vehicle for these institutions to sell off otherwise distressed assets and profit from taxpayer funded investment. A report on the data from More Perfect Union reads. You guys know I love me some More Perfect Union. The report gives multiple specific examples of instances where the Department of Homeland Security paid up to 1,000% markup on warehouses, including one Pennsylvania property bought at double the estimated market value, owned by Blue Owl Capital. The investment company gave large donations to Republican congressional groups, while one of its directors was previously on the board of one of Trump's companies. You see a problem there? Do you see a problem there? ICE didn't necessarily want to be using warehouses, said Saltbox Michael Riston. The plan came from folks very close to the White House who were sitting on properties that were causing them losses every year. And the decision was to buy them at the taxpayer expense. More Perfect Union cites at least 33 members of the president's administration who publicly reported investing in the funds under Blue Owl or the agency that brokers the purchasing deals, with the president himself owning around $5 billion in Blue Owl. Blue Owl did not respond to the organization's request for comment. Of course they didn't. Yeah, from More Perfect Union, we get new municipal ICE warehouses were sold by people in Trump's circle who were sitting on properties and losing money. We dug into it and found that some of the properties were bought by the feds for 10 times their list price. It is a new level of corruption, and you're paying for it. Let's watch this. Let's watch this More Perfect Union presentation. Let me shrink this. If just in case you didn't know, this is why I love More Perfect Union. I need to shrink this down a little bit more. Hold on. Here we go.
When DHS bought up warehouses to turn into ICE detention centers, I noticed something weird. Many of these warehouses had been sitting on the market for years, and now DHS was buying them at a massive markup. Like this warehouse in Socorro, Texas, that sold for 1,000% above its recent valuation.
Kristi Noem once championed this program, but now that she's out, the DHS Inspector General just launched an investigation into these warehouses.
To understand what was happening, I reached out to Michael Riston, a former military analyst who has been tracking ICE warehouses on his site, Project Saltbox.
ICE doesn't necessarily want to be using warehouses. The plan came from folks very close to the White House who were sitting on properties that were causing them losses every year. And the decision was to buy them at taxpayer expense.
So let's take a look at 3 ICE warehouse sales that have used your money to make people in Trump's orbit even richer. First up, Goldman Sachs. It was the majority owner of this warehouse in Roxbury, New Jersey, that ICE purchased for nearly $130 million. That's 137% over a previous valuation in 2025. For years, Goldman Sachs executives have had close ties to Trump, like Steven Mnuchin, who served as Trump's Treasury Secretary in his first term. Next up, Blue Owl. You may not know this private capital company, but honestly, you should. 35 members of Trump's administration reported investments in Blue Owl funds. Even Trump himself has over $5 million invested in Blue Owl, which has also been a major funder of data centers across the country. So maybe it's not a huge surprise that Blue Owl was paid about double the market valuation of a warehouse it owned in Tremont, Pennsylvania. And then there's Deutsche Bank. Through a series of subsidiaries, Deutsche Bank owned a warehouse in Salt Lake City that ICE is now planning to turn into a facility with about 10,000 beds. With their DHS markup, Deutsche Bank essentially pocketed nearly 50 million more taxpayer dollars than if they had sold at market value. Deutsche Bank has loaned Trump about $2.5 billion over the past 2 decades and had 40 different accounts with none other than Jeffrey Epstein. Even though these warehouses haven't been converted yet, Wall Street institutions have already cashed in. And the reality is that other Trump-connected contractors are already profiting off of ICE detention facilities with inhumane conditions.
What we're seeing happen now, I never in a million years envisioned seeing this happen on U.S. soil. Never once.
The nearly $1 billion spent on warehouse purchases is just a fraction of the $38 billion that DHS has to build out a mass detention system that could hold nearly 100,000 people. So it looks like there's a lot more of your taxpayer money to go around.
The link is in my description box. I just thought you should know about this corruptions. This link is in the description box. What is it? Did I title it under? A DHS warehouse scam. If you want the link to this, it's in the description box under DHS warehouse scam. Hold on 1 second. And there it is. Okay, let's move on. Let me see what you guys are talking about. Did you guys know any of this? Do you care about any of this? I hope you care. I hope you care to share this information with anyone who does not know this information. That's all I am here to do. Hey, you gotta chill. Thank you for being here. Now, Gwen said that this sounds like fake news. No, you don't get off that easy, Gwen. Be specific. What sounds fake about it? Gwen, we have to be specific. We can't come over here thinking that our ignorance is going to detract from the actual conversation that we're having over here. If it sounds like fake news, what about it sounds fake, Gwen? We're waiting. We are waiting. Got nothing? Oh, I know you don't. I know you don't. Let me see. Let me get back to the comments. Oh my, this is what happened when you sleep with the devil. Why his body... Oh, no, why his boy not helping him? Oh, you're talking about the last story. Okay. Please enlighten us, Gwen. She can't because she's not enlightened herself. Is one of the ignorants in here trying to distract but cannot converse on the conversation. Okay. So let me share some other things. Just a friendly... I just want to share this friendly reminder as we go into the midterm election. What is it all about? What have we been seeing going on in the Supreme Court? All these map changes and everything. It's about insecurities. And unfortunately, this is what happened with the insecure people uh, in the South. Always have. Seems like it always will. Let me get down to the sound. Here we go.
I'm going to say it again. Anybody who got to cheat to win is a sucker. And you continue to do this because you don't have a better vision. You don't have a better plan. You are your ancestors' children and grandchildren. Thieves, robbers, liars, consistently. Because you'll go to church on Sunday, tell the Lord you love him. Pray, but you ain't praying out of the same Bible I'm praying out of. Can't be.
Let's
Isaiah 1 and 17.
Are you directing this to us?
I am.
Okay. I'm asking that you don't directly. No. I'm asking that we don't be called names. I'm asking.
I didn't call you a name. What did I call you?
Liars.
Do you lie? All men lie. The Bible says that.
Senator Carter, briefly.
Mr. Chairman, this is public comment. The First Amendment allows freedom of speech and expression 100% without limitation. Mr. Chambers, put on the record your full comments, and if you see thievery, I want you to call it out. If you see something else, I want you to call it out. That's your First Amendment protection is going to be protected in this building.
I'm not going to be called names.
Speak.
I'm not going to be called names. All right. And what we will do is stay on the four corners of these bills. The maps. Mr. Chambers.
If you are taking something from black people, which means we have congressional representation, am I going to be allowed to speak?
Yes.
Your mic is on.
Okay. If you are taking seats from black people, which we are entitled to by the Constitution of this country, then you are a thief, in my opinion. And I'm entitled to that opinion.
I will not be
and any senator, if you're offended by it, that's on you, not me.
Right.
Now, if that triggered you, Senator, then you should go to bed tonight. And when you go to bed tonight, talk to your God and ask your God to change your heart. Okay. Because that's conviction right there. Conviction. That's what it was. It did something in your soul. It made you feel something. And that's what happened when black men show up. When black men with courage, conviction, and righteousness show up, it triggers something in you. And you feel a way about it. So you try to limit us, you try to steal from us, and you think that we don't understand it. Every one of the black men we put up before you stand head and shoulders above every one of you on this committee. And you know it. And it does something in you that makes you feel inferior. So then you come with these white supremacist tactics because you have the numbers, but you don't have the courage. Because if you were really visionary leaders, you'd run against these black men with fair maps and you get your asses whooped. Anybody who has to cheat to win is a sucker. I'm going to say it again. Anybody who got to cheat.
Okay, that link is in my description box. I forgot to show you one more thing in regards to the warehouse story. Let's look at the people who are in the Trump administration who are a part of this Blue Owl organization, who are most definitely profiting off of the sales of these warehouses. Shall we? This link is also in the description box under where I speak about these DHS warehouse scam. Let's look at the people in the 33 people that they reported that are in the Blue Owl portion of this scam. Here we go. ProPublica, Trump Team Financials. Okay. 35 results for Blue Owl. We have Jared Taylor Isaacman, Administrator of National Aeronautics and Space Administration. Their assets is $314 million. Matthew Anderson, the Deputy Administrator of National Aeronautics Space Administration, his worth is $2.1 million. John Phelan, he he recently quit. He was the Secretary of the Navy Department and in the Department of Defense. His net worth is worth $791 million. These are all of the people who are investing under Blue Owl into the warehouse scam. Okay, Sean Duffy, the of Real World Road Rules. Oh, he had a brutal. They did a brutal hearing with Sean Duffy. He's over. He's Secretary of the Department of Transportation, and he did this ruse where he took his family on a vacation. You know, things that most Americans will not be able to do with their own family as vacation season is coming up because they have to pay so much more for everything else. But in his confirmation. In his hearing, not the confirmation hearing, in the hearing that they did with the transportation secretary about the budget, come to find out this family vacation that he went on was funded by different agencies that he oversees as the Secretary of the Department of Transportation. He and his family and it was filmed as some type of reality show. This is what the Department of Transportation is doing. He's getting free paid vacations by groups that he would have to make some type of ruling over. And here is Sean Duffy, the reality star of Real World, sitting up in Congress, trying to just talking over the Congress people. And I may play this. I may play this because this person of no merit whatsoever is sitting up there acting all cocky and just showing how ignorant and what a grifter he really is. Speaking of grifters, what would Charlie say? What would Charlie say? Charlie would say, well, what Charlie did say, remember, Erica Kirk is always talking about every time you see her face, and Charlie would say this, and Charlie told me, and I remember Charlie. What Charlie did say, Charlie wrote a whole book about how going to college was a scam. What Charlie did say that he would wonder if a black pilot had the same credentials as a white pilot because of DEI and people lowering standards to let black people join. Curiously, why is it then that Erica Kirk, knowing what Charlie would say, take a honorary, not a master's, a doctorate degree from a college? Why was Erica Kirk, who has no merit, to get a fucking AA degree? Why would she then have take a doctorate degree without merit from what Charlie would say was a scam going to these colleges? Okay, if you guys didn't know that, we're going to do the Sean Duffy. I don't know. It kind of melded together. Go with me. Go with me. Who did that? One of my favorites. Sabby Sabs did a whole workup on that. What Charlie would say. Okay. Hannah Mastic, Deputy Assistant Secretary for Congressional Affairs, Department of Transportation. She's worth $157 million. Now, this chick is worth more than the head of the Department of Transportation. He just popped $1 million, and she's worth $157 million. Go figure. David Eisner, counselor to the Secretary of the Department of Treasury, who is worth $12 million. These are people who are in on the warehouse scam via Blue Owl, it is being reported. These are the people in the Trump administration profiting off of these overpriced sales. David Fitzgerald, senior official performing the duties under a Secretary of Army, Department of Defense. He's worth 530 thousand. Oh, she's worth I'm sorry, Hannah Masick is only worth in in the I said million. She's worth $157,000, and this guy, he is worth $530,000. Eric, hey, in this administration, we're so used to talking in billions that shit, it's hard for me to say million, much less thousand, worth thousands of dollars. I apologize. Eric Seidel, Chief Information Officer, Department of Housing and Urban Development. He is worth $5.3 million. Now, I wonder if that jackass raccoon that is over a hood, the former football player, that black guy in the administration, I wonder if he's worth $5.3 million. I don't know. Sean Whitman, a senior advisor to the Department of Energy, he's worth $2 million. Zachary Matagan, Mala Garden, or whatever, a deputy executive secretary at the Department of Treasury, he's worth $1.4 million. He works under Scott Bessent. Mark R. Paraletta, a general counsel of the Office of Management and Budget, he's worth $1 million. He works with in the Office of Management and Budget. That is he works under Russell Vogt, the one who is part of Project 2025, who approves or claws back money from money that Congress has allowed it to go to certain agency, and then it has to go to Russell Vogt, who will take money out because of how he feels, not on what Congress, whose job it is to allow money to different agencies. Russell Vogt will claw back money and won't tell you where it is. We don't know where all of this money that has been clawed out from Russell Vogt, it hasn't gone to pay down the deficit. Where does this money go when it's sent to Russell Vogt, and Russell Vogt remove some of the money that has been approved by Congress? This guy, Mark Philip, let me see. Mark Palalotta works with Russell Vogt. Philip Weinberg, Associate Secretary of the Air Force for Financial Management and Comptroller of the Department of Defense. He's worth $1.5 million. William White is worth $6.4 million. He is the ambassador to Belgium. And he works under Marco Rubio at the Department of State. Arjan Moody. Hold on one second. Excuse my dog. Arjan Moody, Department of Deputy Commissioner of Social Security Administration. He's worth $1.6 million. Christopher Allen Wright, worth $71 million. He's the Secretary of the Department of Energy. Ronald Parson Jr., United States Attorney, District of South Dakota, Department of Justice. He's worth $3.6 million. Summers Farkas, Ambassador to the Republic of Malta, Department of State. He's worth $17 million. Andrew Rapp, a Senior Advisor to the Department of Energy, worth $3.6 million. Joseph Papalo, Ambassador to the Netherlands, he works under the Department of State, worth $169 million. Andrew F. Putzer, U.S. Representative to European Union with rank of ambassador. He works at the Department of State, worth $24 million. John Aguero, ambassador to Portugal, Department of State. He is worth $13 million. Michael Boren, Undersecretary for National Resources and Environmental, Department of he works under the Department of Agriculture. He's worth $222 million. He works for the department that says that people getting an average of under $200 in food assistance need to reapply because they have more stringent more stringent things that they want people on food stamps to have to abide by, to make sure that there is no more what they claim is an exorbitant amount of waste, fraud, and abuse in the food stamp program, with the average person getting under $200 a month for food. With the knowledge that food has gone up astronomically under this administration, but the old bunking over the Department of Agriculture, I forget her name again, whatever. She wants, we have found so much waste, Mr. Trump, and we are going to make people re-register everybody, all the millions of people who are on food stamps. They're going to have to re-register because we want to get all of this waste, fraud, and abuse out of the food stamp. So, here we have Michael Boren, Undersecretary for Natural Resources and Environment Department, who is in the Department of Agriculture, worth $222 million, cashing in on the DHS warehouse fraud, profiting from the fraud that is going on with the purchases of warehouse by the Department of Homeland Security. You see how that works? Since people don't even recognize shit that's going on in their face, since people don't bother to read anything and connect the dots, I am reading this and connecting the dots. This is in your face. If you would read, if you would pay attention to shit that affects you and how you live your life. Oh, I'm not on food stamps. You mean to tell me that you or no one you know is on food stamps? Is that what you're telling me? You don't know people who work at for menial wages since the federal state oh God. Wages are $7.25 an hour. The menial federal minimum wage is $7.25 an hour. And you mean to tell me that you don't know anybody who's underemployed, having to work 3 menial jobs to get by? You mean you don't know anybody who is actually working at these places like Family Dollar, Dollar Tree, Walmart even? You don't know people working at these places who make just enough money to still be able to get food stamps as they are working Americans? Are we playing this game? Or are you pretending to be stupid to try to make it seem like you and everyone you know are rich? Well, if that is so, you don't have compassion for people who have to work for these wages and still collect food stamps. You guys usually say people who are on food stamps are people who don't want to work. You are presented that people who are on food stamps are people who don't want to work. What about disabled people? What about children who are on food stamps? What about the working people who still have to collect food stamps? Because this United States government don't demand that these billionaires pay living wages. Huh? You are the same ones who complain about the undocumented immigrants being over here taking all of your jobs. They wouldn't take They wouldn't take any jobs if billionaires weren't hiring them to not pay a living wage for the American worker. Are you fucking serious? Okay. The list is right here. Let me add this list. Let me see. Let me see. if there's any other names of the 33 people who are in the Trump administration profiting off of the sales of these warehouses. Okay, there we go. I'm gonna put this in on the link as well, so you can see this. Okay. Oh, it's already there. It is in the description box under DHS warehouse fraud. Let's move forward. Trillions now. Yeah, everybody want to make believe that they are independently wealthy, and I don't, I'm not. You are not the only person living in the United States of America, and if you don't understand, no one who is living in this country that always like to profess that they are the richest country in the world should have to be working and still be eligible to collect food stamps. Let's be real clear. See, everybody try to be some independent other in this bitch. The average American worker can't afford a $400 emergency. Let's talk about the health agencies. I think this is the other thing that I want to talk about. Yes, this is one thing that you may not be paying attention to, but let's pay attention to it together, shall we? How bad are the cuts to health agencies? Why am I talking about this? Because a lot of you pretend like these cuts to these health agencies are not going to affect you or anyone in your family. Maybe some of you don't give a fuck about the people in your family. There is that. There is the room for selfishness. But let's talk about how these cuts are actually impacting, and the impacts are being felt, and the biggest impacts are going to be felt when are set to kick in when after the midterm election. That is when up to 25 between 17 to 25 million people will be kicked off of Medicaid, and it is set to kick in after the midterm election because they felt that if you were suffering from not having health insurance before the midterm election, that you wouldn't continue to vote against your own interests. But as some of you who come in here who want to be seen, I think that if you had no health insurance and if you were dying from some healthcare emergency, you would still waddle your stupid asses into a voting booth and vote for people who have no good intent for you. You would still vote for them because you're dumb, and that's why they love you. How deeply Trump has cut federal health agencies. Yes, I'm showing this. Let me see. I'm going to put this in my description box under healthcare cuts, just so you know. Once you know something, you cannot go back to not knowing it. You can pretend, you can play dumb, but once you know, you know. Once you know, you know. Everybody knows that. So this is why I'm here, to give you information you may not know. I don't think that I'm no better than you. I discover information. I try to share the discovery of facts and information. I notice there's not a whole lot of pecking in the chat on dumb shit. When the Trump administration announced massive cuts to federal health agencies earlier this year, Health and Human Services Secretary RFK Jr. said he was getting rid of excessive administrators who were larding the government with bureaucratic bloat. Who did he get rid of? Let me increase this a little bit. Okay, but groundbreaking data analysis by ProPublica shows that the administration has cut deeper than it has acknowledged. Though Kennedy said that he would add scientists to the workforce, agencies have lost thousands of them, along with colleagues who those scientists depend on to dispatch checks, fix computers, order lab supplies, enabling them to do their job. Done in the name of government efficiency. The reductions have left departments stretching to perform their basic functions. ProPublica found, according to interviews with more than 3 dozen former and current federal employees, over 20,500 workers lost as of August 16th. Food and drug facility inspectors are having to go to the store to buy supplies on their own dime so that they can swab samples to test for pathogens. Let that sink in. To test for pathogens. Pathogens as like the Ebola virus. Those type of pathogens that can kill you, pathogens that are already killing a whole lot of people all across the world, pathogens that are killing people across the world, as your RFK Jr. has not restricted people coming in from places that are having effects of the Ebola virus from coming into the United States. When you have people who don't merit the position that they are in. Now, the food and drug facility inspectors are having to go out and to the store and buy supplies on their own dime so they can take swabs and samples to test for pathogens. Some labs have been unable to purchase the sterile eggs needed to replicate viruses or the mice needed to test vaccines, I mean. Now, we know that RFK Jr. is against vaccines, so that may be a concerted effort. Do you think that there's going to, we have the Hunter virus and we have Ebola wreaking havoc all across the world? And this is what's going on in your Health and Human Services Department as we speak, because of we're letting go of bureaucracy and all of this shit, all of this dumb shit. Some labs have been unable to. Oh, okay, I said that. And less than 5 years after a pandemic killed more than 1 million Americans, scientists who study infectious diseases are struggling to pay for the saline solution, glove, and blood to feed lab mosquitoes. They're struggling to pay for things. Lab mosquitoes is where they usually find blood-borne viruses. And can distinguish which region of the country that these viruses may be. Thing called science. Oh, okay. The Trump administration has refused to say how many workers have been lost so far, but ProPublica analysis revealed that But ProPublica analysis revealed the cuts in unprecedented details. One square represents 5 workers who have left the Department of Health and Human Services. This will show the number of people. Each dot means that someone has departed. No, each dot means that 5 people have departed the Department of Health and Human Services. And look how many dots are on this chart. So let's continue. Of the dots, the brown dots are scientists. The lighter dots are regulators. The pink dots are techs, and the light pink dots are other staff. This is a breakdown of the people who have left the Department of Homeland, Health and Human Services. It could be the CDC. It could be any department that is a part of Health and Human Services. More than 3,000 scientists and public health specialists are gone. Who else is gone? Over 1,000 regulators and safety inspectors have also left. In total, more than 20,500 workers, or about 18% of the Department of Health and Human Services workforce, have left or been pushed out, according to ProPublica's analysis of federal worker departures using public information from the Health and Human Services Employee Directory. The analysis is an undercount. It doesn't include the hundreds or even thousands of workers who have received layoff notices but remain on administrative leave. No health agency has been spared, with some important divisions losing more than 1 in 5 workers. The Center for Disease Control and Prevention, in charge of public health, lost 15% of its staff. The National Institute of Health, the largest funder of biomedical research in the world, 16%, and the Food and Drug Administration, which ensures the safety of most of what goes into people's bodies, from baby formula to cancer drugs to hip implants, have lost 21% of their workers. Okay, thousands of these employees were laid off or had their contracts cut, while some took buyouts and retired earlier than anticipated. Divisions have experienced a brain drain of epic proportions. ProPublica found that losing senior leaders behind some of the biggest health initiatives of the modern era, like the rapid rollout of the COVID-19 vaccine, many of the cuts contradict what the administration had said about its priorities. The secretary, who has questioned the safety of vaccine, has pushed out scores of regulators who work to make vaccines safe. And while he has declared a new era in the fight against chronic disease, he has disseminated a center dedicated to that very same goal. Of course he has. He's a stupid. Division leaders and staff told ProPublica that the cuts will lead to their agencies to neglect their duties. Federal researchers will conduct fewer clinical trials and studies. Regulators will conduct fewer or less thorough inspections of egg farms and foreign drug factories. And public health, you should really be concerned about that. Less inspection of foreign drug factories. Why should you be concerned about that? They're not talking about illicit drug factories. They're talking about drug factories that make your prescription drugs. Now, it is already has been exposed that there is no safety check done in the United States for generic drugs. Do you think that your generic brand drugs that you are getting from a pharmacy has been tested? No, they're not being tested for safety. Did you know that? Did you know? Did you know? Did you know? Now you know. Okay, let's continue. Where was I? Where was I? Hold on. Researchers will conduct fewer clinical trials. I read that. Deadly viruses with exit of servants packages pending. Many former and current workers would only speak anonymously out of fear of retribution. Okay, I was at foreign drug factories. Okay. HHS did not dispute the findings of ProPublica's analysis and didn't directly respond to questions about the consequence of the cuts of thousands of scientists, public health specialists, and safety inspectors. HHS also did not respond to our questions about why it wouldn't share data on workforce reductions. A spokesman for the department said the idea that Kennedy is weakening public health is dishonest. Yes, we've made cut to Yes, we made cuts to bloated bureaucracies that were long overdue for accountability. The spokesperson said in an email. At the same time, we were working to redirect resources to science that delivers measurable impact, rebuilds public trust, and helps make America healthy again. A whole fucking slogan with nothing to back it up. A bunch of words that means absolutely nothing. Former Health Secretary Xavier Barrica, who served under President Joe Biden until earlier this year, called the cuts reckless. Public health isn't a luxury, it's a core function of government, he said. This hollowing out of expertise could leave us dangerously exposed. It takes years to build a professional workforce with the technical knowledge and public trust these roles require. Once you lose that, it's not easy to get back. So, if they go into what regulators that were lost, um, 21% of the FDA workers have left. Food and Drug Administration. Okay. My dog is getting on my nerves. Many of the investigators who left had honed their skills over years of field visits and inspection, developing a sixth sense for the possible violation. I could walk into a plant and within 5 minutes could tell you if there was a rodent problem, said a former division director at the investigations office who left the FDA after inspecting countless facilities of over more than 2 decades. Once you've been in a hot warehouse, you will smell rodent urine. It's like fresh cut grass. You know exactly what it is the minute you smell it. Oh. With this diminished capacity to spot potential problems, the system of oversight, which has historically been short staffed, could break down. Several former investigators told ProPublica they might miss something. A contaminant in a drug, a contaminant in a piece of food, a microbug in something because we had to freeze it for 6 months until they had enough person power to actually look at the sample. The former director said in April, CBS News reported that the investigations office was already planning to reduce routine surveillance inspections in response to workers' cuts. Let me see what they now. The reason why it is so important. The reason why that statement is so important about the rodent urine is because you have to think that of the Hunter virus, this new strain of Hunter virus, what is it spread by? A rodent urine and feces. Okay, however, ProPublica has found that the FDA has lost more than 400 workers who support inspections of everything from dairy farms to seafood processors to blood banks, and who ensure that companies follow federal regulations. More than a third of them worked at its Office of Inspections and Investigations, which serves as the eyes and ears of the agencies. More than 240 consumer safety specialists have left across the agency, including nearly 40 workers responsible for the safeguard of food, plus about 220 chemists, biologists, and toxicologists. Okay. The Food and Drug Administration, the primary agency responsible for regulating food, drugs, and vaccines, has lost over 900 scientists and health experts since January, along with over 500 regulators, investigators, and compliance workers. Do you think that this is going to have no? Do you think that this is not going to impact the health of the American people that are also being thrown off of their health care, do you think what could be the designed outcome of knowing this? Could this be done by design? Could this actually be the designed outcome that they are looking for? Is your government trying to kill you? Is your government trying to get rid of you? Have you become too burdensome for your government to consider you being a viable person? Now, it's interesting. Oh, I hope I'm able to find it. AI is going to be determining who is a viable person. Did you know that AI is going to be the one that determines that? Does your government believe that you're viable? That's all I'm asking. Obviously not. They're letting AI decide it. They don't give a fuck about you. They letting AI tell them, oh, well, AI said this. You know how many people have been arrested on this AI facial recognition that a lot of these companies are using only to find out that AI is wrong, and then they don't question when AI tells them something. They're like, oh, AI said it, so therefore it must be right. And when the many instances where AI has been wrong, they be like, oh, well, nothing we can do. AI said it. RFK Jr. Wrote a report up and had a whole lot of citations and all of this stuff. Come to find out, he wrote the report up using AI, and AI was citing cases, was putting sites on them, but these links went to nowhere. They were just made up link and made up citations. There is so. Is your government trying to kill you? That's all I want to know. Okay. Let me see. Is there anything else? Yeah, they go into what these whistleblowers are saying about the company. Let me see. As civil servants have departed the center, political appointees have gained a foothold under the leadership of Dr. Varial Prasad, who the administration brought in to lead the CBER in May. The center was run by a political organization, said Marks. Decisions were not being made on science, nor were they even being made on uh, articulated policy, that they were being made essentially on the arbitrary basis. The New York Times reported that Prasad overruled his center experts on the use of COVID vaccines, recommending restricting the shot. Paris did not respond to ProPublica emailed questions. A spokesperson for HHS said in an email that Kennedy was not anti-vaccine, that the agency will continue to regulate immunization. The FDA remains steadfast on enforcing rigorous vaccine oversight, ensuring the highest standard of safety and protection for all Americans, said a spokesperson, adding that Kennedy was pro-safety, pro-transparency, and pro-accountability. Please, a whole lot of words that mean absolutely nothing. Why are we talking about that? Two of the center's top cell and gene therapy officials were placed on leave this summer. HHS did not respond to questions about the high-profile exit, but it has previously suggested that gene therapy leaders weren't aligned with the administration goals, and said that Marks had no place in the agency if he did not support restoring science to its golden standard. Marks, who helped launch the program's rapidly developed COVID-19 vaccine, resigned under pressure in March, citing an unprecedented assault on scientific truth. In his departure letter, Kennedy, who has long been a fierce critic of vaccine, has used his office to further sow doubt about immunization, despite decades of evidence of their safety and efficacy. Now, we do know that Kennedy took 6 vaccines off of the round of vaccines that students, children are to get. So everybody is very well aware that Kennedy is against vaccines. But he will go and cut the penis off a roadkill. He will go and take his grandchildren to swim in a creek with a posted sign about high levels of E. coli bacteria. Do not swim. Scientist cuts. In May, Kennedy claimed that in a Senate committee hearing that HSS had not fired any working scientists, only targeting those in IT or administration. In terms of working scientists, our policies is to make sure none of them were lost and that the research continued. He lied. They say he said. But ProPublica has found that more than 1,050 scientists, physicians, and public health specialists, many of whom were conducting research and disease surveillance, have left or have been pushed out of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention alone since January. Okay. Here are their graphs. One of the key responsibilities of scientists at the CDC is surveillance, gathering and studying data on death or disease outcomes. Many of the experts leading of this work are gone. The team tracking maternal and infant health outcomes, which helps the public understand how people die in childbirth, has been placed on administrative leave. Now, we would be remiss if we didn't talk about how Summer, what's his name? How the Congresswoman, I forget her name, Summer something, questioned RFK Jr. specifically on the disparities of Black mothers dying in childbirth. And he said that we're doing everything we can to make sure that the mothers are thriving in childbirth. And she said, no, I'm not talking about everyone. I'm talking about Black mothers. What do you mean? No, we're not doing it. It's got Black mothers. We're just doing it for every mother. Well, you know that there is a disparity that Black mothers die 2 times more than other mothers in childbirth? He couldn't say yeah because he did not know that. I'm doing it for everyone. If it benefits one, it would benefit everyone. No, it won't benefit everyone because you're not addressing the fact why Black mothers are dying at 2 times the rate of their white counterparts. No, it's not 2 times the rate. It's 3 to 4 times the rate of their white counterparts. And he sat there acting as if, hey, if I do something for maternity and pregnancy, hey, it's going to benefit everybody. If there will still be these disparities, but we have no interest in figuring out why there is such a wide medical disparity in childbirth between Black women and white women. We don't care. Now you come to find out that they really don't care about tracking maternity and infant health outcomes, which helps the public understand how people die in childbirth, has been placed on administrative leave. The program cataloging the frequency of common injuries such as car accidents and overdoses, dog bites, and drownings was cut. The staff that monitors lead poisoning in children was eliminated. Everything's fine. If you haven't read this article, let me make sure. Let me make sure I put this article in my description box. If you didn't know about This is what your government is up to. This is under healthcare cuts. It is in my description box. Avail yourself to this article. It gives you all the information. Dr. Thomas Frieden, who led the CDC during the Obama administration, said that cuts were endangering of the public. What public health does is it help us see the invisible, see whether it's the microbes that are killing us or the toxins that are poisoning us or trends in diseases that we need to respond to protect ourselves and our families, he said. To the extent that these actions weaken our ability to see health trends and health risks, they make America less safe. Chronic disease experts are forced out. What chronic disease do you speak of? During one of his January Senate confirmation hearings, Kennedy declared a war on chronic disease. President Trump has asked me to end the chronic disease epidemic and make America healthy again. More slogans, more bullshit, more a word salad. Despite this proclamation, Kennedy approved cuts slash the staff of the CDC's Chronic Disease Center by about 20%. Nearly half of those lost were scientists and public health workers. Well, that's one way to cut chronic disease in the United States. Don't document it. Don't study it. Pretend like it doesn't exist. Oh, cured. Okay. Several divisions of the National Center for Chronic Disease Prevention and Health Promotion have also been radically diminished. 45%. Its oral health division, which protects the teeth of kids whose parents can't afford dentists, has been lost, along with more than 35% of the division that focuses on preventing heart disease and strokes. The cuts are worse than they appear on paper because they don't reflect the people on administrative leave. At the Centers of Smoking and Health Office, for example, our analysis show more than a quarter of the workforce is gone. But according to multiple former staffers, only one federal employee is actually still working there. And it goes on and on and on. A research staff is targeted. On and on and on. How you feeling? You feeling all right? You feeling all right? Your government care how you feels. You feeling all right? Infectious disease researchers scaled back. We go on and on and on. Let me see. Okay. Infectious disease. Let's see. The National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Disease, which supports research that develops and tests vaccines, lost more than 850 workers, or roughly 17% of its workforce since January. The institute has long played a critical role in combating infectious diseases. It funded decades of research on coronavirus, laying the foundation for vaccine. It extensively support HIV and AIDS research, which has transformed the disease from a death sentence to a chronic condition, and it has trained scores of scientists and researchers, fostering their careers and discoveries. Thank you, Fred Shields. I had to remove an idiot. An idiot. Thank you for your support. This link is in my description box. If anyone wants to read this article, it is available to you in the description box. So then, oh, we were supposed to be watching the remainder of that hearing. Let's get into that hearing, shall we? Hold on 1 second. Let's get into that hearing. What hearing am I talking about? The hearing that they had yesterday. Here we go. Since we already talked about this, let's talk about
MAGA insider Ashley St. Clair. She dropped an
This is Elon Musk's baby mama.
Absolutely terrifying truth bomb on us the other day that I'm going to play for you here in just a second. Now, we had Ashley on Crystal Kylan, friends, and I highly recommend you go check out that interview. It is absolutely mind-boggling. The inside tea that she has on these vile, disgusting, deranged MAGA cretins. So highly recommend you check that out. But listen to what she says here about Elon. And when they were together, Elon would open up to her about all sorts of stuff. And one of the things he opened up about is the election and the role that he played in the election, and how perhaps he had quite a bit of control over the outcome of the 2024 election. So here we go. Let's listen.
And then October rolls around. And in October, Elon tells me that he is ready to release his, in his words, anomaly in the matrix. And I am like, oh, like, who's that? And he says that he has 10,000 lasers in space, referring to his satellites. I say, because I am like rather uncomfortable and I know the gravity of what he's trying to tell me right now, I say, wow, finally a focus on the Jewish vote. He keeps going and he says, you know, this is not a piece that they'll see on the chessboard. And I straight up tell him, I say, I would ask more, but I really don't want to be deposed. To which he says, very wise. Shortly after that, you know, he's involved with America PAC and all of this other stuff. And he's sending me some internal data from America PAC, real-time Delta vote metrics. And I am just like, how the fuck do you have this sort of data? You don't get this from door knocking, because that was one of my first jobs in politics was in campaigns and cleaning up this bad data from door knocking, because the vendors that America PAC is using at this point is a vendor that hires Craigslist crackheads for door knocking. And I wish I was exaggerating there, but I'm not. I know, like, I have caused harm with my rhetoric. However, I never like sought out to cause harm. Like, there were parts of me that really wanted like the best for the country, for America, for democracy. And one thing is I have always hated big tech. So then to have arguably the most powerful man in the world who is sending me things about, you know, using his space technology in the election. I should also say that I have all of this backed up with many people with explicit instructions should anything happen to me, okay? But this was something that I was internally wrestling with while publicly not really showing that I was having any of these internal ethical conflicts with myself regarding this information. And then on election night itself, Elon, you know, left Mar-a-Lago early. I was at Mar-a-Lago, and he told me over text. He's like, yeah, I knew hours ago that Trump won. My team has the best real-time data anywhere. First of all, how the fuck do you have real-time data on elections? How do you have real-time data? I could not understand that. I don't know that I ever will. I saw some shit, guys. Like, I saw some shit, and I'm fighting really hard to keep my voice because I saw shit that impacts everyone. And if I was self-interested, I have been offered the self-interested deal to shut up and not talk about anything. But what I can tell you is I've not been offered certain deals just because I know that he's weird, okay? I saw some shit.
So she's implying, if not outright saying there, that Elon told her that he fucked with the election and stole it for Trump. That's the not so subtle message here. That is a huge, huge deal that she's now out there saying.
So this is Kyle Kalinske reporting. He and his I think it's his wife, Crystal Ball. If it's not his wife, it's his significant other, Crystal Ball, who is a part of Breaking Points. They do a show on Monday nights called Crystal, Kyle, and Friends. They have a Substack. The link is in the description box for their Substack. So let's go now. He is talking about their interview with her. Now, Breaking Points also talked about their interview with Elon Musk's baby mama. You know, the one who was making a whole big brouhaha about selling her Tesla when they broke up. The real dramatic one. So, Breaking Points also covered this story, and Breaking Points also was shared. I have some text messages that was shared with him. I didn't hold it. Let me find it where Breaking Points talk about this. Let me share their story on this. Here it is. Unfortunately, this is not Kyle Kalinsky's wife or significant other who is reporting on Breaking Point about this story, but it is being reported on Breaking Points. So let's get over there and see what Breaking Points and what screenshots of text messages will be shown. Shall we? And I'm not going to replay that whole saga and makeup patting on and all of that shit. They have the same clip that you just saw Kyle Kalinske show. So I will not sit through that again.
Elon Musk's former girlfriend, Ashley Sinclair, launched some rather provocative accusations recently. Let's take a listen.
And then October rolls around. And in October, Elon tells me that he is ready to release his, in his words, explicit instructions should anything happen to me. Okay.
All right, Emily. So we've reviewed actually and obtained some of these text messages, and what Ashley Sinclair is claiming Musk claimed is true, and I say that quite deliberately because there's a difference between Musk making a claim and Musk's claim being true. However, what he says matters, and her reference to depositions, I think, is telling. But yeah, so he wrote to her, tomorrow we unleash the anomaly in the matrix. This is not something on the chessboard, so they will be quite surprised. Quote, lasers from space. And then she does, tell her joke, referencing kind of a Marjorie Taylor Greene thing. Finally, a focus on the Jewish vote. And he adds, I have over 10,000 lasers in space right now. And she does, in fact, then reply, I would ask more questions, but will keep myself from getting deposed. And Musk responds wise with the laughing guy. And then she says something like, if your space lasers seriously end up being the anomaly in the matrix that takes back America, I will be convinced that God is maximizing the simulation. And so this conversation did happen in early October while Musk was campaigning with Trump and Butler when they went back to the scene of the attempted assassination. And I think what's really important here is that Rogan has also talked about this, right? Where he said Musk left the election night gathering in Mar-a-Lago very early, saying, we've got the data, like it's over, he won. And Trump, and this is, I think, very important historically, Trump believed that Musk had done something interesting. He didn't know exactly what. He didn't know. I don't know if he knew how shady it was, if it was straight up rigging, or if it was some type of whiz-bang thing that Trump can't understand. But Trump believed that Musk had something secret and magic going on there. These space lasers, like that, And I think that had something to do then with Trump inviting him in and making him co-president for the first several months. So that's why I think his claim there is so noteworthy, because whether or not you believe it as a rational viewer, Trump believed it. And Trump acted on it.
Those are interesting dots to connect. I'm curious what you make of what he could have. Like, what could we be talking about here? Because his claim, like you're saying, it's a claim to someone who he's romantically trying to impress and whatever else. What even what could, like I'm at a loss for words, but like what Elon Musk might have what is his anomaly in the matrix actually in a concrete way? What could this technology be? What could this data harvesting be? I have no idea.
Right. I mean, at worst, and what Trump might have assumed is straight up hacking.
Okay. I'm going to stop here because this fucking silly bitch makes me sick. I am going to stop here. She says a whole lot of words to say absolutely nothing. I don't even understand why they have her here. You can clearly hear that in any instances, she goes off topic to say nothing. And it really makes me think, I know that breaking points with Sater and Crystal Ball, Sater is a more of a Republican leaning. It is so obvious that she is the Republican leaning when Crystal, when she's feeling it. I'm so sick of this fucking bitch. I am so sick of her, and I know everything, but I don't know. What did I think about? What do you think about? She is useless, and leading with her lesbianism. I guess I'm just a lesbian with cats. Get the fuck out of my face. Say something that means something.
Of voting machines, like in this whole, every accusation is a confession type of situation. I think Trump spent the last 4 years marinating in ideas about voting machines getting hacked, and Hugo Chavez, coming in and manipulating the 2020 vote, even though he's dead, so that Biden would beat Trump. He may, at this point, be convinced of that himself. So if he thinks that Democrats are doing it, he'd be like, oh, wow, I've got my own guy who can do it. There's that. Or there's he's got some, data is extraordinarily powerful as a campaign tool. So maybe he all he means is that he's got some way that where he's breaking election laws, and with the way he's accessing voter data and merging it with other maybe publicly available but difficult to find data, and then analyzing it in a way that is helping him, and then doing this giant lottery and paying people to go out and register people to vote. maybe he means it's that, and it a more kind of benign kind of law breaking than the straight up hacking. We don't know. The fact that Ashley Sinclair immediately thought depositions are coming suggests that there probably should be some. Like this is something we should. These are questions that ought to be answered, I would think.
Well, Musk seemed to agree that depositions could be coming when he responded with the laughing face emoji. Wise.
Yeah, quote. Wise. Yes. Don't ask any more questions. But yeah, or is it just Musk trying to impress Ashley Sinclair? For those who don't know, like they ended up having one baby together, and then there's some agreement that they have. They've had a falling out. Ashley was recently on Crystal Kyle and Friends, where she talked about this. What is this new genre where people are like doing makeup and talking?
The get ready with me genre.
It's like, should we like adopt that here? You think?
I was just gonna say. Because you're already on TikTok, so it's perfect. I'll film it for you, or it could be a selfie. But when Ryan.
Okay, so I just wanted to share that with you. I cannot take any more. I ain't gonna share that with you. Okay, what do you guys think about that? Baby mama told it. Yes, the baby mama is big bitter. I don't know if they have a new settlement. But when she left him, or when they broke up, or whatever happened, when they parted ways, there was a big brouhaha. She made a big production of her selling her Uber selling her Tesla to CarMax in New York City, and the truck coming to take away the Tesla. It was a whole big drama fest. And when she wouldn't do what he told her to do, he bought her some. I think the apartment was a $6 million apartment in a high rise in New York City, and allegedly he stopped paying her monthly stipend or child support, as it were. All of this happened. Am I correct? Yes. If I'm not mistaken, all of this happened before the election. And then I don't know when. I can't keep up with their relationship. But I thought that they were broken up, is my point. So why were they back together in October? Could I be wrong? I think they're a child. That would be October 2024, though. Okay. So, yeah. So that is Ashley, what she has to say about this. Baby mama told it. We all knew it was taken from Kamala, and they cheated. And she specifically says she didn't want to be deposed. And let's not forget the number of times that Elon Musk said that Trump must win or he'll be in jail. And on Joe Rogan saying, "Oh, I will be in jail. I will be arrested and put in jail if she doesn't win." Damn it, Ronnie. Pull your head out of your ass already. Okay. Pull your head out of my ass already. Okay? Pull your head out of my ass, because I'm not over on your channel. You're over on mine. Does that make sense to you? Aren't you over on my channel? Huh? Oh, no, you're not. Hit the like button on your way out. Thank you. Thank you. Greg, what are you talking about, Greg? Greg, exactly. Be specific. What the hell are you talking about, Greg? Greg, make sense, Greg. These people are crazy. I concur. Let's get on to what else I wanted to Oh, we got to get to the hearing. That's where we were. We were at the hearing, the Southern Poverty Law Center hearing. It was a hoot. Let's get to the hearing, shall we? Okay, we're gonna get to the hearing. We started it on yesterday, and we went to the end. They wanted to depose Scott Bessent. They wanted to depose Todd Blanche, and one more person they wanted to depose. And so when they put that up to vote on, they told them that they would have to wait until the hearing was over. And since I got there late and the hearing was over, I went to the end of the hearing, and I saw how the results of the vote went. Let me find. Here we are. House Judiciary hearing. You know, we are not.
Could you please read?
You know, we are not going to entertain Jim Jordan. He is the chair of this committee. We will, however, go to Jamie Raskin. He is the co-chair of the committee. This is where we're going to start. This is very interesting. They're trying to prosecute this Todd Blanche is trying to prosecute this Southern Poverty law. Southern Poverty, what is it called? Southern Poverty Law Center for allegedly supporting and financing radical hate groups. Can you imagine? Can you imagine that this is what Todd Blanche decided, that he is going to try to prove a group that has fought discrimination and these white supremacist groups up and to the point where one KKK chapter went bankrupt. But here they are trying to recreate history and tell you that the people that were fighting injustices and fighting racism were the actual supporter of racism. And they were misusing their donations that they got to do what? Fight this racism. However, they don't have one person or one case that shows that, hey, I gave my money to the Southern Poverty Law Center, and they are not doing what they're supposed to do with my money. No, they have no complaints from anybody who contributes to the Southern Poverty Law Center, but they are making these accusations, and your Department of Justice have criminally charged them as such. Let's get into it. Hold on. Before we get into this, I talked to you about the cuts that RFK Jr. Did to Health and Human Services. Before we get there, let's go here first.
It's Global AF on Legal AF. I'm Anthony Davis. Donald Trump's decision to dismantle the United States Agency for International Development, USAID, represented far more than a bureaucratic restructuring. It reflected a broader political worldview rooted in nationalism, isolationism, and hostility toward multilateral engagement. Critics argue that Trump's foreign policy consistently weakens America's global influence by attacking the institutions a soft power abroad. The shutdown of USAID has become one of the clearest examples of how an America-first agenda prioritizes short-term domestic political messaging over long-term global stability, humanitarian leadership, and international trust. For decades, USAID functioned as one of the most important tools of American diplomacy. Established in 1961 under President John F. Kennedy, the agency distributed humanitarian aid, supported democratic institutions, funded healthcare and education projects, and helped stabilize fragile regions facing poverty or armed conflict. While military power allows nations to coerce adversaries, Soft power enables countries to build alliances and goodwill through attraction, cooperation, and humanitarian leadership. USAID was central to that strategy. Through food assistance, medical programs, infrastructure investment, and emergency relief, the United States cultivated relationships that strengthened its influence across.
Why is this important? This is one of the programs that Elon Musk cackled with joy that he was putting USAID in the wood chipper. How funny that these two topics that we were talking about, Elon Musk was the one who closed down USAID in this phony Doge cutting waste, fraud, and abuse. And I bet every penny that they used on USAID was given to Elon Musk in some government welfare contract for one of his companies. As people who desperately needed the USAID funds, there are millions of people who are dying across the country, especially Africa, from AIDS-related diseases, malaria-related diseases, starvation, because Elon Musk thought that it was funny to put USAID in the wood chipper. Now, what are they concerned about? Now, what are they concerned about? Now they're all over in Africa, pretending like they give a fuck about what's going on in Africa with the Christians, and then striking the actual African nation, and then months later coming back and telling you that the same nation that they struck was helping them root out people who were killing Christians. Nobody gives a fuck about our country going to war because some far off land has a beef with Christianity, a Christianity that no one in this administration is actually adhering to, only professing what the Bible say, profess with your heart and not your tongue. All of these tongue professing Christians, and they struck Nigeria and said that Nigeria was not protecting Christians. So therefore they struck Nigeria. And when they struck Nigeria, they of course struck a mosque. But they did not tell you that Muslims and Christians were being killed by rebels in rural parts of Nigeria. But they wanted to tell you that, hey, look at what we did to Nigeria, because they weren't protecting Christians. They couldn't. The Muslims were not the ones who were killing Christians. It was some group of ISIS that was coming in and striking both sects. But they wanted you to believe that it was about Christianity. Then last weekend, what did they come out and tell you? Oh, the Nigerians, they were so instrumental in helping us strike the ISIS fighters. But when you struck Nigerian, and you struck Muslims, and now you want us to believe that, oh, Nigeria, they're helping us fight, and they're helping us fight ISIS. This is a whole bunch of bullshit. And when you had the hearing of when the African guy who was over the Africa region in was doing the hearing the other day, when they were asking them questions, what was one of the things that he quickly slipped out of his tongue? He talked about all of the rare earth minerals that are in Africa. Well, do you wonder why they are concerned about Africa in a different way now? Because they see China is going over there and building what they call this soft power. They see that China has taken over Africa, and they didn't take over Africa using a bomb. No, they took over Africa by signing certain treaties and doing certain things that they said they were going to do in Africa. And now the United States have cut off USAID, has bombed Nigeria, and now they're trying to come back and tell you that the same company that they just bombed months ago was instrumental in helping them fight ISIS in Nigeria. Make it make sense. You can't make it make sense because some of y'all don't even know that this is what your government is doing. And they're coming out here telling you bullshit and lies.
Africa, Asia, Latin America, and the Middle East. By shutting through food assistance, medical programs, infrastructure investment, and emergency relief, the United States cultivated relationships that strengthened its influence across Africa, Asia, Latin America, and the Middle East. By shutting down these programs and removing the United States from the World Health Organization, the US finds itself in a difficult predicament, especially now that Ebola has risen sharply in Africa. At least 131 people are believed to have died. 531 have been infected, according to Central African health authorities. An American missionary was among those who has tested positive. Trump's dismantling of USAID signaled a dramatic rejection of international cooperation, making potential health crises like Ebola much worse for Americans both abroad and at home. His regime has framed foreign aid as wasteful spending that diverted resources away from Americans. Through DOGE, the administration eliminated more than 90% of foreign aid contracts and slashed tens of billions of dollars in international assistance. Trump repeatedly portrayed humanitarian programs as corrupt or unnecessary, encouraging his supporters to view global aid not as strategic investment, but as an example of elite globalism undermining national interests. The Ebola and Anders hantavirus outbreaks are an example of why this was a terrible mistake. This approach of Trump's has reflected a deeply isolationist philosophy. Historically, isolationism in American politics has involved skepticism towards international institutions, foreign alliances, and overseas commitments. Trump, though, revived many of these themes by questioning NATO partnerships, attacking the UN, withdrawing from international agreements, reducing diplomatic engagement in regions deemed strategically unimportant. His rhetoric frequently divided the world into transactional relationships where allies and vulnerable nations were judged primarily by whether they provided immediate economic or political benefits to the United States. Except viruses do not see borders. Critics also argue that racial attitudes shaped aspects of Donald Trump's foreign policy. His past comments about African and developing nations drew accusations of racism from diplomats, civil rights groups, and foreign leaders. Trump often described immigration from poorer non-white countries as a threat while favoring immigration systems that prioritized wealthier nations. Just today announcing that the US will welcome political refugees of white South African farmers. In this context, the dismantling of USAID appeared to many people as part of a broader disregard for the lives and stability of populations in Africa, the Middle East, and Latin America. Humanitarian suffering abroad was treated not as a moral or strategic concern, but as someone else's problem. The consequences of these policies have become increasingly visible after USAID operations were shut down. A study published in Science has found that regions heavily dependent on USAID assistance have experienced measurable increases in violence following the abrupt withdrawal of aid. Researchers analyzed hundreds of aid-dependent communities and discovered significant rises in riots, armed conflict, and battle-related deaths. Areas already weakened by poverty, insurgencies, and political instability became even more vulnerable once humanitarian systems collapsed. And Donald Trump knew this would be the outcome of his intervention. You see, these findings are not surprising when considering the role that aid programs often play in fragile societies. USAID-funded initiatives supported food distribution, healthcare systems, employment opportunities, and refugee assistance in conflict-prone regions. In places like...
So... what has he put in place in African countries since then? He has made these draconian deals with certain countries in Africa. He made these deals where we will give you medical aid if you give us X amount of your rare earth minerals, and you are going to have to turn over all of your medical information to a U.S. company or one of these tech billionaires, so that they will be able to follow all of your medical information. Do you think that this they want to? They're not going to offer them any healthcare services, but they want all of your medical information. Do you trust an American company to have the availability to have access to all of your medical information? And why do they want access to all of the medical information on African people? Could this be a way to track viruses that they are going to unleash in the populations in Africa? So Bill Gates can convince you to get a chip put under your skin for alleged convenience, that you can just wave your iPhone over a patch of skin and understand if people have been vaccinated or not. These tech billionaires who always want to implant some type of technology in your body, like they are doing over in Honduras in Peter Thiel's little no laws, no rules utopia in Honduras. No EPA approval planting shit in your body utopia that Peter Thiel has over there, where they have to the only law that governs them is the law on this Andrees's plot of land, that they are over there doing all types of God knows what human testing on each other. It's their free will to do it. But it is illegal to do it in any other place other than Andrees's, Peter Thiel's little secret, not so secret island. You know, the same Peter Thiel that said it's going to take too much time to get the general public to be with you on a scientific type of research, and we're going to have to figure out a way where we don't have to convince the mass public. Democracy is getting in our way. Okay, so these are the people who instead of giving U.S. aid, they have turned to the point where they are giving you don't have a determination as a woman what you want to do with your body, but tech bros do.
Northeastern Nigeria, aid helped communities devastated by Boko Haram insurgencies. In Ethiopia's Tigray region, relief operations, employment opportunities and refugee assistance in conflict-prone regions. In places like northeastern Nigeria, aid helped communities devastated by Boko Haram insurgencies. In Ethiopia's Tigray...
And you notice when they took that aid away, what happened? Then all of a sudden, this is what I was talking to you about earlier. They took the U.S. aid away that helped them fight the insurgencies. And then they are bombing Ethiopia. America was bombing, not Ethiopia, Nigeria themselves.
Region, relief operations provided support after a brutal civil war. Removing these support structures suddenly created economic and political vacuums that militant organizations were able to exploit. Importantly, the researchers didn't claim that aid alone prevents war, but they did warn that abruptly dismantling support systems in unstable environments creates chaos that fuels violence. Economic desperation, unemployment, and weakened local institutions often become fertile ground for insurgent recruitment and social unrest. By removing assistance without a replacement strategy, the Trump regime contributed to conditions that increased insecurity in some of the world's most fragile regions. Remember, USAID spending only accounted for around 0.3 to 0.7% of the total US federal budget, which translates to about 0.1.
Chef Charlie, fuck you, and let me see you say fuck Israel. Let me see you say fuck Israel, because Africa is getting far far less than what America is sending to Israel. Can I hear you say "fuck Israel"? I'm waiting. I'm waiting. No, I can't hear you say that. I can't hear you say a motherfucking thing else in my chat. You stupid motherfucker. You fucking scared bitch. Get the fuck out of my chat. Let's continue.
5% of the US gross domestic product. The damage caused by these cuts extended beyond humanitarian concerns. USAID was also a strategic asset that advanced American geopolitical interests. Through aid programs, the US strengthened partnerships, improved its global reputation, and countered the influence of rival powers such as China or Russia. When the US withdrew from these commitments, competitors quickly filled the vacuum. China's Belt and Road Initiative expanded infrastructure projects and economic influence across Africa and Asia, allowing Beijing to present itself as a more reliable partner than Washington. Soft power depends heavily on credibility and trust. Once countries begin to view the US as unreliable...
And we know that under this administration, there is absolutely no credibility, and only fools trust this administration, in my opinion.
Or indifferent, rebuilding those relationships becomes difficult, even impossible. Aid organizations, local governments, and communities that once partnered with USAID may hesitate to rely on future American commitments if they believe political challenges in Washington could abruptly terminate support. The destruction of local offices, supply chains, and long-standing partnerships cannot be easily reversed. Foreign aid represents such a small portion of the federal budget, while generating substantial strategic returns. Humanitarian...
So how much of the budget is taken up to send war money and war equipment to Israel? Is that a small part of the American budget? I something like $25 billion last year. But fuck Africa. But you want to say fuck Africa? Oh no, you just want to say some dumb racist shit. That's what you want to do. You want to say some dumb racist ass silly shit. But what is the $25 billion that you're sending over to Israel doing for you and your life? How has your life improved by all the aid that goes over to Israel? Huh? To maim other people, non-white people. What does that do for you and how you live your life? Stupid bitches.
Assistance can reduce refugee crises, prevent extremist movements from expanding, and strengthen diplomatic alliances that ultimately benefit U.S. national security. The rise in instability after the shutdown of USAID also undermined Trump's own claims of prioritizing American security. Violent extremism abroad rarely remains contained within national borders. Civil wars, terrorism, and state collapse can create refugee flows, disrupt global markets, and generate new threats to international stability. By weakening institutions that address the root causes of conflict, the regime may have contributed to long-term security risks that will eventually demand greater military or diplomatic intervention. Trump's policies...
We got to build up. We don't have time to pay for childcare. We can't pay for this individual things like Medicare and Medicaid. We have to fight wars. So that little drop in the bucket in the budget that Elon Musk wanted to get shored over to one of his projects, one of his contracts that his defense contracts. So how much was saved? What did we get in return for that? Since Elon Musk found it necessary to shut down USAID, because who was it helping? It was helping Black people on a Black continent. You know, that Black continent, that the only thing that he found was good in that Black continent, that he was growing up in apartheid Africa, basically a slave owner of the people whose continent it was. Oh. But what are you getting for the money that you are spending? So you think that all aid has been suspended? No, you know all aid hasn't been suspended. But you think that it is safe to be a motherfucking racist piece of trash and shout out all of this ignorant, showing how ignorant you are, because you benefit nothing from your own tax dollars. Ugh. Dumb fuck.
Reflected a narrow vision of national interest.
Not everyone in this chat, just the dumb fuckers that need attention. The dumb fuckers who show how stupid they really are by saying stupid things and think that they are turning it.
Shaped by isolationism, skepticism of global engagement, and rhetoric often viewed as racially insensitive towards developing nations. The consequences of these decisions reveal how weakening humanitarian institutions can erode both global stability, international health, and America's standing in the world. I'm Anthony Davis. You can find me on the 5 Minute News YouTube channel and podcast on Wednesdays, co-host.
That was a refreshing 5 minutes. A pickle, eat a dick. A pickle, go eat a pickle. Go eat a pickle. You are unimportant, and you're not entertaining. Be gone. Hit the like button on your way out, bitch. Okay, let's get to
Poverty Law Center is how effective it's been getting on the.
Let's get to the fake cases that this DOJ continues to bring forth, the lies and the bullshit. This is going to be good. Okay. Jim Jordan is the chair of this committee, and we're not going to listen to him and his bullshit. Why would we listen to someone who wrestlers came up to and let him know as a coach in the Ohio, I think it was Ohio State College, where he was one of the head coaches of the wrestling, and these college men came up to him and alerted him that they were being SA'd by the coach doctor. And did Jim Jordan do anything about it? No, he did nothing about it. Why would I listen to Jim Jordan when he was subpoenaed? He did not show up for his subpoena. Why do we want to hear Jim Jordan have the full-flown audacity to talk down and act as he is disgusted with anything in life? I don't want to hear this Jim Jordan. We're going to start with Jamie Raz. He is the co-chair of this committee. Let's see what this committee is about, shall we? Because this fucking disgusting ass Jim Jordan is not going to be. We don't give a fuck what he says this hearing is about, because he's a pussy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Welcome to all of our witnesses. For decades, the Southern Poverty Law Center shared information about racist terror plots with the FBI gleaned from their informant program. The FBI was happy to receive it, and this practice frequently led to the disruption of dangerous conspiracies by the KKK and neo-Nazi groups to commit violence against synagogues, churches, African Americans, Jews, and other targeted minorities. So why is the Department of Justice under Trump and Todd Blanche now prosecuting the Southern Poverty Law Center? The DOJ says that the SPLC defrauded its donors by paying undercover informants to infiltrate and collect intelligence on these racist groups. But where are all the donors complaining about having been defrauded? Where is the evidence of the fraud? Where are the civil lawsuits that always follow in the wake of a fraud, a scam, or a ripoff? DOJ has offered no evidence that anyone was actually deceived or defrauded by this perfectly lawful, well-known, and accepted practice that the FBI itself approved for many years. Using informants and undercover agents was indeed the basis for the FBI's own efforts to investigate racist extremist groups when that was a priority, before the targets of the FBI became instead the perceived political foes of Donald Trump. In fact, what its donors love about the Southern Poverty Law Center is how effective it's been getting on the inside of extremely dangerous racial terrorist groups to find out what's going on, to try to stop the reign of terror of bombings, assaults, lynching, and arson, the violent price of white supremacy that goes back centuries in our country. Why are there no civil fraud lawsuits? Why has no one sued the Southern Poverty Law Center? From my experience, as a former state assistant attorney general and a congressman who deals with constituents who get defrauded frequently, and now I'm the co-chair of the bipartisan Stop the Scams caucus, I can assure you that victims of fraud are usually enraged after a period of being embarrassed, and they come forward to complain and to sue the fraudsters. What does a real fraud case look like? And how do the victims respond? Well, let's take this well-known, long-running fraud case called Trump University, which was shut down by the New York Attorney General's office when it determined that Trump University was systematically deceiving and ripping off its students and cheating them of a real education they paid for. Over 8,000 swindled students brought 3 different class action lawsuits that were certified by the courts against Trump. They tried for years to recover the lost tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars in tuition for a completely bogus education, and they finally won a massive settlement for $25 million. So that was more than 8,000 desperate young people who told their stories to the world. So far, to my knowledge, there's not a single donor to the Southern Poverty Law Center who's come forward to say that he or she was defrauded, much less thousands of them. And they have many thousands of donors. Everybody can see what's happening with this outrageous, scandalous prosecution in Alabama, an outrageous, scandalous persecution here on Capitol Hill. If anyone has flipped sides to join the racist extremists, it's not the SPLC, it is the FBI itself. And if a fraud is being perpetrated on the public right now, it's not an SPLC fraud. SPLC's been an enemy of the Klan and neo-Nazi groups for more than a half century. It's been unswerving and steadfast, which is why their offices were bombed and why they get an unending stream of violent death threats, something which makes this prosecution and persecution all the more appalling. No, what we're witnessing is a Trump administration fraud on a vast and shocking scale. President Trump has coddled and cultivated the extreme right for as long as he's been in politics. After the infamous Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville in August of 2017, when neo-Nazis marched on a synagogue in the University of Virginia, chanting, "Jews will not replace us," when a homicidal extremist drove his car into peaceful counter-protesters and killed Heather Heyer, Trump could only bring himself to say that there were some very fine people on both sides. In 2020, when he was directly asked in the nationally televised presidential debate to condemn white supremacists, he told the Proud Boys to stand back and stand by, which they immediately adopted as their official motto and emblazoned on their t-shirts. In office, the Trump administration has dismantled the anti-domestic terror infrastructure at the FBI, at DOJ, at the Department of Homeland Security, constantly shifting resources away from monitoring racially motivated violent extremism into immigration enforcement. He's gutted the Civil Rights Division, which is charged with prosecuting hate crimes, defunded the Center for Prevention Programs and Partnerships, which had helped prevent more than 1,000 violent terror plots since 2020, and installed a 22-year-old with zero national security experience, except for Model United Nations, his junior year of college, to run what remains of our terrorism prevention office. He's redirected the Civil Rights Division to focus on so-called anti-white discrimination instead of the actual hate crimes devastating communities across America. He fired the federal prosecutors and FBI agents who investigated and convicted the extremists who attacked the Capitol on January 6, 2021. And just this month, the Trump administration released a new national counterterror strategy that literally erases right-wing violent extremism from the record. The strategy identifies drug cartels, Islamist terror, and violent left-wing extremists as the nation's top threats, but makes no mention whatsoever of far-right extremism, white supremacist violence, or domestic neo-Nazi terror. This despite a decade of data from the Nonpartisan Center for Strategic and International Studies showing that right-wing extremists carried out 152 attacks in the United States and killed 112 Americans, compared with 35 attacks and 13 deaths attributed to left-wing extremists. Again, he just blames his enemies for what his side is doing. Trump's real relationship to the extreme right was on full display January 6, 2021, when the Proud Boys, Oath Keepers, and 3%ers, all in Roger Stone's sphere of influence, led the violent assault on the Capitol and our police force as Trump exhorted a crowd of thousands to go out and fight like hell, or you won't have a country anymore. That mob not only chanted, "Hang Mike Pence," referring to Donald Trump's then vice president, and tried to shut down the peaceful transfer of power for the first time in American history, but brutally assaulted our police, wounding, injuring, disfiguring, and disabling more than 150 officers, terminating many careers in the process. But what has President Trump done to support, praise, or even just thank the police officers who saved members of the House and Senate and his own vice president from the rampaging mob he had incited? Nothing. What's he done to help Sergeant Gonell, whose brutal injuries forced him to retire from the Capitol Force? Nothing. What's he done to help Officer Harry Dunn, who was taunted with racial slurs throughout the day on January 6th? Nothing. Officer Michael Fanone, who wasn't even on duty, but came down to join his brothers and sisters in the blue to defend our democracy and was nearly ripped to shreds by the mob and had a heart attack. What's he done for him and his family? Nothing. No, Trump praises the J6 criminals, calling them heroes, martyrs, patriots, even hostages. He pardoned and commuted the sentences of more than 1,500 of them on his first day in office. Both the violent felons who attacked our officers with Confederate battle flags, baseball bats, and steel pipes, and the organizers behind the scenes who were convicted of seditious conspiracy, the deliberate and coordinated effort to put down and overthrow the government of the United States. Trump wasn't interested in the specific criminal backgrounds of any of the criminals he pardoned, whether they were child abusers, armed robbers, or drug traffickers, nor was he interested in whether they'd shown any contrition or remorse for the worst mob attack on the Capitol and the police in the history of the capital city, nor was he interested in whether they paid off their fines or restitution for the millions of dollars in damages inflicted. He just pardoned them all en masse, overriding the pardon attorney in the DOJ and liberating his private militia from jail. Many of these pardoned convicts have already gone out to commit more crimes since Trump let them out. Take, for example, Andrew Paul Johnson, who Trump let out of jail and then promptly went out and sexually attacked and molested two 12-year-old children, one boy and one girl. He is now back in prison for life. But Trump's stupid, blundering decision-making forever altered the lives of those children. Oh, and by the way, last year, Andrew Paul Johnson, in a desperate bid to get these children not to turn him in to the police, told them that because he had stormed the Capitol on January 6th, he was going to be, quote, awarded $10 million for his work and would be able to split the money with them if they agreed not to talk to the police. Now that brings us to the real fraud underway this week. Donald Trump has withdrawn his bogus $10 billion lawsuit against the IRS because the judge in the case, Kathleen Williams, doubted there was even a case or controversy and whether Trump had proper standing to bring it. And there was clearly no adverse relationship between Trump and the IRS. In any event, he withdrew it. He knew he was going to lose. Now, Trump is claiming that he and the IRS have a so-called settlement, which is not possible because the case was dismissed. This fraudulent settlement involves not only an agreement by the IRS and the DOJ not to investigate or prosecute him, his family, and his businesses forever for tax frauds that he may have committed in the past, but the establishment of a $1.776 billion political slush fund in the DOJ called the Anti-Weaponization Fund that will be used to reward his friends and foot soldiers. This is lawless. To begin with, Trump doesn't establish federal programs and appropriate money for them. We do that. That's the power of the purse. which belongs exclusively to Congress. We never set up this political slush fund to be run out of the DOJ, and we never would. We have a judicial system to hear authentic cases and controversies. Not a single J6er has had charges thrown out because of a false, malicious, or retaliatory prosecution. Not a single one has had their criminal conviction reversed on appeal because of a false, malicious, or retaliatory prosecution. The idea that they were falsely or maliciously prosecuted has not been found by a single judge, Republican, Democratic, or independent appointee. And this is a defamatory slur on law enforcement and the serious civil servants at the DOJ who've been under attack since this nightmare of MAGA weaponization began in January of last year. False, malicious, and retaliatory prosecutions are how Donald Trump and his DOJ operate, not real law enforcement, not real prosecutors. We would never set up a political slush fund to compensate the J6ers for their imaginary injuries because it's blatantly unconstitutional. Section 4 of the 14th Amendment, which I commend to all of my colleagues, it's in the Constitution, provides that the United States shall not assume or pay any debt or obligation incurred in aid of insurrection or rebellion against the United States. All such debts, obligations, and claims shall be held illegal and void. So everybody who thinks they're getting a big payoff this week, $1 million per J6er is the word on the street, should understand this. This payment is illegal and void, meaning that the money belongs only to the taxpayers of America, the people of the United States, and we will get that money back if any insurrectionist gets any. My friends, the Southern Poverty Law Center is not perpetuating a fraud. Today, the Trump administration is perpetuating a fraud against America by taking nearly $1.8 billion of our money from the U.S. Judgment Fund for the payment of actual court judgments and damages, and without any legal authorization from Congress, purporting to use it to pay off his once and future private militia. No one is fooled by all the counterfeit outrage about the SPLC and finger pointing at the people who've actually been combating violent racism in America. Mr. Chairman, the threat is not the SPLC. The real fraud is coming from the White House. Just yesterday, the New York Times reported that the career lawyers in the IRS Chief Counsel's office believe that Donald Trump's lawsuit is deeply flawed and could be easily defeated. And they drafted a memo advising the DOJ to dismiss it. Of course, instead, the DOJ entered into the $1.8 billion settlement instead. The general counsel for the Treasury Department, Brian Morrissey, the top lawyer, resigned on the same day this settlement was announced. We've got many questions for everybody involved in this brazen and corrupt transaction. Mr. Chair, pursuant to Clause 2K6 of Rule 11, I move that the committee now immediately subpoena those involved in the creation or execution of the nearly $1.8 billion slush fund: Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche, Associate Attorney General Stanley Woodward, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, IRS Chief Executive Officer Frank Bisognano, and Treasury Department General Counsel Brian Morrissey. Mr. Blanche orchestrated this outrageous slush fund as part of the settlement with Donald Trump, which was also signed by Mr. Woodward, and Mr. Bessent will oversee the payout of these funds. Mr. Bisognano signed off on the settlement for the IRS, and Brian Morrissey remarkably resigned as this deal was being announced. These individuals all possess critical insights into Trump's self-dealing scheme with his own agencies to create this fund and reward his supporters and friends. So I move that they be subpoenaed right now.
I second.
The gentleman has not been recognized for that purpose. We will hold any motions to subpoena in abeyance until the conclusion of today's hearing. We will, without objection, all their opening statements will be included in the record. We will introduce today's witnesses. We're pleased to have with us Dr. Carol Swain.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to request a recorded vote on that, if that's all right.
Well, we'll do that when it's time for that, but it's not time for that now. We're holding it in abeyance. Dr. Swain is author and former professor of Princeton University and Vanderbilt University. She has served on various government commissions, including the National Endowment for the Humanities and the Tennessee Advisory Committee to the U.S. Civil Rights Commission. She graduated Phi Beta Kappa from Roanoke College and received a master's degree from Yale and her PhD from North Carolina. Mr. Tyler O'Neill is a senior editor at the Daily Signal, where his reporting focuses on nonprofit organizations. He previously was an editor at PJ Media and Fox News and is the author of 2 books. Mr. Tony Perkins is the president of the Family Research Council, a nonprofit organization that advocates for family-centered policies. He's an ordained minister and previously served as the chair and vice chair of the U.S. Commission on International Religious Freedom. Mr. Perkins has also previously served as a member of the Louisiana House of Representatives. And Ms. Maya Wiley is the president.
And therefore, you know he's a right-wing zealot, Tony Perkins, if you do not know.
CEO of the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights. She previously served, also previously served as a member of the UNSELLABLE. Mr. Tony Perkins is the president of the Family Research Council, a nonprofit organization that advocates for family-centered policy.
It's Global AF on Legal AF. I'm Anthony.
I apologize. I hit the wrong thing.
From North Carolina. Mr. Tyler O'Neill is a senior editor at the Daily Signal, where his reporting focuses on nonprofit organizations.
I apologize.
Committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Your tactics undermine anyone.
We welcome our today's witnesses and thank them for appearing. The gentleman has not been recognized for that purpose. We will hold any motions to subpoena in abeyance. Now we're holding it in advance. Dr. Swain is author and former professor of Princeton University and Vanderbilt University. She has served on various government commissions, including the National Endowment for the Humanities and the Tennessee Advisory Committee to the U.S. Civil Rights Commission.
Raccoon.
She graduated Phi Beta Kappa from Roanoke College and received a master's degree from Yale and her PhD from North Carolina. Mr. Tyler O'Neill is a senior editor at the Daily Signal, where his reporting focuses.
You notice that they always get a raccoon when they want to pretend like racism and racial injustice isn't a true thing. This big mouth raccoon bitch right here. I'll let you see. You decide. Obviously, I've seen this.
This is on nonprofit organizations. He previously was an editor at PJ Media and Fox News and is the author of 2 books. Mr. Tony Perkins is the president of the Family Research Council, a nonprofit organization that advocates for family-centered policies. He's an ordained minister and previously served as the chair and vice chair of the U.S. Commission on International Religious Freedom. Mr. Perkins has also previously served as a member of the Louisiana House of Representatives. And Ms. Maya Wiley is the president and CEO of the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights. She previously served in the Civil Division of the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York and worked at the ACLU and the NAACP Legal Defense and Educational Fund. We welcome our today's witnesses and thank them for appearing today. And if you all please stand, we will begin by swearing you in. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God? Let the record reflect that the witnesses have answered in the affirmative. Thank you, and you can be seated. Please know that your written testimony will be entered into the record in its entirety. Accordingly, we ask that you summarize your testimony in 5 minutes, and we will start with Dr. Swain. Just make sure you hit the microphone there, hit that button, and try to stay as close to 5 as you can, although I won't cut you off right at 5. After all, we gave Mr. Raskin 15, so.
Good morning, Chairman, Ranking Member, and distinguished members of the committee. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify today on this very important subject. I am Dr. Carol M. Swain, a former tenured professor of political science and law at Vanderbilt, and I was also tenured at Princeton. I am a woman who rose from rural poverty in Southwest Virginia, earned 5 degrees, and built a career as a scholar of race, politics, and representation. My 1993 book, Black Faces, Black Interests, won 3 national awards and was cited by the U.S. Supreme Court. Yet, starting in 2009, I became the target of a sustained smear campaign by the Southern Poverty Law Center, an organization once respected for fighting real hate, but which I believe has become a weapon against conservatives, Christians, and dissenting voices. In September 2009, I found myself in the SPLC's crosshairs after I published an article in the Huffington Post titled Mission Creep and the Southern Poverty Law Center's Misguided Focus. I argued that the SPLC had drifted from its original mission of monitoring genuine hate groups, such as the KKK and the neo-Nazis, towards targeting mainstream conservatives. Immigration reform.
Okay, so you started with them, and now they targeted you, but they were responding to your article. Now you're the victim. They started harassing me after I wrote an article. What happened, bitch? Let's continue.
And anyone such as the KKK and the neo-Nazis towards targeting mainstream conservatives, immigration reformers, and anyone challenging progressive ideas on race and immigration.
So they started targeting mainstream Republicans. Would these mainstream Republicans be considered Republicans of the Reagan era? No, these are Trump Republicans. Let's keep it clear. These are not mainstream Republicans that they start targeting. They started targeting the Trump MAGA foolish Republicans. Let's be clear.
I specifically criticized the SPLC's attacks on figures like Lou Dobbs and organizations like the Center for Immigration Studies. I concluded
Lou Dobbs. You criticize them for having criticism about Lou Dobbs. You want to present that Lou Dobbs, fucking racist ass, was a regular conservative? Bitch, if you don't, go sit the fuck down somewhere, you better. If you don't go sit your ass down somewhere. She is sitting up here in front of Congress defending the hatred of Lou Dobbs. Only a good raccoon. Sit, boo-boo, sit. Ugh.
My article with the line, rather than monitoring hate groups, the Southern Poverty Law Center has become one. Within weeks of my article, the Southern Poverty Law Center retaliated. In October 2009, SPLC spokesman Mark Potok publicly labeled me as an apologist for white supremacists.
And he was absolutely right. But now she's the victim. They targeted me. No, you targeted them, and you didn't like their response. Now all of a sudden you are a victim. What did you say about them? What did you say about them? How did this start again, bitch?
And was cited by the U.S. Supreme Court. Yet, starting in 2009, I became the target of a sustained smear campaign by the Southern Poverty Law Center, an organization once respected for fighting real hate, but which I believe has become a weapon against conservatives, Christians, and dissenting voices. In September 2009, I found myself in the SPLC's crosshairs after I published an article in the Huffington Post titled Mission Creep and the Southern Poverty Law Center's Misguided Focus. I argued that the SPLC had drifted from its original mission of monitoring genuine hate groups, such as the KKK and the neo-Nazis, towards targeting mainstream conservatives, immigration reformers, and anyone challenging progressive ideas on race and immigration. I specifically criticized the SPLC's attacks on figures like Lou Dobbs and organizations like the Center for Immigration Studies. I concluded my article with the line, rather than monitoring hate groups, the Southern Poverty Law Center has become one. So, within weeks of my article, the Southern Poverty Law
rather than monitoring hate groups, the Southern Poverty Law Center has become one. That's how you end your thesis. And now here comes the victimhood. Here comes the victimhood. And within weeks of me saying that dumb shit, being an apologist for the white man, and then they targeted me.
Center retaliated. In October 2009,
Did they retaliate or did they respond? And it made you feel stupid and uncomfortable. Was it a retaliation or was it a response to you coming after them, calling them a hate group? Which one is it, bitch? I'm not going to talk through all of this. This is the first time I heard this part. No wonder why this bitch gets dragged all throughout this hearing.
SPLC spokesman Mark Potok publicly labeled me as an apologist for white supremacists.
He was right.
This stemmed from my endorsement of a documentary film, A Conversation About Race, directed by Craig Bodecker, which I recommended for classroom use because it offered perspectives rarely heard on university campuses. This attack on me was not an isolated incident. The Southern Poverty Law Center has used guilt by association, cherry-picked quotes, and fabrications to damage and destroy reputations and organizations. This attack on me was not an isolated minute for classroom use, directed by Craig Bodecker, of a documentary film, A Conversation About Race, directed by Craig Bodecker, which I recommended for.
I'm gonna look this. I'm gonna look this up. Hopefully, we can view a piece of it while she's talking.
Because it offered perspectives rarely heard on university campuses. This attack on me was not an isolated incident. The Southern Poverty Law Center has used guilt by association, cherry-picked quotes, and fabrications to damage and destroy reputations and organizations. There was long-term professional harm to me. Offers from other universities dried up. Speaking opportunities declined. I became kryptonite in certain academic and media circles. My experiences with the Southern Poverty Law Center exposed a powerful tax-exempt organization with enormous influence over media, corporations, law enforcement, and government that can chill speech and academic freedom without any meaningful accountability. The Southern Poverty Law Center's tactics, the mission creep, because it's lost sight of its original purpose, guilt by association, weaponized hate labels have broader consequences. They distort public discourse and equate policy disagreements with bigotry. They influence tech companies, public and private schools, and federal agencies in ways that marginalize conservative and religious voices. Their smear tactics undermine individuals and organizations that are fighting for the public good. I urge this committee to examine the Southern Poverty Law Center's practices, its financial operations, its influence on government partnerships, and the lack of transparency and accountability surrounding its hate group designation. Real civil rights work requires truth-telling, not retaliation against scholars who challenge orthodoxies, and certainly not the alleged financing of the hate the organization claims to fight. I hope Congress will deal with the Southern Poverty Law Center appropriately. Both political parties need to address this. This is a bipartisan issue. They should use all available means to hold this organization accountable, as you do, or as you proclaim to do with other organizations. Let's hold everyone to the same standard. Thank you for your time, and I will be ready to answer questions at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Doctor. Mr. Perkins, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Chairman Jordan, Ranking Member Raskin, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm Tony Perkins. I've served as the president of the Family Research Council here in Washington since 2003. Americans once associated Southern Poverty Law Center with fighting the Ku Klux Klan during the civil rights era. That reputation gave the SPLC enormous moral credibility. But in November of 2010, SPLC shifted its focus beyond violent groups and began targeting Christian organizations opposing efforts to redefine marriage and human sexuality. Family Research Council was among the most prominent of that first wave. In August of 2012, FRC joined Governor Mike Huckabee in supporting Chick-fil-A Appreciation Day after the company was boycotted because its leadership publicly affirmed traditional marriage. 2 weeks later, on August 15th, LGBT activist Floyd Corkins entered FRC headquarters carrying a 9mm pistol, 50 rounds of ammunition, and 15 Chick-fil-A sandwiches. According to his later confession, his intent was to kill as many as possible and stuff the sandwiches into our mouths. As he entered the building and pulled the gun out of his backpack, our building manager, Leo Johnson, confronted him. Though seriously wounded, Leo stopped the attacker and prevented a mass casualty event. After multiple surgeries and months of rehabilitation, Leo returned to work and remains today affectionately known as Leo the Hero, and he's here with us today. Leo, thank you. The following day, investigators confirmed Corkins confessed to selecting FRC because of SPLC's website and hate map. Following the attack, FRC appealed publicly, privately, to SPLC to remove mainstream Christian organizations from its inflammatory classifications. Those requests were rejected. The attack has cost FRC more than $6 million in security-related costs. But the costs extend way beyond one act of violence. SPLC's intelligence project and associated labels became deeply influential on banks, payment processors, and technology companies increasingly relied on SPLC classifications to decide which organizations could maintain accounts, process transactions, and operate online. Around 2016, the SPLC began pressuring financial corporations and technology companies to deplatform and defund organizations that it labeled extremist. Then came Charlottesville. According to the recent federal indictment, a member of the online leadership that planned Unite the Right rally at the direction of the SPLC and helped coordinate transportation for attendees was bankrolled by SPLC. Charlottesville, don't miss this, Charlottesville was a catalytic event for SPLC. As major corporations like Apple, JP Morgan Chase aligned with SPLC, contributing millions of dollars. Shortly afterwards, the coalition known as Change the Terms was formed, led by SPLC and the Center for American Progress, establishing standards that would encourage companies to deny digital access and financial infrastructure to organizations that SPLC labeled. The timeline of Change the Terms closely parallels the acceleration of the efforts to debank and deplatform conservatives. FRC experienced this from Truist Financial, BB&T, Fidelity Investments, GuideStar, Mobile Calls, and other technology-related companies. And SPLC officials openly acknowledged this strategy before Congress. In January of 2020, SPLC official Lakeisha Brooks stated this, quote, "We have lobbied internet companies one by one. A key part of this strategy has been to target these organizations' funding." Brooks continued to describe the coordinated effort to pressure technology companies and financial institutions to restrict access for organizations SPLC opposed. This committee, the issue before this committee, is larger than SPLC fraud. SPLC was the hub, but there are many spokes that made up this wheel designed to crush Christians and conservatives. The congressional inquiry should not stop with SPLC. In America, citizens should not lose banking services, digital platforms, public credibility, and a sense of safety because they believe in biblical marriage and sexuality. When government-related or regulated institutions can apply ideological labels in a coordinated fashion to silence, isolate, and financially cripple opponents, we have political targeting by proxy, and freedom is at risk.
Thank you, Mr. Perkins, for that testimony. Leo the Hero, thank you for your courage. We'll now go to Mr. O'Neill.
Chairman Jordan, Ranking Member Raskin, members of the committee, I'm honored to testify before you today. I will argue that the Southern Poverty Law Center does not merely track hate, it systematically inflates it, profits from it, and, according to a federal indictment, may even have helped create it. The first thing to know about the SPLC is that it has nothing to do with poverty. The Poverty Palace has an endowment, has assets of $822 million. That's more than 3 times the assets of the National YMCA and almost twice the sum of Planned Parenthood. That's why former employees have suggested mocking mottos for the SPLC, such as making hate pay. How did the SPLC become so wealthy? Co-founder Morris Dees set up a lucrative fundraising engine by suing the Ku Klux Klan into bankruptcy. When the SPLC ran out of grand dragons to slay, the center needed to find more hate to justify the fundraising. It has a financial incentive to juice the numbers. The SPLC began to publish a hate map that plots mainstream conservative and Christian groups alongside Klan chapters. The map includes Moms for Liberty, PragerU, Turning Point USA, and even Focus on the Family. The SPLC says the map reveals the infrastructure upholding white supremacy. This hate map kills 2 birds with 1 stone. It silences conservative dissent from the left's and the SPLC's agenda, and it exaggerates hate to keep the money flowing. The map also includes groups that barely exist, like a Confederate memorabilia shop and a convent. In 2023, I analyzed the map and found that it exaggerated hate by at least 267%. By including mainstream conservatives, double counting groups, and mentioning defunct organizations. Given this track record, is it really so far-fetched to think the SPLC might be propping up some of the very white supremacist groups it claims it exists to oppose? A federal grand jury indicted the SPLC on fraud charges because it had funneled $3 million to members of the Klan. The SPLC didn't deny the payments, but said it was funding informants who had tipped the center off to violent threats before they happened. But that's not what allegedly happened in Charlottesville in 2017. According to the indictment, the SPLC paid an organizer and directed this person's racist postings. The indictment suggests the SPLC's involvement made Charlottesville larger than it otherwise would have been. After Charlottesville, the SPLC's annual fundraising doubled. Social media companies volunteered to start silencing hate groups. CNN plastered the hate map on its website. Charlottesville was a payday for the SPLC. And this so-called informant may have been the SPLC's most cunning investment. Of course, if it became known that the SPLC had paid a Charlottesville organizer, that would be a massive scandal. No wonder the SPLC allegedly lied to a bank, setting up shell companies to fund these informants. Why does this matter? SPLC staff have briefed DOJ prosecutors. Big tech companies have used the SPLC to blacklist conservative nonprofits. School districts across the country have adopted the SPLC's curriculum. Hundreds of companies systematically exclude conservatives from their charity programs because of the SPLC. The SPLC also have offshoots that engage in similar efforts against conservatives. The Change the Terms Coalition banded together to pressure big tech to deplatform conservatives, and former SPLC staff have founded the Global Project Against Hate and Extremism. If an organization can inflate threats, influence federal policy, and conceal its role in allegedly fueling the very extremism it condemns, then Congress has a duty to investigate it and its offshoots.
Thank you, Mr. O'Neill. Ms. Wiley, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Jordan and Ranking Member Raskin,
Come
and to
on,
the
Miss
entire
Wiley.
committee for having me here today. I'd like to get right to the point. The attack on SPLC is nothing more than part of a larger, broader, coordinated attack on civil rights organizations, not-for-profits, ones that work to ensure voters can vote, that children can learn, and people can live without fear. Multiracial democracy is something Americans value, but as the administration has gutted civil rights enforcement and the Supreme Court has gutted the Voting Rights Act, it is in danger. Civil rights organizations like the Southern Poverty Law Center are fighting to protect all of our rights. It has done so for more than 5 decades. It helped bankrupt the violent white supremacist organizations, including the United Klans of America. It has brought major voting rights cases, including to secure fair representation for Black voters in Alabama. And it educates the public on threats from extremist movements before those threats turn to violence. Sadly, this work is critical. A San Diego mosque and the families of 3 brave fathers are mourning the apparently hate-motivated killings from just Monday. No one should fear violence in a place of worship or anywhere else. SPLC has been targeted by extremists and their supporters for years, not because it is dangerous, but because it is effective. Today, it is SPLC, but in a sense, we are all SPLC. I won't spend much time picking apart the preposterous criminal charges because I have complete confidence in SPLC's ability to do so in court. But all Americans, no matter our party or beliefs, should not sleep on this hearing and what is happening. Because Monday's murders at a mosque appears to be from 2 young people apparently espousing neo-Nazi and white supremacist hate, and they took up arms. We need to discuss hate ideologies and the groups that spread them to understand how we can prevent the kind of violence that happened on Monday. Trying to distort SPLC's use of informants into some claim that engaged in manufacturing hate is not only nonsensical, it's an effort to deny that hate exists. Prosecution should never be tolerated as a weapon to silence disagreement or stop lawful activities that this administration dislikes. In the past year, we've seen countless examples of weaponization against law firms, universities, media companies, advocates of basic rights branded as domestic terrorists, important nonprofits that had their grants cut off, protesters who faced violence. The use of criminal prosecutions is consistent with this pattern. And our concern is that no organization seen as dissenting from any administration's policy, large or small, should ultimately face this kind of abuse of power. We are also concerned that some private financial companies, namely Schwab, Fidelity, and Vanguard, have joined in the administration's efforts to cut off funds that donors have asked be sent to Southern Poverty Law Center. In this case, it doesn't appear that conviction is the goal. Starving the SPLC of resources, tarnishing its reputation, and ultimately bullying it into compliance is more likely the point. Luckily, SPLC and civil rights organizations will not be intimidated. SPLC is continuing to fight against hate and to stand up for people's rights. It just sued the Goyim Defense League for anti-Semitic and racist harassment of Jewish and Black residents in Nashville. It has sued to ensure that voters in Cobb County, Georgia are getting their absentee ballots on time. And it continues to educate us about the growth of hate and extremism in this country, which even federal data has shown has doubled since 2015. It is real. The SPLC is far too busy fighting hate to manufacture it. You don't have to like or agree with all of its strategies. I wouldn't ask that. But the fact that SPLC is being criminally charged for its work only shows how much work it has to do. Thank you.
That concludes opening statements. Before going to 5-minute questions, the chair recognizes the ranking member for some comments.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for this. I just wanted to note the very sad occasion of the passing of a distinguished former member of the House of Representatives, Barney Frank, who succumbed to his illness and died just moments ago. And so I wanted to make sure that all members knew about the passing of this great champion of civil rights and civil liberties. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back to you.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just add, I mean, Rep. Frank was obviously a huge advocate for civil rights, particularly LGBTQ rights, and a big advocate for finance reform across our economic structures. So his voice will certainly be missed. Thank you.
I would just relate what I remember about, one of the things I remember about Representative Frank was when I first got here, this was back when the motion to recommit was actually a debate. I mean, you may remember, 5-minute debate, and I was a freshman. For some reason, leadership asked me to do the motion to recommit, said, would I be willing to do the motion to recommit on a bill sponsored by Barney Frank? And I said, no, are you crazy? I don't know. It was a financial service bill. I said, I don't know the subject. Plus, I've seen the guy debate. I'd rather not do that, particularly as a freshman. So he was very good at holding his own in any type of discussion or debate. And I think we all have those memories of the late representative.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Nadler is recognized.
Barney was a great champion of all kinds of civil rights and civil liberties. I particularly remember the day in 2008 when he became the first member to offer a motion to legalize transgender, to recognize transgender people.
Chair now recognizes the gentleman from California.
At the risk of piling on, we all have, that served with Barney, have some fond memories. I'll just close out mine by saying, from the time I was a freshman, he was very good at coming up to me and saying, Darrell, now you're probably not going to be for this, but you should be. And or some similar ones. And on occasions, it was true. And that was the thing about an incredibly smart, if you will, happy warrior at times. He wasn't always happy, but when he was, and on this committee where I served with him, he was happiest when there was real debate, when he could use his wit to either change minds or at least embarrass those who had come half prepared. So yes, he will be missed, and I thank the gentleman.
We now move to 5-minute question. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Ms. Wiley, the SPLC labeled a brilliant black conservative, the woman sitting to your left, Dr. Carol Swain, a, quote, apologist for white supremacists, close quote, simply for daring to disagree with them. Do you personally think Dr. Swain is a racist?
I don't know, Dr. Swain. What I will say is what's important about the Southern Poverty Law Center's work is that it identify where and how we have problems.
I'm asking you, you're choosing not to answer. Okay, you don't know her? Have you read any of her writings?
I have not.
Okay, so Dr. Swain, what was the impact of SPLC's radical, unnecessary attack on you? What was the result of that?
It actually set in motion a series of events that led to my retiring in 2017. Now, there are more things that happened, but once the Southern Poverty Law Center labels a black conservative as an apologist for white supremacists, then people don't know how to process that. But I can tell you that James Taranto of the Wall Street Journal wrote a 2,000-word article in defense of Carol Swain. That's the title of the article, In Defense of Carol Swain. That helped a lot, but I think that it hurt the Southern Poverty Law Center as well, because people knew that if they went after the author of a book on white nationalism, I published with Cambridge Press in 2002, a book, The New White Nationalism in America is Challenged Integration. They went after me, and so I was
You were a tenured professor.
Now that's who isn't answering. Myra Wiley completely answered the question, and you're not answering. She said, "I don't know her. She doesn't know any of her readings. She's about to get to know her very well." And all of this, if somebody has, people don't know what to do with it. When someone says a black conservative is a racist, people do know what to do with it. People know if they are not followers of headlines and the above the fold information that is given. People know to research on what you have said, bitch. People know that there are many black raccoons. Many of those black raccoons who told you that it would be good to vote for 45, 47 in this election, and now they have gone silent. Like you have gone silent. Now you want to sit up here and gripe about what the Southern Poverty Law Center did to you. Did they write a paper about you and the things that you said? Did they misrepresent anything that you said? They said the effects of the dumb shit that you were out here saying had on black people as a whole. But see, you wanted to be one of these unicorn black Negroes to pretend like everybody has to get it out of the mud. And you are separate from the other black people. And this is what's wrong with other black people. Let's continue.
Sir,
Yes.
Vanderbilt and Princeton,
Yes.
and it impacted
Come on.
your career.
It definitely impacted my career.
Thank you for that information. So let's just cut to the chase here. SPLC is closing in an $800 million nest egg. I'm happy.
It impacted her career how? She said she wasn't getting any more speaking engagement. Is that your career, or was your career a professor in political science at Vanderbilt and Princeton? Exactly how did it affect your career? It may have affected your side hustle, your race hustle. It may have affected that. No one gives a fuck about it affecting your race hustle when the Southern Poverty Law Center is making sure that they protect that black people have jobs. That this overt racism was not applauded and looked at as something that, well, that's the way it is. There's nothing we can do about it. They fought against racism, so everyday black people could be employed. But you want to talk about your unicorn Negro ways and how it was affected. No, they affected your fucking getting ahead with a fucking black bitch doing some race hustling for the man hole.
I happen to have their 990 employees and how much they get paid. The president CEO from this filing from 2024, $466,000 is the base salary. Total with perks, $522,000, and you go on down the list. And when the list closed for me, I didn't see anybody making less than $285,000 per year from them. And there's a reason that Charity Watch gives SPLC an F.
Who is Charity Watch? What type of organization is Charity Watch? What grade did Charity Watch give Donald Trump charity? Or was Donald Trump charity closed down by the state of New York by then? What grade did Donald Trump charity get? You know, the same charity that was paying itself for artwork, the same charity that Donald Trump would extract from when he proclaimed to be giving charity to making all of these pronouncements of we're going to give you this and that, and I am going to award you this and that. And when he went to his charity to get the money to pay for all of the things that he professed that he was giving away himself as an individual, What grade did Donald Trump charity get?
As a charity. The organization's recent federal indictment for wire fraud alleged that it secretly took some of that money, through over $3 million in donor funds, to informants tied to extremist groups like the KKK, Aryan Nations. And it only confirms what mass resistance has warned about for years, that the SPLC was never fighting hate, was manufacturing it to justify existence. Mr. O'Neill was talking about Eisen, who actually was one of the founders, who was attacking the KKK, and then actually had to shift when they put them out of business because they needed money. And so then it became this mission to attack people and falsely label them and basically gin up the basic money machine that they were doing. And I want to ask you, Mr. Perkins, your team was specifically targeted by SPLC, and as a result of their targeting you for having espousing traditional American and biblical values, there was actually an attempt at mass violence. Can you describe that a little bit and talk about our hero, Leo the hero, just a little bit more?
The gunman who's now serving prison for domestic terrorism came into the building with a gun. Leo, who is the building manager, was actually standing at the front, asking what he needed. He pulled pulled the semi-automatic pistol out of the backpack. He began shooting. The first round hit Leo in the arm, shattering his arm. He was still able to take him down. More shots were fired. The bullet holes remained in the walls of our building. Leo was able to disarm him and take him down and even recover the weapon. And following that, watching the footage with the FBI agents who were surveilling it, said, why did he not, he was bleeding out, why didn't he fire the round into Corkins to make sure that he could not come back at him?
Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. People pretend like they don't understand why that 17 and 18-year-old shot up a mosque in California. People pretend like they don't understand it. You, bitch, are the reason your right-wing hate of brown people and of Muslims is the very reason why we had the violence that we had in San Diego. Bitches like you stupid ass cunt. You believe in the destruction of all Muslims. So what makes you different from what you say Muslims are? What makes you different from what you say Muslims are? What Muslims do you know that have gone into a country and killed as many people as Benjamin Netanyahu regime has? Bitch, get the fuck out of my chat, you stupid, dumb bitch. Don't come back. And you don't see any talk about what was done in San Diego. There's no outcry about right-wing violence. There's we don't understand. We understand that this is being investigated as a hate crime. The police officer, the spokesman for San Diego police, told you that. They saw the evidence, and not only did these two people who shot up that mosque in San Diego trying to get to children, you know how I guess they were inspired by Pete Kegbreath, who hit that school and killed over 260 school-aged children. Maybe this is what inspired them. But I noticed that none of you are even sitting up here talking about what Muslims want to do to Jews. These white nationalists, they want to do the same thing to Jews. Understand that these are two white children that they want to call children at the age of 17 and 18, while they try black and brown children at the age of 13 and 14 as an adult. These fucking white children, they also had a whole lot of hate speech towards Jews. Not only did they hate Muslims, they hated Jews too. So while you sit your stupid ass up in my chat thinking you're making a point, bitch, know what you're fucking talking about, ho. Don't come up in my chat with no dumb shit. You are the problem. You and your right-wing white supremacy is the problem. Period.
And I didn't know the answer. As a former police officer, I would have, just as the FBI said, I would have defended myself, not knowing if I was going to pass out. So I asked Leo when he came out of surgery that night. I went to the hospital about midnight. He came out of the hospital, and my first question was, Leo, why didn't you shoot him? And he said, because God told me not to. We're not here for revenge. We're here for justice. And what they have inspired, not just to us, but to thousands of Americans who love this country and happen to believe the Bible as a definitive way to live. They want to silence us. And I stood on the street the day after the shooting, and I'll say it again. We will not be silent. We will not shrink back. We will not apologize for biblical truth. We will continue to stand for it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Natter, recognized. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we've heard a lot over the last few days about so-called weaponization as Donald Trump rolled out his settlement slush fund to reward his friends and allies, including insurrectionists, white supremacists, and others within the MAGA faithful. But this hearing is among the worst kinds of weaponization, using the power of the Judiciary Committee to further Donald Trump's personal vendetta against those who seek to hold him and his allies accountable. He has weaponized the Department of Justice to stifle dissent, attacking law firms, universities, and members of civil society that dare challenge him. And now this committee is being pressed into service to join in his petty campaign of retribution. That is because that is beneath the dignity of this committee, on which I have been proud to serve my entire career in Congress. But since we have been called here, I want to talk about the important work that the Southern Poverty Law Center does to take on one of the most malign forces in our society, and that is anti-Semitism. Unfortunately, anti-Semitism in America is not a relic of the past. It is a present and growing threat. The FBI has consistently documented Jewish Americans as the most targeted religious group for hate crimes year after year. We have seen it erupt into mass violence, from the massacre at the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh to the attack on Poway, California. We have seen it spread through online spaces, and we have seen it increasingly seep into mainstream right-wing politics, in conspiracy theories about Jewish financiers, in Holocaust analogies deployed as political weapons, and in figures with well-documented ties to white supremacists ascending to positions of influence. The Southern Poverty Law Center is on the front lines fighting anti-Semitism. In 2019, the SPLC won a $14 million judgment against the founder of a neo-Nazi website, Daily Stormer, who orchestrated a full-blown doxing and harassment campaign against a local Jewish woman. She ended up getting more than 700 gruesome threats online, like being told that she should have died in a concentration camp and that she was, quote, easy to find. Someone even posted an image of her and her 12-year-old son and their rabbi imposed on photos of the gates of Auschwitz. One of our witnesses, Mr. O'Neill, has accused the SPLC of exaggerating hate. I wonder if he thinks that the hate against this woman was exaggerated or manufactured. Last year, the Southern Poverty Law Center filed suit against the white supremacist extremist group Goyim Defense League, an openly anti-Semitic group that calls for the return of the Nazi Party. SPLC sued because in 2024, the GDL launched a coordinated campaign against Black and Jewish communities during a July 2024 hate tour, in quotes, in Nashville. These neo-Nazis were marching across the city, assaulting people they believed to be Jewish, harassing groups of young Black children, and waving swastika flags. Another one of our witnesses, Mr. Perkins, has called the SPLC, quote, a partisan smear machine. I certainly hope he does not believe that it is a partisan smear to call out neo-Nazis and to make them pay for assaulting Jews and harassing Black children. Fighting against neo-Nazis, neo-fascists, and white supremacists is not a partisan issue. It should be very simple to reject these tenets. So why is it so hard for Republicans to call out the anti-Semitism we see within the current administration? President Trump has not only hosted, but also refused to condemn Nick Fuentes, a Holocaust denier and white nationalist. Meanwhile, Republicans have remained silent as the administration attempted to implement political litmus tests in order for synagogues to be deemed eligible to receive security grants, hired known anti-Semites like Kingsley Wilson, Ed Martin, and Sebastian Gorka, and gutted the agencies charged with preventing domestic terrorism. Lip service about fighting anti-Semitism rings hollow when you staff your government with people who embrace it, no matter how many task forces or advisory committees you form. And now they are coming after an organization on the front lines of fighting anti-Semitism.
Laura Looney, who has a press pass in the Pentagon, who has threatened the lives of many people on X, and she has not been deplatformed on X, not one time, but she has exclusive access to the president. The Laura Looney, who it has been reported has been in the Looney bin on several occasions, have access to the Pentagon and the president. Let's not forget that it has been reported that these two, what they want to call children at the age of 17 and 18 years old that went to a mosque and shot up the mosque, it has been reported that they were followers of who else? Laura Looney. Let that sink in. Let that sink in as you want to talk about Muslim people.
And racism in all its pernicious forms. Ms. Wiley, the time we have left, I want to turn to you. What harm does it do to the Jewish community or any targeted community when Republicans spread false information against one of the few organizations actively fighting hate crimes and tracking extremist groups?
Representative Nadler, you actually shared one of the examples I would share, which is the Goyim Defense League lawsuit. This is incredibly important for the Jewish community because anti-Semitism and the great replacement theory that we're seeing in so many of these ideologies that SPLC is identifying actually comes for all of us. Comes for people who are Black, comes from people who are transgender, comes for people who are Jewish. And one of the things, and the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights was co-founded with Jewish organizations and leaders. It is part of our roots and history as a civil rights coalition. And we have several of our Jewish groups have signed a letter that has been released today and sent supporting the Southern Poverty Law Center because it even modeled some of the ways that more elevation of anti-Semitism could happen. One last thing I'll point out, because the FBI was well aware of this despite the claim in the indictment. The Southern Poverty Law Center gave a 45-page event threat memo to the FBI before the Unite the Right rally because of the program we're talking about today and identifying that there would be people there who were armed. And as we saw in what turned out in that rally, it was critically important.
Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. O'Neill, they had an extremist file webpage, didn't they?
Yes.
And they would, on this webpage, they would pick out some crazy hate guy and they would, some bad guy, and he was like the extremist of the month. They'd highlight him and they would say, send us money to stop so-and-so. Is that right?
Exactly.
And F42 was one of the field sources, number 42, chair of some crazy hate group. The Southern Poverty Law Center highlighted him on their webpage. He's bad, he's evil, send us money. Is that right?
Yes.
Isn't that the same thing that 45, 47 do every time something happened in the government? I need your help badly. We only have a short time to stop this and that from happening. Isn't that what 45, 47 does on his begging these poor white trash who vote for him money? Isn't that what he does all the time? Always campaigning on anything that happens in the United States? What is your question? We're gonna go forward on this because I really don't give a fuck what his question is. He's asking, is the Southern Poverty Law Center does what 4547 does 250 times more. Let's continue.
Did they tell their
I'm sorry, which?
Even though we're paying him to be racist, that was their pitch, but they didn't tell him that, did they?
No, they did not.
Is that appropriate, Miss Wiley?
I'm sorry, which part? Sorry.
All of that. Is that appropriate to say, tell your donors, this is the extremist of the month. This hateful, racist guy is really bad. Send us money, but not tell those donors who you're taking their money from that we're paying this guy $140,000. Is that appropriate?
Well, we have public reporting that over a dozen donors actually said that they spent the money
Field
as
source 42.
Do you want her to answer the question? Or, no, you don't, because you're about to get some facts, so you decide to talk over her.
Got 140 grand from the Southern Poverty Law Center, was featured on their webpage as extremist of the year or month or whatever they call these bad guys, and they were paying him and they were gating money. Is that appropriate? Simple question.
And donors have supported it, and they keep trying to send
So
more
it is
money
appropriate.
to the Southern Poverty
No,
Law
no, no, no.
Center.
Is that technique appropriate? That's what I'm asking.
That is not unlawful to say that people have done.
I didn't
X,
ask if it
Y,
was
or
lawful or
Z.
unlawful. As you said earlier in your testimony, the court's going to determine that when they go to when they go to trial. What I'm asking you, is it appropriate?
As I said, the donors have spoken, and in fact,
the court doesn't have to determine it. The court is not the say all be all of what is unlawful. If it was unlawful, they would have a court case in the courts about it because it was unlawful. Is there a court case, Jeffries? Oh no.
they're trying to send more money now, and their financial institutions refusing to send the money.
Is the Alliance Defending Freedom, is that a hate group?
I don't know. I don't do designations.
Well, they've argued 16 cases before the Supreme Court, won 16 cases before the Supreme Court. They stand for traditional values. Southern Poverty Law Center labeled them a hate group. Are they a hate group?
I don't know them, and I don't work on the designations.
Well, here's one thing.
I'm here to talk
let me
about
ask you
the
this.
impact on
Is
civil
Jane's
rights.
Revenge, is that a hate group? Because the ADF, they didn't firebomb anybody, but Jane's Revenge did. ADF is labeled a hate group. Jane's Revenge isn't. I want to know how you would label them.
I'm not here as a person who designates groups. I'm here to talk about the impact on civil rights.
Okay. Mr. O'Neill, you think any of these field sources were double dipping? I mean, during the Biden, Ray, Garland administration, the Justice Department paid a bunch of confidential human sources, a bunch of them. We know a bunch of them were at the Capitol on January 6th. 4 went in the Capitol. And I'm just wondering if the same entity, the Justice Department under President Biden, paying these confidential human sources, who was working with the Southern Poverty Law Center, having quarterly meetings with them, consulting with them.
What do you wonder about under this current administration? These people who tried to subvert the peaceful transition of power that came in, raged in the Capitol, beat police, and were tried by a jury of their peers and found guilty, and some of them pled guilty, who were pardoned by Donald Trump. What do you think about them? Are they double dipping? Were they secretly coordinating with Donald Trump, since one of them who went on to molest 2 children tried to keep the children quiet by telling the children that, hey, if you don't tell, I'm expecting $10 million and I will leave you some in my will? What do you think that they're double dipping? How did this man know that he was expected to get money from this administration? Are they coordinating with this administration? And is the money coming out of Donald Trump's pocket? No, it's coming out of the Treasury. So, how come you're not asking questions about that? Are we serious? Has there been any indication that they were double dipping? If there has been any indication that they have been double dipping, Gordon, I'm pretty sure you would have an example ready. So you are asking a hypothetical without anything to sway the person that this could be a possibility. Huh. Just because the tone of your voice, just because of your righteous indignation, as you turn a blind eye to the facts that are actually and easily proven to be going on in this administration. But do you think that they were double dipping? For example, why would I think that?
Give them FBI data before anyone else could see it, having them train their prosecutors. I'm just wondering, do you think it was out of the realm of possibility that the Justice Department was paying the same sources the SPLC was paying?
I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility. I have no information or knowledge that they were double dipping. I would say
I have no proof of what I'm saying, but if given a choice, you know, I am against the SPLC. So, of course, I am saying that it is in the realm that they were double dipping, but I have no proof of it. So it means nothing what you just said, you stupid fuck.
that Stephen J. Ross, who is author of The Secret War Against Hate, which is about the history of informants that Jewish groups had placed in some of these violent groups back, decades and decades before the SPLC ever existed. He said that neither the ADL nor the American Jewish Committee nor the Anti-Nazi League did anything like highlighting informants online as in extremist profiles while also funding them.
Yeah. Last question, I'll come to you, Mr. Perkins. In your opening statement, you talked about how it was just worse than the SPLC because how they've put themselves out there or become the standard of help from the government, I think, in becoming the source or the standard on evaluating and determining what groups are hate groups, what groups aren't. But it's bigger and broader. It has things. But I think the real thing here is how closely they worked with the government to carry out what they were trying to do. And the reason the Biden administration embraced them, I think, so fully was politics, simple politics. You agree?
Well, there are members of this committee that were endorsed by SPLC. They had a C4 was involved in elections. So they were not just an umpire. They were a player on the field as well. So how can they be objective in determining who is a purveyor of hate and who is not? I mean, they had a stake in this. But to your point about their engagement with government, it goes much further than the federal government and the FBI and the Department of Justice and the Department of Defense, which their material was in briefing to the members of the military. But they also continue to have their Learning for Justice, which is about 500,000 educators across America, and bulletins to local law enforcement. And I happen to know because the agency I was with, the sheriff called me and said, "Hey, we got a bulletin that says you're a part of a hate group."
Yep.
And he was laughing.
Yep.
But that is the reach that they've had. This is the hub. They're the hub, but they're spokes that go out. And
no, I think that's an appropriate metaphor. My time has expired. With that, I recognize the gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. O'Neill, have you ever heard the name Michael Donald?
I have, yes. I'm very familiar with the case.
How about you, Mr. Perkins?
I love him. Very quiet and unassuming, and he will get in your ass.
You don't know? Never heard of him? How about you, Dr. Swain? You've never heard of Michael Donald before?
Now, this is the black bitch who is sitting up here saying how black conservatives are attacked. She is the one who wants to explain what racist terms mean. She wants to explain to you that people are using the word racism in the wrong way. And I love how you are a professional. You are prolific in everything racism. And you don't know who this is?
You don't know? You've never heard of him? How about you, Dr. Swain? You've never heard of Michael Donald before?
She's never heard of Michael Donald before. So let's hear who Michael Donald is.
You can cut your mic on.
I'm not sure, but maybe if you give a little
Well,
more
he was the 19-year-old African-American black boy down in Mobile, Alabama. He's the son of Beulah May and David Donald, the youngest of 6 children. He was in community college at the time while working part-time for a local newspaper. And on March 21st of 1981, he was lynched.
What year? 1981. But this black bitch who professed to know everything and how people are misconstruing racism don't even know who he is. Why further should she know who he is? Let's continue.
You've never heard of that before?
No, I have not.
Well, then you
I
did
don't
not
recall
know
that.
then that the SPLC was responsible for filing a lawsuit against the United Klans of America, whose members were responsible for lynching Michael Donald. You did not know that the SPLC had sued along with Beulah May Donald
I have published.
and received or obtained a judgment.
Now I have problem. No, bitch, you didn't know anything about it. While you sit up here to profess to be the be all know all about racism, and surely this racism that you speak of, it's not really racism. It's something other.
That ran the United Klans of America along with Beulah May Donald.
I have published.
And received or obtained a judgment that ran the United Klans of America out of business. You weren't aware of that?
I was totally aware of it. In fact, I used
Okay, well, let me
data
ask you this
from
then. Let me ask you this. If you were aware of that,
Now she was totally aware of it. I was totally aware of it. What were you, bitch? It didn't seem like you had any clue of what he was speaking of. Now, all of a sudden, I was totally aware of it. I'm glad you cut this lying hoe off.
know that they have been effective. You weren't aware of that?
I was totally aware of it. In fact, I used
Okay, well, let me
data
ask you this
from
then. Let me ask you this. If you were aware of that, you know that they have been effective since then in running a number of Ku Klux Klan organizations out of business through lawsuits, correct? You're aware of it, Mr. O'Neill, aren't you?
Yes, I'm actually very aware of that case because the SPLC edged out Beulah May Donald, who wanted to make a video about it.
Well, I didn't get to respond.
Hold on now. You said that Charlottesville was a catalytic moment or a fundraising moment, both of you all have said, for the Southern Poverty Law Center. You're aware of the fact that the Southern Poverty Law Center actually forwarded to the FBI information about Charlottesville before it even happened, before Donald Trump said that the Ku Klux Klansmen down there and the anti-Jewish folks, anti-Semites, were good people. You were aware of the fact that SPLC provided information to the FBI about that. Isn't that correct, Ms. Wiley?
That is correct.
And they have been very effective at suing organizations, anti-Semitism, anti-racism. They have been a thorn in the side of the racist, who I'm sure sat up in their graves. Robert E. Lee, Nathan Bedford Forrest, the former Confederate general, founder of the Ku Klux Klan, and others, Stonewall Jackson. I'm sure that they stood up in their graves and saluted when Trump was elected and when he took office, because on the first day, he eliminated all federal efforts to remedy the impact of slavery and racism in America. They call it DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. Trump has tried to stop that, and the United States Supreme Court has gone along with him in ending enforcement of or the ability to enforce the Voting Rights Act, which is one of the ways that you, Dr. Swain, were able to get the right to vote. I don't understand it,
May I
Ms. Wiley.
respond?
Can you tell me why it is that folks today are claiming that we have no racism in America and the only extremism we have is through left-wing groups like the SPLC, and they're targeting the SPLC? Can you tell us why?
We've just seen an outright attack on all the gains of the civil rights movement for the past 60 years. And I can only say that I will never be able to explain it, but at a time when hate crimes have doubled in this country, gone up one.
Oh, wait a minute. But I thought Miss Sweeney was biting at the bit to answer that. Can I answer that? And now she sits there quiet with not a word to say.
100% since 2015. And I can only say that I will never be able to explain it, but at a time when hate crimes have doubled in this country, gone up 100% since 2015, where the rise in anti-Semitism, the rise in hate against transgender people, Black people still remain the #1 largest racial group subject to hate crimes, that we have to talk about racism, transphobia, all of the violence that too many of our communities are experiencing, and no one, including any of the groups here, should experience violence.
And Trump,
I think the gentleman's time has expired. With that, we go to the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock. I thank the gentleman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Eric Hoffer famously observed that every great cause becomes a movement, that becomes a business, that becomes a racket. And I think that sums up precisely the matter before us today. SPLC is a private organization. They have a right to speak and influence the public policy discussion. No one questions that. What they do to malign innocent groups like Turning Point USA and Family Research Council and others is despicable and hateful, but that's freedom of speech. But freedom of speech does not include the right to defraud donors. It does not include the right to commit bank fraud. Those are the allegations in the grand jury indictment. We've got a legal system that I trust will sort those charges out. And it also doesn't include the right to slander and
In poor innocent Turning Point USA. They don't have the right to deride Turning Point USA. However, a Turning Point USA at every stop has the right to deride Black people. Is that what you're saying? Oh, they are not supposed to, you're not supposed to respond back to our racism. Y'all need to know, you niggers need to know when to stay in your place. How dare these niggers respond to our racism? Is that what you're saying? We're going to move on because this is a bunch of bullshit right here. To the next question.
What the ranking member knows but chose to leave out.
What the ranking member knows but chose to leave.
Read, or please.
So it's only, Mr. Chairman, the second.
No, it does not.
Hold on.
Moment then, please.
That Donald Trump praised.
He's having it reread.
Okay, just as long as you could, please.
Oh, God.
Recording clerk, read back verbatim.
Said that.
I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility. I have no information or knowledge that they were double dipped.
Hold on now. You've said that.
but chose to leave out is that Trump then said, of concerns. First is this, the civil rights movement, of which SPLC was once a part, had made great progress in uniting our country and marginalizing racist ideology and dramatically reducing racial strife between the 1950s and the 1990s. But over the past several decades, that progress seems to have reversed. In recent years, we've watched our country torn apart by growing racial.
So it reversed because of the SPLC. Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying? Or it had the white racists got comfortable with being able to verbalize their racism. And is it the fault of the people who are being prejudiced against, or is it the fault of the racists that racism has flourished in this country? Is it the one at the receiving end of the racism? It's their fault? You're complaining about the SPLC and racism, and after acknowledging that is a big reason why racism was scattered between 1950 and 1990, and you want to blame the same group because the increase in racism. Make that make sense. Make nonsense make sense to me. Someone. Anyone, please.
Strife. And the allegation at the heart of this matter is that the SPLC was covertly fanning these flames for their own financial gain. A significant flashpoint, of course, was the Charlottesville riots, which had fatal results. And I do need to call out the ranking member for deliberately perpetuating the Democrats' dishonest claim that Donald Trump praised the Nazis at Charlottesville when he said there were, quote, very fine people on both sides. What the ranking member knows but chose to leave out is that Trump then said, I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis and the white nationalists because they should be condemned totally, unquote. Ranking member knows this, and the fact that he perpetuated that today speaks for itself.
Mr. Chairman, I ask that the gentleman's words be taken down.
The gentleman will suspend. The gentleman will suspend. For what purpose does the gentleman interrupt?
I ask that the gentleman's words be taken down.
Which words?
Which words are you referring to?
Well, he mentioned twice that the ranking member misled, deceived, and lied to this committee.
The gentleman,
I didn't use the word deceive. I didn't use the word lie.
He has
the gentleman.
motives.
Would both gentlemen please suspend? Would the recording clerk read back verbatim that passage is being referred to?
Both times.
It's only one chair here. I'll take just one of them. It'll be fine.
I think we need.
The gentleman will suspend.
To put it in context, Mr. Chairman, we got to have both
The
utterance.
gentleman will suspend.
I do need to call out the ranking member for.
We can't hear you. Sorry. Okay, just as loud as you could, please.
I need to call out the ranking member for deliberately perpetuating.
I need to call out. Go ahead.
For deliberately perpetuating.
The deliberately perpetuating the Democrats' dishonest claim that Donald Trump praised the neo-Nazis.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, we saw that whole argument. Let's see exactly where this motherfucker did in fact lie. He said that Trump excluded the white nationalists. Shall we hear that again? Him lie and say that the Democrats were lying when in fact he was the one who was lying? Let's continue.
And the allegation at the heart of this matter is that the SPLC was covertly fanning these flames for their own financial gain. A significant flashpoint, of course, was the Charlottesville riots, which had fatal results. And I do need to call out the ranking member for deliberately perpetuating the Democrats' dishonest claim that Donald Trump praised the Nazis at Charlottesville when he said there were, quote, very fine people on both sides. What the ranking member knows but chose to leave out is that Trump then said, I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis and the white nationalists because they should be condemned totally, unquote.
Okay, let's see if we can find that quote. Let's see if we can find that quote. Shall we? Let's see who's lying. Let me share my screen with you. This is something that's easy to do. This is something very easy to do. Here we go. Give me 1 second. Here we go. Let's revisit the dreadful moment. The excitement in his voice to talk about a woman losing her life in a racist display in Charlottesville.
You're putting what you're calling the alt-left and white supremacists on the same moral plane.
I'm not putting anybody on a moral plane. What I'm saying is this. You had a group on one side and you had a group on the other, and they came at each other with clubs, and it was vicious, and it was horrible, and it was a horrible thing to watch. But there is another side. There was a group on this side, you can call them the left, you've just called them the left, that came violently attacking the other group. So you can say what you want, but that's the way it is.
It's on both sides, sir. You said there was hatred, there was violence on both sides.
Well, I do think there's blame. Yes, I think there's blame on both sides. You look at both sides. I think there's blame on both sides, and I have no doubt about it, and you don't have any doubt about it either. And if you reported it accurately, you would say.
Kill the person. Heather hired Charlottesville.
They showed up in Charlottesville to protest. Excuse me. They didn't put themselves down as you, and you had some very bad people in that group. But you also had people that were very fine people on both sides. You had people in that group. Excuse me. I saw the same pictures as you did. You had people in that group that were there to protest the taking down of, to them, a very, very important statue and the renaming of a park from Robert E. Lee to another name. Well, no, George Washington was a slave owner. Was George Washington a slave owner? So will George Washington now lose his status? Are we going to take down, are we going to take down statues to George Washington? How about Thomas Jefferson? What do you think of Thomas Jefferson? You like him? Okay, good. Are we going to take down the statue? Because he was a major slave owner. Now we're going to take down his statue. So you know what? It's fine. You're changing history. You're changing culture. And you had people, and I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis and the white nationalists, because they should be condemned totally. But you had many people in that group other than neo-Nazis and white nationalists, okay? And the press has treated them absolutely unfairly. Now, in the other group also, you had some fine people, but you also had troublemakers, and you see them come with the...
Well, it took a minute, but he got around to it when pressed by the press. It's not like he organically said anything about these neo-Nazis, a need to be condemned. He initially came out with there are very fine people on both sides. And then it took a moment, but he got around to it.
Absolutely unfairly. Now, in the other group also, you had some fine people, but you also had troublemakers, and you see them come with the black outfits and with the helmets and with the baseball bats. You had a lot of bad people in the other group too.
Treated unfairly, sir. I'm sorry. I just didn't understand.
See how quickly he just brushed over the white nationalists, and he was very descriptive about people on the other side who had the nerve to come up and counter these white nationalists. You notice that?
What you were saying. You were saying the press has treated white nationalists unfairly? I just didn't understand what you were saying.
No. There were people in that rally, and I looked the night before. If you look, there were people protesting very quietly the taking down of the statue of Robert E. Lee. I'm sure in that group there were some bad ones. The following day, it looked like they had some rough, bad people, neo-Nazis, white nationalists, whatever you want to call them. But you had a lot of people in that group that were there to innocently protest and very legally protest because, I don't know if you know, they had a permit. The other group didn't have a permit. So I only tell you this, there are two sides to a story. I thought what took place was a horrible moment for our country, a horrible moment. But there are two sides to the country. Does anybody have a final? Does anybody have, you have an infrastructure.
What makes you think you can get an infrastructure bill? You didn't get health care.
Well, I'll tell you, we came very close with health care, unfortunately.
Okay, we're done. We're done. We're done. He tried to paint these neo-Nazi protesters in a light that said that these were good people, and that's it, and that's all. Let's get back to the hearing.
Ranking member knows this.
Both of these.
Okay.
Frankly, those on the other side of the aisle in the way endorsements that no highly.
Well, the SPLC is not the only source of funds going to these extremist groups. Is it possible they're financed by other NGOs or even foreign governments? What reforms would you recommend?
It is possible, but I have no knowledge of that. What I know are the allegations claimed in the indictment, but I would highly encourage Congress to consider adding to any rider of financial disbursements that no taxpayer funds be directed to an organization that systematically slanders and defames mainstream conservatives and Christians, or frankly, those on the other side of the aisle in the way that the SPLC does.
Thank you.
May I answer the question about why I haven't sued the Southern Poverty Law Center?
If that's correct.
I didn't even hear nobody ask that big question. When they asked this bitch this question? 20 minutes ago?
I'll allow you to briefly answer if you would.
Because I didn't have the financial resources. There's no way I could go up against an organization that had the types of resources as the Southern Poverty Law Center.
Bitches, you had a good case. Somebody would have took that case pro bono. Bitch, you had no case. That's why. If you had a case, a lawyer would have snapped that case up and took their percentage out of what they perceived would be an easy win. You dumb bitch, girl, bye. And you are a college professor at Princeton and Vanderbilt, and you don't have any connections of someone who would taken that case pro bono. That means you had no case.
The gentleman yields back. We now go to the ranking member of the full committee, the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, for his questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Just a footnote to that recent contretemps. I was not remotely offended by what the gentleman from California said because I'm used to having all of my points misstated by him regularly. It was interesting. He said that I had accused the president of praising the Ku Klux Klan and the neo-Nazis. I never said that. I said he just made himself perfectly clear when he said there were very fine people on both sides. The fact that you can find him contradicting himself immediately thereafter and in other subsequent statements is just a reflection of how Donald Trump speaks. Sometimes China is his biggest enemy in the world, and we was over in China, then he loved President Xi and he adored him and they're great friends and so on. So that's Donald Trump. But I can't imagine any other president in American history finding very fine people on both sides of an anti-Semitic race attack like the one that led to the death of Heather Heyer. So I stand completely by what I said before, and I reject completely your insinuation that I've misrepresented the reality. All I did was quote Donald Trump's own words. Ms. Wiley. And I'll say one other thing. Very fine people on both sides. You know, to people in Charlottesville, that was a very painful thing. My sister and her family happen to live in Charlottesville. The Ku Klux Klan and the neo-Nazis gathered at the local synagogue. That's where they kicked off their attack on Jews and African Americans in Charlottesville. So some people might be able to roll their eyes at that and say, oh, well, later he read a statement that his staff wrote for him saying that he denounces racist violence, but he made himself perfectly clear. Ms. Wiley, have you heard any of these witnesses today cite any evidence that anybody was deceived or defrauded by the Southern Poverty Law Center, which is the whole heart of this attack on them? Did you hear one iota of evidence being offered that anybody was deceived or defrauded?
I have not, and we know as a matter of fact that donors continue to try to send money to the Southern Poverty Law Center and being blocked by—
In fact, haven't dozens of them stood up to say, no, they weren't defrauded in any way? That's why they're supporting the Southern Poverty Law Center, because they've been so effective in going undercover to blow the cover on these racist anti-Semitic plots.
Yes, and I just want to note that, and because there was a representation made about the SPLC, that it worked with the Donald Trump Department of Justice providing information from its informant program in the first Trump administration. So that's why we were so concerned to hear that denial that they had knowledge that the acting attorney general had to retract. This is something that should concern all Americans, because no Department of Justice should be behaving this way.
Yeah. Well, you know the not-for-profit sector very well. It seems like now one of the lines of attack against the SPLC is that the people who work there make too much money. I just went online and checked out some of the salaried executives of the right-wing groups that we're not having a hearing about today, like the NRA. Wayne LaPierre was making $1.2 million when he was there. You could look at the Heritage Foundation, which in 2023 paid its president $953,000, I think 3 times what they're talking about there. I imagine being the CEO of the Southern Poverty Law Center is a lot more dangerous than being the president of the Heritage Foundation. Just very quickly on that, is there anything to this, the idea that the work of the Southern Poverty Law Center should be trashed and derided and dismissed because the people who go to work there in Alabama are being paid too much money?
Well, certainly not. And I think the point is the way in which the Southern Poverty Law Center is providing free legal services, for example, to a Black community that it has developers coming for land and they won't benefit from the land, for food assistance programs, to make sure that a mother who has a disabled child, 5 years old, is getting the disability services the law requires. That is what is happening with donations as well, and we are not talking enough about the work that civil rights organizations do, including SPLC.
Let's talk about that, because to listen to some of—
let's talk about that after we talk about this. John, does somebody have you handcuffed in this chat? Does someone have you handcuffed in this chat? Or are you just looking for a place to display how stupid you really are? Shut your lying, I think that you were trying to say lying mouth. Shut your lying mouth. Okay, so let me tell you something, John. Since you want to be head of the retards in the chat, let me give you a third grade English lesson, John. It's not your, it's not you are. Shut your, that means you are. That does not mean your, as in your possession, your ownership of. Shut is supposed to be your, Y-O-U-R, Y-O-U-R, not Y-O-U''R-E. Lesson number 1. I think that's third grade English. Should I call ICE on you? because you don't know how to spell words that you should have learned in the third grade. A second word, is that supposed to be lying? Lying? What West Virginia shack did you grow up in? Lieing? What word is that supposed to be, John? Since you are so hot and bothered about being in some place that you don't have to be, so you decide that you think that you're gonna pop off on somebody, and you don't even know how to spell third grade words. It's lying. It's no lieing. Learn to spell and learn on your own time. Hit the like button as you leave the premises, John. The audacity, the fucking audacity of these motherfucking meth addicted po white trash in here thinking that they are doing the most. They won't be satisfied till we are paying $20 a gallon. Speak more of your lies. Did I lie and say that you don't know how to spell? That you don't know how to use English properly? Where's the lie? Goodbye, John. Goodbye, John. You've embarrassed yourself enough in this chat. Okay. Now, here's another one. If they lose the midterms, the Democrats will take our country down the toilet, period. Make America great again. Based upon your use of the English language and spelling, America is not great at all. Based upon how you spell and your use of the English language, America needs to get greater. Okay, hit the like button on your way out. Have a good one. Okay, let's continue with Raskin. I can't with the ignorance.
Of your co-panelists there,
Yes, not talking enough about the work that civil rights organizations do, including SPLC.
Let's talk about that, because to listen to some of your co-panelists there, you'd think that there is no extremist hate violence taking place. What about the AME Church in Charleston, South Carolina, where Dylan Roof, who was charged up on white supremacy, went out and killed 9 people? How about the Tree of Life Synagogue, the worst anti-Semitic attack in American history, where Robert Bowers, who was consumed with white genocide replacement theory, which we hear from even more mainstream conservative groups, killed 11 people. Is racist violence, in fact, some kind of myth made up by the Southern Poverty Law Center?
No, and the government's own data demonstrates that. But also, if you look at...
The gentlelady can answer the question, but not go on beyond that. The gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you. We now go to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you holding this hearing. The information that has come out in this indictment is truly disturbing. My district is adjacent to the district that includes Charlottesville. Many of my constituents have family in Charlottesville. Many of my constituents work in Charlottesville. And to see that, let me ask you, Mr. O'Neill, the SPLC explicitly stated that they sought donations under the auspices that donor money would be used to help dismantle violent extremist groups by funding F37, who was a member of the online leadership chat group that planned the 2017 Unite the Right event in Charlottesville and attended the event at the direction of the SPLC. Is that helping to dismantle these organizations?
No. I would say the SPLC in subsequent filings did mention 2 cases where they claim information from these informants, these field sources, led to federal prosecutions. So I think that is important context to add.
Thank you. I want to continue to inquire about this funding. Given the SPLC's track record of partisanship and its direct link to real-world violence, why did the FBI and DOJ during the Biden and Harris administration maintain a close relationship with the SPLC?
Yeah, my understanding is that the SPLC's bias and targeting of mainstream conservative and Christian groups aligned very strongly with the Biden DOJ and the Biden White House's preferences. And that's why in my second book, The Woktopus, I go through all of the ways in which the Biden administration solicited information on the domestic terror threat from the Southern Poverty Law Center, how we have this alignment with demonizing concerned moms and dads that happened consistently. And of course, when the SPLC released the hate map that included chapters of Moms for Liberty for the very first time, putting moms and dads who are concerned about their kids' education on a map with the Klan, they first gave an embargoed copy to their allies at the Civil Rights Division in the DOJ.
So the SPLC got special treatment, direct access to high-ranking officials in the Civil Rights Division, early access to FBI hate crime data, and invitations to exclusive events with DOJ leadership during the Biden and Harris administration.
Correct. In fact, they had one of their staffers by the name of R.G. Cravens who spoke before DOJ prosecutors. This is the same man who, when the Southern Poverty Law Center put Focus on the Family on the hate map last year, he defended putting Focus on the Family on the hate map by saying that it is both false and dangerous for conservative Christians to hold to biblical morality against the claims of the LGBTQ movement.
And in October of this year, FBI Director Patel terminated the FBI's relationship with the SPLC. What was the nature of the relationship prior to the termination? You discussed that. Isn't it true that the FBI relied on the SPLC's hate group designation when determining which extremist groups to monitor?
Yes, specifically in the notorious memo from the FBI's Richmond office, which was coordinated with other FBI offices. They cited the SPLC's list of radical traditional Catholic hate groups. Interestingly, that's where my anecdote about a convent comes from. And one of those organizations on that list no longer existed and didn't exist at the time.
Can you talk a little bit more about that FBI memo related to the Catholics in Richmond?
Yes. So this memo was released by whistleblowers. It was not meant to be publicly disseminated. And only after a whistleblower released the memo did the FBI, the national office, publicly come out and say that it didn't meet the FBI's standards. I'd say that's an understatement. It just took the SPLC's list of radical traditional Catholic hate groups verbatim and put it into the FBI's language in the memo. For background, this is a list of radical traditional Catholic groups that is extremely outdated, according to my sources, and that was developed by Heidi Beirich, who now is leading the Global Project Against Hate and Extremism. She's no longer even at the SPLC.
It's truly shocking. Thank you for being here. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know there's a talk of the Department of Justice's vindictive prosecutions of SPLC. I just want to remind us all of something else that the Trump DOJ just did. On April 14th this year, exactly a week before it targeted SPLC, DOJ asked the federal court to vacate the convictions of dozens of leaders of the Proud Boys and Oath Keepers. Now, who are the Proud Boys and Oath Keepers? Both are far-right organizations that spout Islamophobic, misogynistic, and white nationalist ideologies, and both happen to be on SPLC's watch list. Both groups and others like them took up arms for Donald Trump and attacked the Capitol on January 6th. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to put into the record two articles about the January 6th rioters and their later crimes. People forget what happened in the weeks before January 6th. In December of 2020, at yet another pro-Trump rally, they rioted in the streets of DC, vandalized historically Black churches, white nationalists supporting Donald Trump, vandalizing African-American places of worship right here in the Capitol. For their crimes leading up to and on January 6th, these individuals, including Enrique Tarrio, Stuart Rhodes, and many others, were convicted of seditious conspiracy and other felonies and sentenced to more than 100 years in prison collectively. Now, Donald Trump unleashed over 1,500 criminals on our streets, some of who have gone on to commit kidnapping, sexual assault, burglary, death threats against elected officials, and now the department is trying to erase their guilt permanently and ensure they cannot be recharged. SPLC has been tracking these groups for years, long before January 6th, and designated them and others like them as hate groups. SPLC has continued to call out these groups for the danger they pose to our communities and our democracy. The label has upset these groups so much that Gavin McInnes, the founder of Proud Boys, who describes himself as a Western chauvinist and said Muslims are stupid, sued the SPLC in 2019 for defamation for designating them as a hate group, and that lawsuit failed. Ms. Wiley, you've described the Proud Boys and Oath Keepers as the foot soldiers of January 6th. In your opinion, is documenting and naming these groups part of the reason why SPLC is now being punished by the Trump administration?
Sadly, because of the pattern of behavior and weaponization that we have seen, it's hard not to conclude that, and particularly because of exactly the point you just raised, Representative Lofgren, that we're seeing pardoning of violence and violent insurrection from January 6th.
Now, what does it say about this administration that is prosecuting the group that helped end the Klan, but apparently intending to give taxpayer money to violent white nationalists who vandalized Black churches in the Capitol alike through this so-called settlement fund on a lawsuit that was bogus and barred by the statute of limitations? That's what this administration is. Donald Trump rewarding his foot soldiers for assaulting and beating up law enforcement in his name to the tune of billions of dollars, and punishing their common enemy, the organization that monitors and calls out their crime. I'd like to note that this isn't about just coddling the criminals who tried to overthrow the government and who attacked police officers viciously, and I would add, were convicted in courts of law by juries of their peers, as the Constitution provides, but also an effort, perhaps, to make sure that when a call goes out to violent extremists to overturn the government, to attack violently the government again.
Hold on 1 second. So you guys can listen to what is being presented while you're being distracted by idiots who think that it's a flex to come in here and say that Trump backed candidates in a fucking primary won 37-0. What is a primary? A primary is when Republicans choose which Republican that they want on the main ticket. That has nothing to do with beating any Democrat. Democrats don't even vote in a lot of the Republican primaries, much as Republicans don't vote in Democrat primaries. What is the flex about some dumb shit? If they won 37-0, they won over whom? Another Republican. Can we get back on track and quit being distracted by the dummies in the chat, thinking they're saying something? Because they're dumb. Let's continue.
That those extremists will know a couple of things. One, that the president will pardon them for their crimes. And two, that the president will reward them monetarily with taxpayer dollars for their violence and for their treason. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Before recognizing the gentleman from North Carolina, I do have to step out for a minute. I want to just tell our witnesses that we'll be back shortly, and I do think we have votes at 12 or 12:30, so there may be a little break. And I should have mentioned at the outset, if any of you need a break at any time, you've been there almost 2 hours. I've stepped out a few times. So if you need a break, just please let us know. Real quick, you see?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have a series of letters from
Quickly.
Moms for Liberty.
Quickly, yes.
Tina Deskovich, Julie Mock, and then a whole series of additional letters from Moms for Liberty. Then I also have.
Without objection.
Thank
Wonderful.
you. Southern Poverty Law Center, education materials surprisingly common in red states.
Without objection.
Arizona School Resource directed teachers to condemn Moms for Liberty, Turning Point USA in their class.
Without objection.
SPLC curriculum in K-12 Learning for Justice.
Without objection.
SPLC curriculum in Arizona document.
Okay.
Additionally, federal grand jury charges Southern Poverty Law Center for wire fraud, false statements, and conspiracy to commit money laundering.
Without objection.
Southern Poverty Law Center is a scam, not an arbiter of justice.
Without objection.
SPLC is a hedge fund with a dumb anti-racism newsletter.
Without objection.
Exposing the SPLC and celebrating their future demise.
Without objection.
Biden DOJ was in cahoots with SPLC as it funded extremist groups.
Without objection.
SPLC's wealth raises questions despite controversial activities.
Without objection.
990 filed in October of 2024 by SPLC.
Objection.
And America First Legal reveals explosive documents exposing Biden Department of Justice's partnership and coordinated campaign with the Southern Poverty Law Center to weaponize civil rights enforcement.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Harris, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I'd also like to submit into the record a letter from Awake, Illinois to the House Judiciary
Without
Committee.
objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm so grateful for all you witnesses for being here today, and I want to take just a few moments to talk about the shooting that took place at Family Research Council's headquarters in 2012. That obviously.
But you don't want to talk about the shooting that took place in San Diego a day or two ago. Okay, moving on. This link is in the description box under SPLC hearing.
I stood before dozens of TV cameras on the street in front of FRC and said that FRC may not have pulled the trigger, but they inspired the gunman. I was mocked by the media, but then.
So who inspired the shooting in San Diego where those white kids went and killed 3 people at a mosque and was looking to get in to kill the children that were at school at that mosque? Who inspired that? Let's continue.
The testimony.
We're talking about something in 2012 when you have something nice and fresh that happened days ago, but they don't want to talk about that. You notice?
Confession came out, and I asked former colleagues, and
your organization is still listed despite this attack in 2012. So what impact has this continued designation has it had on the organization and your staff?
Well, fortunately, we were large enough that we could sustain SPLC and their blood money that they've been raising to target conservative groups. It has hurt us. We spent $6 million just to enhance our security. It's funny, they're crying now that they're getting their own medicine, that Fidelity is not giving money to them. How about the thousands of conservative groups that were denied donor-driven funds because SPLC's labeling? Is there fairness in that?
Is there fairness? And can you tell us where you got your $6 million from that you had available to spend on attorneys? Can you tell us that? Y'all wanted to lambast SPLC about the money that they pay their staff. And I'm so glad that Jamie Raskin came out and gave a lot of totals of people like the Heritage Foundation, what they're paying their staff. And you guys got all quiet. Where did you get the $6 million to fight off lawsuits is a question. It seems like you have not had a big problem making money as well. Oh, so we should restrict the cash flow into an operation that is fighting against racism against Black people in America. Is that the agenda? I'm glad they're getting with it. No, you're glad that they will be unable to fight cases for Black people. That's the only thing you're glad about. Let's be real clear about it.
I think not. And I will say, this may seem like a silly question, but following the 2012 attack on your headquarters, did SPLC ever reach out to apologize? No. Well, I think it's disgraceful that FRC has put such a hate map to begin with in place. SPLC does not need to agree with everything that FRC says, does, or stands for. However, their actions of placing this organization on a hate map is clearly an attempt to cripple and socially ostracize a conservative organization, and it cannot be allowed again and again. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. We now go to the gentlelady from Pennsylvania. I see next. Okay. Then the gentlelady from Washington. I'm looking and seeing you came back. So we're thrilled to have you with us. The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. It is really a rich irony that Republicans want to argue that Donald Trump or this DOJ care about stopping hate. And that's why they're going after the Southern Poverty Law Center. Donald Trump just set up an illegal $1.8 billion slush fund of U.S. taxpayer dollars to pardon convicted insurrectionists who are tied to white supremacists from the Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers, Nazi supremacists. Oh, yes, and prohibit any action against his own violations or his family's violations of tax law. You want
went after Moms for Liberty and manufactured white supremacy when they got money to fight white supremacy. All of that is a lie. You want to talk about Moms for Liberties? Is that the same Moms for Liberty that were taking books out of Florida schools and libraries? Isn't that the same one who the woman who was over the head chapter of Moms for Liberty, taking books out of schools, saying that these books were too provocative? Isn't that the same mom who was taking any books out of schools that she said that had some type of a homosexual, gay, bi agenda? Isn't that the same head of Moms for Liberty in Florida who got pissed off at her husband one day, and then they got into a big brouhaha in the midst of them having a threesome? Isn't that same Moms for Liberty? Did you really want to talk about Moms for Liberty in this chat? Are you sure that's what you want to do? Let's continue.
to argue that Trump's DOJ is trying to stop hate? Give me a break. Trump ran his campaigns and these administrations on stoking fear and racism against communities of color and promoting hate, enacted Muslim bans, kidnapped and disappeared immigrants of all immigration statuses, including U.S. citizens, forced universities to roll back their diversity, equity, inclusion efforts, stripped voting rights from Black and brown voters, disenfranchising women and rural voters with the SAVE Act that he wants to pass. It's all a shameless plan to return America to single-party control by a Republican Party who, unable to win on any sort of policy merits, turns to an old racist playbook that restricts the power of Black, brown, and working-class voters and goes after any political foes just to hold on to power. That's what's happening. For decades, the Southern Poverty Law Center has sued and won jury verdicts against hate groups who conspire and facilitate violence against Black and brown people. The center secured a verdict against the planners of the 2017 Charlottesville rally, the same rally that drew participants whom Donald Trump called very fine people on both sides. And yes, I know what he said after that to try and defend it, but the entire rally was organized by white nationalists. And even after images and videos revealed that these participants put up their arms in Nazi salutes and violently injured counter-protesters and cheered on the former Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan, he stuck by that. SPLC has been winning. That's why Donald Trump wants to target them. That's the problem. Stephen Miller, angry that SPLC called him out back in 2016 for promoting white nationalism and right-wing extremist ideas, has decided to take revenge with an outrageous indictment that is replete with mistakes of fact and law. It is a complete fabrication that any crime has been committed at all. In the words of one former prosecutor, DOJ falls, quote, egregiously short on alleging a crime. So, Ms. Wiley, the indictment and this entire hearing is premised on the theory that SPLC somehow manufactured hate by paying confidential informants. So I want to set the record straight about these informants. Based on what we know from public reporting, did one of the center's informants produce information that successfully prevented a white supremacist group's planned terrorist attacks against a synagogue and gay bar in Las Vegas?
Yes, Atawaffen Division is the name of the extremist group. And I should say that in addition to the work that SPLC did that prevented the violence, in fact, it was in 2019, so it was information it turned on to the Department of Justice during the Trump administration. So the suggestion that somehow SPLC only works with an administration based on the party is undermined by this very important fact. And what the FBI found was that this person had already bought the supplies for the attack on a synagogue and a bar where a lot of LGBTQ people frequented.
Thank you. I'm going to go through a series of these, so just a yes or no would be great. Did another informant produce information that led to the arrest of a neo-Nazi individual who sought a national security clearance in Philadelphia Navy Yard?
Yes.
Did an informant produce information that the center used to tip off the FBI about the 2017 Charlottesville rally?
Yes.
So the center was using informants to root out hate and help the FBI prosecute that hate, not manufacture hate. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I want to ask you, the charges are also premised on the idea that donors were misled and they didn't know what the funds were being used for. But the New York Times publicly reported there's no donor that's come forward, as Mr. Raskin said. Based on your experience, is there anything different about how SPLC is operating than any other nonprofit?
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you, Ms. Wiley. This seems to be a trumped-up case, literally, just to continue to prosecute people who don't agree. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back.
Mr.
We
Chairman,
now go to,
is this from UC request?
of course.
Thank you very much. The first one is The Intercept. We knew they were paying informants. SPLC donors reject Trump DOJ.
Without objection.
The second one is a letter from the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights Nonprofits Together in
Without objection.
442 civil rights organizations rejecting the criminal charges. And finally, unanimous consent to introduce a statement from Trevor Potter, president of Campaign Legal Center, former Republican chair of the FEC.
Without objection, so ordered. We now go to Mr. Hunt for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The talking point for the Democrat high brain today is that Jim Crow is alive and well in America, and I'm sure that some of the SPLC's actions have helped them make this argument. My first question is for you, Ms. Swain. And
here comes this raccoon right here, Wesley Hunt. Has the audacity to show, look at how America has advanced because black and white people are marrying. Listen, white men have wanted to procreate with black women, and they were procreating with black women all throughout slavery. So do you think that this picture behind you is making some point about there is no more racism in the United States of America? Because you have a picture of a Jim Crow boy with a colored sign, and you have a black man marrying a black woman marrying a black man. How many children did Thomas Jefferson have by Sally Heming, who was a child when he started procreating with her? What is your point, raccoon? Woosah. Woosah. This is the same raccoon that said black people were happier in the Jim Crow era. When he and Byron Donaldson had the audacity to act like they were just one of the boys and going to a black barber shop in, oh God, they better be lucky. They better be lucky that a certain type of black men, not these hoodlums, I mean men, real black men, their ages, weren't there to school them. Unfortunately, they were older black men that were there. They were kind of little too shy. They couldn't speak to them on their own terms, in their own terms. Ugh. Wesley Hunt, who wanted to agree that black people were happier during the Jim Crow era. Let's hear from Wesley Hunt.
2024 presidential election, were you required to pay a poll tax before you voted?
No.
I have another question for you. When you went to vote at the voting locations, were you intimidated in any way with baseball bats, fire hoses, or dogs?
The only thing that intimidated me is that in my state that you go in, if you have to ask for a Republican ballot or a Democrat ballot, and if you are in a precinct that's predominantly Democrat, I think you would have a lot of fear.
Thank you for answering that question, ma'am. For my Democrat colleagues and everyone on the left screaming
Okay,
Jim Crow.
so she's a Republican. I think that if you had to have a vote for a Democratic ballot, it would be more fear. So what you just said there is that you have no evidence to prove anything that you're espousing. Anything that you just said, you have no proof of, but you want it to be. Why would it be more intimidating to ask for a Democrat ballot? Would you be intimidated that your ballot would be thrown away in the state of Tennessee that you obviously live in? Since they said that you teach at Vanderbilt, would it be intimidating that you were scared of some of the poll workers would tear up your ballot? Is that the intimidation that you speak of, that it might be, I would assume, but you have no facts to back up? And he takes it, okay, then you said the right answer. Oh, did you have to do a poll tax? Well, are you going to have to do a poll tax when you go to the ballot in November of 2026 is the question. Is your poll tax having to go get your birth certificate from whatever state? You have to get a copy of your birth certificate. Are they going to send that to you for free, or are you going to have to pay for that? Is that called a tax? Is that taxing you to register to vote, having to pay for your birth certificate? Are you going to have your name changed on your voting ID, on your voter registration form, because you have gotten married since you filled out your voter's registration form? Are you going to have to pay for that? Yes, you're going to have to pay for that. So is that a poll tax? Are you going to have to show your passport? Did you pay for your passport? Did you pay for your passport so you can use it to register to vote? So no, the fee that you pay for your passport, now your voter registration, if you don't have to get a new passport, you already have a passport, but you didn't get your passport for it to be identification that you are a citizen to vote. So therefore, the cost of having the passport and having to have a passport as a proof of citizenship, you add the fee of having to get a passport. You add that into the fee of why you're paying for a passport. since you have to use your passport to register to vote. Yeah, you're gonna pay a poll tax in 2026 if this administration has anything to say about it. Let's continue.
2.0, like I hear adding.
Democrat ballot, and if you are in a,
Horses or dogs?
the only thing that intimidated me is that in my state that you go into, if you you have to ask for a Republican ballot or a Democrat ballot, and if you are in a precinct that's predominantly Democrat, I think you would have a lot of fear.
Thank you for answering that question, ma'am.
Well, Miss Thang, you won't have to worry about that this year because Tennessee is rewriting the map. So all of the precincts, there will be no Black representation. So there will be no majority Black precincts. So your fears have been subdued. People have saw your fears. The only fear I have, what fear do you have that people know you are a Republican when you are writing books about being a Republican? We are to believe that you have fear that people in your polling place may discover you are a Republican. Bitch, are you serious? When you writing books about it? This bitch is unserious. This is an unserious lying ass bitch.
For my Democrat colleagues and everyone on the left screaming Jim Crow 2.0, like I hear ad infinitum, let's take a moment to revisit what actual Jim Crow was. Jim Crow was a time when Black Americans could not sit in classrooms with white Americans. It was colored only water fountains. It was beatings in the streets. It was lynchings. It was fear. It was public humiliation. My own father, who grew up in a segregated South in New Orleans, had to walk around to the back of a restaurant just to order a sandwich in the French quarters of New Orleans because of the color of his skin. That was Jim Crow. And that is precisely why it is so offensive to compare that era of legalized discrimination and racial terror to showing a photo ID in a voting booth. And it's just as offensive when groups and organizations like these manufacture faux hate and racial tension. Requiring identification to vote is not oppression. It is not segregation. It is not racism. It is a basic standard that applies equally to every single American citizen, regardless of what you look like. You need an ID to board a plane. You need an ID to cash a check. You need an ID to buy alcohol. You need an ID to enter these very federal buildings. And by the way, attaining an ID.
And by the way, all of this, you need an ID for this, you need an ID for that, you need an ID. Yes, we know what we need an ID for. We need an ID for all of those things. You're absolutely correct. But we don't have to prove our American citizenship for any of those things. So while he's sitting up here pontificating as if, oh, this is just common knowledge, what is the big deal? The big deal is you don't need an ID to vote. You have to prove your citizenship. Let's be real. You see how these snake oil salesmen try these raccoons with snakes hanging from their neck, try to pretend like, oh, this is nothing serious, nothing to see here. This is a motherfucking raccoon that is lying in your face. It's not about the ID. It's about you having to go the extra mile or whatever it is going to take for you to prove that you are a citizen of the United States. Let's be real clear about what's going on. Now, let's talk about the ID aspect of it. I've been voting a long time. I would go up to my polling station, give them my name and my address, and they will pull my ballot up for me. It has been that easy for decades to go vote, where there should be so much data. I grew up in California, full of Mexicans, full of undocumented Mexicans. If the ID was at issue, wouldn't we have proof that ID is needed? Because we would have had so much voter fraud in the decades that you never needed a ID in the state of California, no less. Wouldn't the voter fraud be off the hook if undocumented immigrants were voting because they didn't have to show an ID? So we are to believe that an undocumented immigrant is just going to put himself up on the block to be deported or prison for 5 years by illegally voting in an election. Is this what we're trying to pretend? So let's get to the ID. So if it is important for us to show that we are the person that we are when we vote, so therefore we just simply need an ID, can you show me the decades and decades of people who have been caught lying about who they are to affect in the attempt to get a ballot to vote? So there should be mass data on this. If it's so imperative, what is the only thing imperative about this 2026 midterm election? What is imperative about this is that 45-47 is in jeopardy of losing the House and possibly the Senate. That the only thing that is imperative about this is if 45-47 loses the House and the Senate to Democrats, 45-47 is going to be under a shitload of investigation for the criminality that has taken place in the first year and a half of his second term. That's the only thing that is imperative about this election. And all of this, don't you have to have an ID to the list? Don't you? No, the only thing is imperative is the fact that this motherfucker don't want to go to jail. You know, the same thing that Elon Musk said, that Trump must win the election because if he don't win, he's going to jail. Do you think they're kidding about that? Okay. If you haven't watched the first part of my video, you may want to watch the first part of my video, because this Wesley Hunt is a unserious raccoon. Let's continue.
In this country is an extremely low bar. But somehow showing an ID to vote in America is now considered to be Jim Crow 2.0. This is not about civil rights. This is about political theater. And the Democrat Party survives on manufacturing grievance. Democrats invoke the pain of the past because they have nothing to offer for the present. They don't want an honest debate. They want emotional manipulation. They want outrage. They want division, as evidenced by our discussion in this very hearing today. They want Americans to fight each other because chaos is politically useful to them. Words like racism and white supremacy and Jim Crow 2.0. For the purposes of elucidating my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, let's take a hard look at what real Jim Crow was. Check out this one behind me. You see, this is Jim Crow. This is what Democrats call Jim Crow. Next slide, please. See, that is Jim Crow. For whatever reason, this is what Democrats call Jim Crow. Slide, please. That is Jim Crow. This is what Democrats call Jim Crow. I know that some of these images can seem to be very jarring to many of us that haven't experienced that over the course of the past 40 years of my lifetime. I never saw these things. I never experienced them personally, but I have family members who have and who did. And that's why it is extraordinarily important for us to be very, very careful with what we compare to Jim Crow, because this country has come a very, very long way.
This country had come a very long way, but all of the protections that you grew up under because people, your ancestors who had experienced this and had come up out of it, how did they come up out of it? If they were living that way and now they don't have to do those things, what happened to make it possible? People fought for rights that were put on the books, and all of those rights that were put on the book, this man who has you out here raccooning and tap dancing have taken all of those laws and rights and protections off of the books to put you back in the same place that some of my family members have experienced this. All of my family members have experienced this after a certain age. You're not saying anything smart. I have a aunt who was sitting at these lunchroom counters during the actual protest. I have a lived experience of close relatives who have lived these experiences. I don't have to, I have a family, but I didn't experience it. So since you didn't experience it, you can sit up here all blase as it is taken apart because you want to have some type of semblance and importance to your white wife, neighbors, in-laws. Is so you don't respect the fight. That doesn't mean that all Black people don't respect the fight. And I don't recall it being a Democrat thing to call voter ID Jim Crow 2.0. I think that that what is Jim Crow 2.0 about voting is the fact that they have taken Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act away. But you don't want to talk about what is really Jim Crow about voting in 2026 because you're a raccoon and you're tap dancing. You're trying to impress others, people who are absolutely unimpressed with you. All this tap dancing, you and Byron Donaldson and Tim what is his name? Tim from South Carolina. All of this tap dancing you guys have done for 45, 47. And what has it gotten you? Tim even had to buckle down and marry a white woman when he strikes me as another Lindsey Graham, as it were. He buckled down and married a whole white woman. And what has it gotten you? Every time they need a raccoon to prance around on stage on a leash and a chain, would probably got a whip in their back pockets. Here you guys come. You, Brian Donaldson, and Tim. I talked about Tim yesterday. Tim from South Carolina. Here you niggers come, tap dancing for massa. Well, hey, boss. Here come you, tap dancing for boss. The fuck out of my face.
I'm saying this over and over and over and over again till I am blue in the face. I represent a white majority district along with 3 of my other Black colleagues here in Congress. And you know what? Nobody cares about what we look like. We are being judged not by the color of our skin, but by the content of our character, because we've come a long way from this. I don't want to go back to that. In fact, I want to continue on the path that America has set forward in the name of Jesus Christ. And I want to let people know that we don't need to be angry. We don't need to be divided. We want equality for everyone. Let me be crystal clear. This is not 1960 anymore. It's 2026. And the fact that groups like these are willing to stroke the flames of hate by funding the KKK is absurd. With that, I yield back the remainder of my time. Thank you for being here.
Thank the gentleman. He yields back. We now go to the gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Scanlon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we heard earlier, in July 1983, the Ku Klux Klan firebombed the Southern Poverty Law Center's offices in Montgomery, Alabama. The Klan carried out its violent attack because the SPLC had stood up against it and has continued to stand up against hate in the following decades, whether it's racial and religious hate, hatred of immigrants, or the LGBTQ community. This melted clock, which was frozen in time by the KKK firebombing, still hangs in SPLC's headquarters as a reminder of the very real dangers of defending American civil liberties from hate. So how grotesque is it, given that history, that the majority has chosen to frame this hearing as an accusation that the Southern Poverty Law Center itself is in the business of manufacturing hate? But with the increasing shamelessness of the Trump administration and its congressional allies, none of us should be surprised that they are desperately trying to manufacture a reason to attack one of the organizations standing up to their assault on American civil rights. They're trying to turn back the clock and drag America backwards into some of the darkest days of our past. What has changed is not the Southern Poverty Law Center, but the way that this administration, with its embrace of white nationalist rhetoric and groups, has decided to rewrite facts and history. In the past year, we've seen pardons of Proud Boys and Oath Keepers who orchestrated the violent January 6th attack. The DOJ hiding from the public government research confirming that right-wing extremism poses the biggest domestic terrorism threat to our nation. The White House issuing NSPM 7 a directive that the Department of Justice and IRS target left-leaning groups that the White House has declared without evidence are a threat to our national security, and members of the administration making repeated statements that they intend to destroy nonprofit groups like the Southern Poverty Law Center that are a threat to their extremist agenda. This White House has engaged in a concerted attack on the pillars of civil society that would ordinarily hold it accountable, going after law firms, the courts, legacy media, universities, organized religion, and even the Pope. We can all see a corrupt DOJ leveraging its power to attack the president's perceived enemies and protect his allies, prosecuting those who've tried to hold the administration accountable, stealing taxpayer dollars to create a $1.8 billion slush fund to make payoffs to Trump loyalists who've been convicted of serious crimes, and giving Trump and his family a gold-plated get-out-of-jail-free card with the settlement agreement that the president's lawyer just signed. The Department of Justice's blatantly political prosecution and this committee's attacks against the Southern Poverty Law Center signaled the revival of an old authoritarian playbook to vilify and discredit those working to combat hate and protect people from oppression. And it's part of this administration's whole of government attempt to shut down opposition to its lawless behavior. This administration and its MAGA allies are trying to rewrite facts and history just as they've tried to whitewash the violent January 6th assault on our Capitol and our Constitution. But facts have a way of being sticky. They get in the way of lies. Americans have always sought to bend the arc of history towards justice, to hold those in power accountable, and to spur our country towards a more inclusive and perfect union. And we're not going to stop now. We are not going to allow extremists and charlatans to turn back the clock and take our civil rights and repression and put them asunder with hate. So, Ms. Wiley, the DOJ's indictment targets SPLC itself rather than individuals. Is the administration's goal to take out the organization, and why?
Well, I certainly can't speak for the administration. I think that what is so concerning to us as a civil rights community is that the Southern Poverty Law Center has been attacked because it does work to ensure that Black voters can vote, because it does work to show and ensure that fair maps are drawn for places like Alabama and Louisiana, where yes, because we still have racial segregation in this country, Black people have to be packed or cracked to take away the opportunity for them to decide who can represent them that will actually be accountable to them. These are incredibly important for civil rights, but it's also incredibly important for people's ability to have voice and power, including to dissent and disagree with the policies of this administration.
Do you think that
The gentlelady's
SPLC
time
might
has
have been
expired.
targeted because it published emails by Stephen Miller that were expressing white nationalist sentiments?
The gentlelady may answer briefly.
Possibly, yes.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. I now recognize myself. Ms. Wiley, would you agree with the statement that Charlie Kirk was a dangerous extremist?
I can't answer the question that way. I can certainly say that statements that I am aware of that Mr. Kirk made were ones that I would consider to be dangerous.
And would those be the ones that he took directly from the Bible repeatedly?
I'm referring to the ones that he made about Black women and Black communities, the stereotyping that stereotyped whole group of people.
So you would put him on a list of dangerous people that should, as the Southern Poverty
I
Center did.
don't designate groups. I'm just.
Well, you've had
answering your
opinions on
question.
everything the Democrats asked for. I just thought you might have an opinion on that.
I shared my opinion about some of the things I heard he said, yes.
Okay. Would you agree that a group could be good, have a great mission, do a lot of good things, but also commit crimes?
Well, I mean, anything is possible. I think
No,
what we're
well, no,
talking
no,
about today is a
that was kind of a
specific
yes or no, but,
organization. It's a specific organization we're talking about, though, which is Southern Poverty Law Center. And I
So
think the point is,
your opinion is they can't commit crimes because they do good?
my opinion is that we see a prosecution where we know that the Southern Poverty Law Center offered evidence and is asking for accountability about whether that exculpatory evidence was shown to a grand jury. That should concern all Americans.
Okay, Mr. O'Neill, I'll ask you essentially the same question. Would you say that Southern Poverty Law Center does some good work, at least historically?
Yes.
And having looked at the evidence, would you say that it appears to be overwhelmingly evidence of criminal activity?
I would direct audiences to page 10 of the indictment, where there's a direct quote from an employee saying, "I certify that I am the sole owner of the above named proprietorship." This is a statement to a bank in December of 2016. And then the statement from then Chief Executive Officer of the SPLC, Margaret Long, who said that the accounts below listed were open for the benefit of the Southern Poverty Law Center operations and operated under the center's authority.
Okay, so what you have is actual evidence of bank fraud.
I'd say it's black and white.
Okay.
So long as the quotes from the indictment are accurate, I have not seen.
Well, people will go to jail if those, if it turns out that, you know, that in fact it was true, but they've indicted them. So, you know, both sides.
Okay, and so if it's not true, and they've been indicted, and it's not true, and he is sitting up here representing that they have committed bank fraud, what is going to happen with him?
Sides are playing high risk, but it appears as though the evidence is overwhelming. Ms. Wiley, did you ever hear of the Jewish Defense League? Are you familiar with them?
I'm not familiar with them.
Okay. Anyone else familiar with them? You are. Mr. O'Neill, you're familiar with them. They go back to the days of New York City and going after basically white supremacist groups, anti-Semitic groups.
Yes.
Would it surprise you to know that Irv Rubin and Earl Kruger both went to prison for attempting to blow up my office in 2001?
I was not aware of this, but it wouldn't surprise me.
Earl Kruger later died in prison. Irv died before being tried, but the other was convicted and eventually actually confessed. So
I'm very sorry to hear that.
Here's a group you know of. They have a history of fighting anti-Semitism, something that's been mentioned on the other side, and that obviously still exists in this country, as does racism. So you can be a good group, and yet you can have criminal activity, an activity that flies in the face of what you say you stand for.
Yes.
Ms. Wiley, I asked you that question for a reason. Dr. Swan here has, in fact, a history of being falsely accused, a history of being gone after. Mr. Perkins has given these examples. The other side has spent a lot of time here today trying to tell us that it's all motivated because somehow we're persecuting people in this administration. Do you have any evidence, not anecdotally, that, oh, they picked them? Do you have any evidence that, in fact, Southern Poverty did not, in fact, commit these crimes? Do you have any firsthand evidence of that? Yes or no, please?
Well, the Southern Poverty Law Center has a motion before the court right now, which actually says that the Department of Justice admitted that they knew that the banks New Southern Poverty Law Center owned the accounts. That is evidence in the public
Okay.
record that will be tried in court.
I will look forward to that in trial. And I want to thank all the witnesses today for bringing out the fact that we should, in fact, this committee should be looking at these not-for-profits and whether, in fact, they have deviated from their mission. And with that, we have, oh, you have another?
Just a couple, you see, yeah, this
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman. The Guardian, U.S. lawmakers say DOJ rushed Southern Poverty Law Center indictment citing whistleblowers.
Without objection. Without objection.
House Judiciary Democrats letter read the targeting of Southern Poverty Law Center to Deputy Attorney General Akash Singh.
Without objection.
And that's it for now.
Thank you. We now go to gentlelady from Georgia for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for our witnesses being here today. My father was the president of the Illinois chapter of the NAACP for many, many years. As a child, I learned how to fight for my rights before I even learned how to walk. I marched in protests, sat in meetings, and helped to organize. I want everyone in this room to understand what is happening right now. The Republican Party has launched an all-out assault against civil rights organizations founded to ensure the end of Jim Crow. But that's just one part of this strategy. 3 weeks ago, the Supreme Court gutted Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act in Louisiana versus Calais, saying that, and I'm going to quote, race-neutral considerations, that it could employ race-neutral considerations, end quote, in redistricting. And within days, Southern legislatures, they rushed to wipe out Black representation in Congress. Tennessee called an emergency session to repeal its own law against mid-decade redistricting. It then splintered Memphis, a city that is 60% Black, into 3 districts to dilute the voices of the Black voters there. The state's Black legislators protested, and in response, the speaker stripped every single one of them of their committee assignments. Tennessee is not alone in silencing Black voices. Alabama moved to reinstate maps a court previously struck down for intentional racial discrimination. Florida passed new racially gerrymandered maps, and we're waiting in my home state of Georgia to see what happens with us on June 17th. Ms. Wiley, and you can just answer yes or no, have you ever seen 5 states move simultaneously to dismantle Black representation in Congress in such a very rapid, short time?
No.
And while this administration demands attacks on Black Americans' voices with phone calls to governors, it is fighting hard for the right-wing extremist groups who stormed the Capitol on January 6th. Groups whose members are not all white supremacists, but doesn't seem to mind white supremacists. Trump's DOJ has given $1.8 billion of a slush fund taken from taxpayers to pay.
Sabar, you have your blue wrench.
Off the 1,600 right-wing rioters who tried to steal the election for him. That's $1 million for each rioter, with $100 million left over. Ms. Wiley, what message does this send to the country that this administration is prosecuting the organization that takes down white supremacists while stealing taxpayer money to give to white supremacists?
Good question.
I wish I had a word, and I don't have a word for that, except to say that the American public should be outraged.
Southern states are tripping over themselves to eliminate Black representation in Congress. The president is doling out reparations to white supremacists. And DOJ has indicted the Southern Poverty Law Center, an organization built to defend the rights of Americans, on charges so flimsy
Thank you.
that it would make Bull Connor and George Wallace blush. Americans deserve a voice in our democracy, representation of their interests, and should not have to fight for their basic civil rights again and again and again. Race should not be a factor. This is an attempt to roll back the progress made through the civil rights movement and strip Black Americans of their voice in public life, using the same tactics as Southern segregationist states following the death of Reconstruction for the very same goal. I am a child of the civil rights movement. We have seen this before. If we needed a reminder or a wake-up call that Jim Crow is alive and evolved, these legislatures made sure that we got the notice. Ms. Wiley, would you like to expand on any previous questions or statements that you weren't able to complete?
I just want to remind us that the federal agencies, FBI, DEA, AFT, spent over $548 million on informants for a reason, because they thought it was going to help them keep people safe. We're talking about this attack on SPLC at a time when we are facing an administration that cut funds to prevent gun violence, that cut funds to track where and how we might have violent white supremacist neo-Nazi attacks, that cut funds that was going to support public safety, all at a time when we've seen a White House directing Department of Justice about who it wants to prosecute. And as someone who used to work for the Department of Justice, that is unheard of.
Thank you, and I yield.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Yeah, just a couple of comments laid off. First of all, I'd like to thank Congressman Hunt for his pictures up here showing what it was like in the days in which the Democrat Party just rode roughshod over the South. I'd like to point out that the criticisms of Stephen Miller, to this day, are because the role he took in exposing the Duke lacrosse player hoax, in which 3 people almost were sent to prison for life. And Steve had the braveness to stand up to the politically correct. And eventually those 3 people were found innocent after going through absolute hell. I also want to point out a book by Christopher Rufo called America's Culture Revolution, How the Radical Left Conquered Everything. And in that book, he clearly describes how a goal of the hardcore left, and I think some
You notice what he don't want to talk about? He don't want to talk about the tens of thousands of Black people who have languished in prisons for decades and found to be innocent of the crimes that they languish in these jails for. He don't want to talk about that. He want to talk about the poor little Duke lacrosse guys who got falsely accused by a Black woman. Don't you find it curious that this is the case that he wants to bring up? There has been no other white men falsely accused by any other race. This is race baiting. I also will let you know what he doesn't want to talk about is what Louisiana did by removing a city clerk's position that was voted on by the public, that was awarded to a Black man. Who is this Black man that won this position as a county clerk in the state of Louisiana? This was a Black man that spent over 26 years wrongfully accused in a Louisiana prison, that fought his own case and won his own freedom, and his whole case was his whole record was erased. And what did the Louisiana governor do when this man was scheduled to take his position on May 6th of this year, during the frenzy of the racist, in my opinion, Supreme Court, dialing back letting Louisiana and all of these southern states redraw their maps. When they redrew their maps, they also eliminated the position that he was voted for. But this man don't want to talk about that. He want to talk about the Duke lacrosse players that they almost went to jail and had a horrible life. But he don't want to talk about this Black man that actually did go to prison, was accused of a crime that he didn't commit and was in jail almost 30 fucking years. And when he get out of jail and he is voted for a position in Louisiana, they take the position away and say, oh, well, we don't need two clerks. Well, you've had two clerks all this time. But strangely enough, when this black man wins the clerk's job, oh, well, we really don't need two clerks. You actually you needed three. But the reason why he ran for that position, because how long it took your clerk to send him this information that was he was privy to when he was fighting his case for 26 years in a Louisiana prison. It took y'all forever to send him the shit that he needed to fight his case. So no, you don't need two. You may need 22 in the state of Louisiana. Oh, but no. Oh, well, we got rid of his position because he won't be able to run for re-election in his position. And they did this in late April. He was scheduled to start his job June 6th. So they asked the mayor, the governor, well, why didn't you just let him sit in his position for the first years that he actually won the election for? They said no. Well, it would be unfair to allow him to even serve a day in that position because he will not be able to run for the position next year. A 4-year position they had voted him in for. They didn't let him serve one day in that position. But this motherfucker, the only injustice in the world happened to these three white Duke lacrosse players because some black woman decided to say that they raped her. And your Supreme Court wants you to believe we're not supposed to see that racism exists in the United States. Is this the only? Is that the? You mean to tell me there has not been any white men that white women have made these allegations against that almost went to jail? No. It has to be the Duke lacrosse players that we made famous. So, it's certain things that we make famous because we try to taint all black women with the same brush. So you should remember this. As soon as we say Duke lacrosse, you should remember, oh, that lying black bitch. Oh, that lying black bitch. But not so much when it comes to the Karens that acute. Not so much when it comes to the Karens, all the way back in history. All of these Karens that feign that someone did something to them only to find out they didn't. Ex Emmett Till's parent. All the way down to these Karens that they knew that had lied. And even after they knew they had lied, oh, well, she's in her 80s. It's too late to take her to prison. But he thought that he was stunting when he talked about the Duke lacrosse players. How many fucking Karens can we talk about? Oh, he didn't even take the easy bait. He didn't even take the easy bait and talk about the one who they took his position away that the voters had put him in Louisiana. Let's continue.
Members of this committee are members of the hardcore left. The degree to which they try to racialize everything, not just racialize Black Americans, but Hispanic, Asian Americans, everything, that their ultimate goal is the end of the United States as we have it.
Try to racialize anything.
And it should be mandatory reading. And I think when you talk about Joe Biden screaming about white supremacy all the time, I think a lot of us must wonder what in the world is he talking about. But what he's talking about is
Joe Biden's not talking about
America
anything.
on racial lines, which is
America.
really just
Joe Biden is not in office. He ain't talking
and
about
finally,
shit.
I don't have time to look into it. I know if you Google Ann Coulter and Proud Boys, and Ann Coulter is a many times New York Times bestseller, you may get a different version of the narrative we'd had today on the Proud Boys. Okay, now we're going to start off with Mr. O'Neill.
Well, if you ain't got time to give us the details about it, why you bring it up?
If financial misconduct. And by the way, the financial misconduct by itself is enough that nobody should ever be citing them for anything. And its recent federal indictment for secretly funneling millions of dollars to individuals tied to extremist groups. How do you explain the continued willingness of major press outlets to cite the SPLC as an authoritative source? And by the way, I think 12 years ago, 13 years ago, any reasonably well educated American would have known the SPLC was just a disgusting made-up group. And I would think that any newspaper, magazine, online magazine that cites them should be considered totally discredited, anybody who's done it the last 12 years. But how do you, Mr. O'Neill, explain why so-called major press outlets, at one time prestigious outlets, still cite SPLC as an authoritative source?
I think it's because the SPLC positions itself as a weapon of the left by demonizing the sorts of conservatives that many in the mainstream left want to render irrelevant. And therefore, it is a weapon, a reputational weapon against people who are inconvenient for the left's narrative.
Yep. Go ahead, Mr. Perkins.
Well, they leverage their relationship with government to be able to do that with the media. And then they leverage the relationship with the government with the corporations. And that's how they were able to get the corporations to debank and de-platform conservatives, because of that relationship. I go back to the illustration of the hub. They're at the center of it, but they're not alone.
Right. Yes?
I would also say that they leverage their relationship with universities, especially law schools, because a lot of their the law students will go and intern with the Southern Poverty Law Center.
Okay. Very good. It just still bugs me that they go after Stephen Miller for finding those 3 lacrosse guys innocent. Doesn't just bug you, and you know that.
No, it doesn't bug us, bug us at all. It just
we'll go to
bugs
Tony
you.
Perkins.
Would
You
do,
are for
and we
racist.
know from
Some 1979 green countless
As a weapon of the left by demonizing the sorts of conservatives to render against people.
Well, then they leverage the relation, the corporate, go back to the,
especially with the.
It's just your organization by pro-lifers. How do you?
We warned, have been labeled here, and that they.
Right.
The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Carolina, North Carolina.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Just reminding people that many of the roots of anti-racism and civil rights in the South came from the churches, very Christian people. I suppose I need to remind some members of this committee of the long and blood-soaked history of the Ku Klux Klan in North Carolina, maybe even some of our witnesses. During Reconstruction, the Klan lynched and assassinated countless Black and white leaders who opposed them. In the 60s, the Klan grew to more than 10,000 members in North Carolina, more than any other Southern state combined, and they earned the nickname, and North Carolina earned the nickname Klansville, USA. Klan members in North Carolina carried out coordinated terror campaigns culminating in the 1979 Greensboro Massacre, where the Klan and their neo-Nazi allies shot and killed 5 people who were protesting against them. But the story doesn't end there. Only because of the bravery of those who fought back against the Klan, like so many of our Christian ministers, and the Southern Poverty Law Center, did we see some change. In the 1980s, the Southern Poverty Law Center launched Klan Watch to monitor, track, and expose the activities of the Klan. In 1987, the Southern Poverty Law Center won a groundbreaking lawsuit, securing $7 million in a judgment against the United Klans of America after their members lynched 19-year-old student Michael Donald in Mobile 6 years earlier, and I know that Mr. Johnson talked about that. Mercifully,
mercifully, the judgment bankrupt the United Klan of America. This verdict greatly weakened the Klan and sent them scurrying underground, though of course we're seeing many of them today. But it didn't stamp out the last rotten remnants of the Klan throughout the South. And those remnants have been planting seeds that have been cultivated by this president. That's why the continued work of the Southern Poverty Law Center and its allies is so essential. Now, Ms. Wiley, is paying for informants to disrupt a violent white supremacist organization like the Klan the same thing as supporting these groups?
No, and that's why I was citing the FBI's own use of informants.
And actually, was there a book written about an undercover agent, by an undercover agent who infiltrated the Klan, like maybe called Black Klansman? Could you tell us about that?
I haven't read the book, but it's a great movie.
It's a great movie. So given that the SPLC's incredibly successful history of fighting the Klan and other extremist groups, do you think that the people who have been consistently donating to the SPLC were surprised that the SPLC was paying informants to monitor, report, and expose the violent activities?
Well, the only things we've heard in the public sphere is donors saying that the SPLC did what they had hoped donors would do, and we know from the public record that they're continuing to try to give money to the SPLC to continue its work.
I kind of hope this lawsuit, this specious lawsuit, results in more contributions to the SPLC. Might be a silver lining to the lawsuit and this ridiculous hearing. Even the amateur hour Trump lackeys at DOJ know that this is a specious lawsuit. They don't believe these cynical charges. They know it's wrong. The SPLC is not funding the KKK or far-right groups. The SPLC is taking them down. But at the same time, the President of the United States is trying to use taxpayer money to fund people who have assaulted police officers and tried to disrupt the peaceful transfer of power. We have to speak truth. We have got to tell the American people what is going on. And that might be the only good thing that comes out of this ridiculous hearing. Thank you, and I yield back.
I'm not sure Leo thinks the hearing's ridiculous, but actually, I'm pretty sure he thinks it doesn't. Gentlelady from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I have unanimous consent requests. I request unanimous consent to enter into the record an article from April 15th, 2026, titled Justice Department Moves to Toss Seditious Conspiracy Convictions of Oath Keepers and Proud Boys.
Objection.
And the second one I have is several Tennessee House Democrats stripped from committees after last week's special session.
Objection.
Thank you.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to take the gentlelady from North Carolina's advice and get to what I believe is the truth here. And I'm getting a little historic on you. Anybody ever hear of Machiavelli? Remember that when you learned that in school? You know, and you can debate the exact wording of what it means. You can debate the exact origin, but the meaning is basic and it's simple and it's as old as politics itself. If you believe, according to Machiavelli, that your cause is important enough, that it's righteous enough, that you want to obtain certain goals, that it's urgent enough, there are no rules, no morals, and no ethics. Truth becomes flexible, and there are no standards anymore. And people start telling themselves that anything is acceptable if they can win, if the outcome is important enough to them. This is about winning. This is about the left wing, I'm sorry, but it's about the left-wing Democratic Party wanting to win and using the SPLC, using each other as tools to make sure that they win elections and put out misstatements. And we have to ask, when it become part of the philosophy? Well, in the last administration, we saw a lot of things, an FBI of lies, an FBI of untruths, an FBI of injustice, an FBI that Joe Biden was willing to rely on politically tainted information, some of which came from the SPLC. Bad information. We know now that it was wrong, that it wasn't true at multiple levels. The AG told us that the greatest threat facing the entire country was domestic violent extremists. But the real threat, a great threat to freedom, was his own Department of Justice and his own FBI back then. It was scary. If you had a different opinion, guess what, folks?
Propaganda, bullshit and propaganda. Let's move on. I'm getting weary of all of this propaganda.
Do you see them? I
And
think
Mr. Chairman, point of order, just so we're clear, that was 1 minute over as we move into Ms. Balance
we've
time.
been very lenient with the time.
I just ordered.
Original mission, I have a
Perkins?
few UCs.
Okay. Do you see them? I
And
think
Mr. Chairman, point of order, just so we're clear, that was 1 minute over as we move into Ms. Balance
we've
time.
been very lenient with the time.
I just want to make sure we're doing it equally, that's all. Equal rights, that's all.
Moving to
I have
UCs from Mr. Van Drew, UCs from the
I have a
gentleman from
UC
Pennsylvania,
April
and then we're
20
actually going to go vote, and then we'll come back once votes are completed. Gentleman from New Jersey, UC.
I have a UC from Moms for Liberty, Poverty, Democrats.
Request to introduce an article from the Hill dated September 17th, 2025. DOJ quietly removes studies showing right-wing attacks outpace those by the left.
Objection.
An article from the Washington Post, November 13, 2019, leaked Stephen Miller emails showed Trump's point man on immigration promoted white nationalism, SPLC reports.
Objection.
White House issued the National Security Presidential Memorandum 7 in September 2025.
Objection.
MSP M7. If you have not read that, I've been telling you guys about that, telling you guys about that. Your national news media is mute on that. Okay.
And an article from the New Republic, April 2026, the Justice Department sides with the Ku Klux Klan.
Objection.
And I have two here. Massacre at Pittsburgh Synagogue tied to anti-refugee sentiment. And
Objection.
Buffalo Shooters Manifesto promotes great replacement theory anti-Semitism.
Without objection.
Can I go?
The committee will be in recess for a short period of time. The reason we have to leave now is I do know that there's one 15-minute vote, and then the next 5 votes I think are 2-minute votes. I don't want to miss that. So we're gonna recess. There's some lunch for you in the back, and then we'll be back as quick as we can. Committee stands in recess.
Previously asked in this.
5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I previously asked in this committee why the DOJ took down the NIJ's journal dedicated to domestic radicalization, violent extremism, and terrorism. In that journal, the DOJ research found that since 1990, far-right extremists have committed far more ideologically motivated homicides than far-left or radical Islamist extremists. And in spite of those facts, we held 2 hearings in this committee committed to Islamophobia, and not a week later, yet another act of deadly violence from the right occurred at a mosque in my home state. So before I begin, I'd like to respectfully ask our chairman, Mr. Chairman, will you commit to holding a hearing on the white nationalists who violently shot at the mosque this week in San Diego?
We will take that under consideration. We have a number of hearings scheduled and markup scheduled coming up here in the next week. We're looking to do something on Act Blue. We're looking to get the CEO of
Mr.
Southern
Chairman,
Poverty
I'm
Law
gonna-
Center.
That's a no. We're not gonna hold a hearing. That had been a Muslim person that shot up a synagogue. Do you think that they would be rushing to have hearings on that? Do you think that it would even have to be requested? No, it wouldn't have to be requested. Nobody gives a fuck what you're doing. The answer is yes or no.
In the next week, we're looking to do something on Act Blue. We're looking to get the CEO of
Mr.
Southern
Chairman,
Poverty
I'm
Law
going to
Center.
reclaim my
But
time.
he wouldn't agree to come yet. so we're
Reclaim my
working on that.
time from you and hope that long thing turns into a yes. But now I would like to talk about an organization which is and has been historically dedicated to stopping violence, the Southern Poverty Law Center, whose informant program has helped stop real acts of violence in this country. SPLC shared intelligence gathered from informants directly with law enforcement agencies, including the FBI and DOJ. That information helped stop a neo-Nazi from obtaining a security clearance and helped thwart a planned terrorist attack targeting a synagogue and an LGBTQ bar in Las Vegas. So, Mr. Tyler, if an organization helps stop a bomb attack, is that good or bad?
Well, of course it's good. but-
Okay, thank you. No, because I don't have a lot of time. Mr. Tyler, do you believe that law enforcement should ignore credible intelligence about violent extremist threats? Yes
No.
or no? Okay, thank you.
And the witness's name is Mr. O'Neill.
Oh, I apologize.
Thank you.
Because from where I sit, those answers sound like public safety work. Yet Republicans applauded when Kash Patel severed the FBI's information sharing relationship with SPLC. And I cannot find a single instance where SPLC's cooperation with law enforcement made Americans less safe. Maybe the real issue is simply SPLC has been effective at exposing white supremacist and extremist organizations for decades, organizations that Republicans either condone or deny exist at all. SPLC was founded during the Civil Rights Movement to fight racial terror and organized hate in the South, and for over 50 years, it has sued violent white supremacist organizations, monitored extremist groups, protected voting rights, and defended vulnerable communities. SPLC bankrupted factions of the KKK and fought racial intimidation campaigns. And recently, they exposed abusive living conditions in juvenile detention centers and filed suit against school districts that failed to provide individualized services and reasonable accommodations for disabled students. How is that bad? And let's talk about transparency for a moment. Republicans are accusing SPLC of wrongdoing because it did not publicly disclose donor-by-donor payout maps tied to confidential informants. But nonprofits do not operate that way. Are Turning Point USA or Moms for Liberty publishing donor-by-donor payout audits? Because I can't seem to find them. And somehow Republicans want a completely different standard applied here. And the hypocrisy becomes even more obvious when you look at Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche. Mr. Blanche publicly attacked SPLC over its confidential informant program while refusing to rule out taxpayer-funded payouts to January 6 rioters, including individuals convicted of assaulting police officers. So why is secrecy suddenly unacceptable?
And children. Isn't that peculiar? Let's continue.
When a civil rights organization uses confidential informants to stop violent extremism, but perfectly acceptable when this administration creates a $1.8 billion taxpayer-funded white reparations slush fund. Why are Republicans attacking SPLC while refusing to provide transparency about who could receive taxpayer-funded payouts tied to January 6 insurrectionists? This hearing has nothing to do with oversight and nothing to do with public safety. It is about intimidating organizations that challenge white supremacy, defend civil rights, and refuse to bend the knee to this administration. And Mr. Chair, as you know me, I have some there we go, my friend.
The gentlelady is recognized for unanimous consent request.
Thank you. The first one is the acting attorney general is facing bipartisan criticism about the DOJ's so-called anti-weaponization fund, 51926 Politico. I ask unanimous consent.
Without objection.
What we know about the San Diego mosque shooting victims, suspects, possible motive, and more.
Without objection.
We covered that here on yesterday.
Multiple Republicans in Congress post openly anti-Muslim statements.
Without objection.
The second wave, return of the militias.
Without objection.
Pentagon tightens ban on supremacist activity after years of denying problem.
Without objection.
SPLC, DOJ lawsuit, a wake-up call to end Mississippi's school-to-prison pipeline.
Without objection.
SPLC report reveals the high price of Florida's incarceration of Black children.
Without objection.
Fifth Circuit rules against unlawful debt collections targeting Hurricane Katrina survivors.
Without objection.
SPLC report overcoming the unprecedented Southern voters' battle against voter suppression, intimidation, and a virus.
Without objection.
SPLC announces new campaign, Poverty is Not a Line, during Poverty Awareness Month.
Okay. Without objection.
How the threat of political violence is transforming America.
Okay. Without objection.
And the last one, right-wing extremist violence is more frequent and deadly than left-wing violence.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I am looking forward to getting additional information
Yes,
on when
yes.
that possible hearing
Yeah,
is.
just for the record, Republicans aren't upset when the Southern Poverty Law Center labels racist organizations racist. We're upset when they label.
We don't need you to answer to what is being presented to the record. If you want to argue it with the writer of the piece, you stupid numbnuts.
Non-racist.
And money laundering states that between 2014 and 2023, the SPLC
Oh, God.
covertly funneled
We are not going to listen to her. We are almost over. What do they call her? What do they call her? They call her. Oh, what was the guy's name? Oh God. The guy who went to jail from New Jersey. The senator who was stealing money, buying Louis Vuitton scarves and all of that stuff. What is that name? And Trump gave him a pardon. Oh my God, what is that guy's name?
And disagree with what she was alleging over there.
Somebody in the chat, please tell me. Let me pull up his name. Oh my God. Once somebody compared her to him. What is his name again? Oh my God. George Santos. Oh my God, I was watching something and they said that George Santos, he has questions in the hearing. I was like, how George Santos have questions in the hearing? They are calling her George Santos.
The right and left have long recognized that the SPLC is no longer the group that it was founded to be. Mr. O'Neill, shouldn't we be concerned that our government and law enforcement are accepting information from knowingly biased sources?
Yes, we should be concerned that they were receiving information specifically from a group that systematically demonizes concerned parents, conservative Christian groups, and even groups of LGBT people who oppose the sexualization of children.
So if the SPLC were instigating criminal action and then reporting such information to law enforcement, would that not raise even more legally dubious conflicts? Mr. Perkins.
It would. SPLC was it was like they were hiring an arsonist to create a fire. Then they were calling the fire department and ratting out the arsonist that they hired. And then they wanted to get
someone else, or accusing someone else of setting the fire.
Well, but they also wanted to get Citizen of the Year award by calling in and turning in the arsonist that they paid. It's a conspiracy that goes way beyond just money. This was about trying to demonize, silence, and completely eliminate any opposition to the left when it came to their agenda.
And that's what's played out, I think, today with the questioning in your testimony. But now we're finding out that the SPLC is not only engaged in this kind of behavior, but we have schools across the country that have included SPLC information in their curriculum. Dr. Swain, what are the concerns that you have in that regard?
I have concerns that the SPLC's program Teaching Tolerance is really intolerant, and many of the public and private schools use their materials, and because they have so many resources, they are able to get into the schools in a way that I think is very dangerous, because they're all about indoctrination, a very progressive agenda, and so that is my concern.
Okay, I appreciate that. I believe that this program, that it's the Learning for Justice is the community education program that I am referring to. Mr. O'Neill, do you have concerns about that program as well?
Yes, so it's very telling in my mind that the program that was long known as Teaching Tolerance, apparently the SPLC has become too woke for tolerance. So they changed the name to nix the tolerance and just go with Learning for Justice.
Okay. All right. Interesting. Well, I'm just about out of time. I also have a unanimous consent.
This
is an article from April 30th, 2026 from LiveSet News. The both sides political violence narrative completely debunked. They cooked the books. An example being that all claims of anti-Semitism, they claim are right-wing or conservative attacks when we know that is absolutely not the case. They do not count what happened on 9/11. And there are many other examples in this particular article where they have absolutely cooked the books, that they claimed left-wing violence is right-wing when we know that that isn't true. So they're even lying about that as well. So thank you, and I yield back.
No objection. The gentlelady also yields back. The chair now recognizes gentlelady from Vermont.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We're very clear. Nobody cooked any books. She is trying to make an excuse for the fact that the CIA, the investigative branches of our government, had deemed white nationalist supremacists the biggest threat to America. And now when Pam Bimbo went into the Department of Justice, that statement, that report disappeared. And now here she has talking about they're lying about that. It shows something that show us the proof that it shows something different than bitch. Just because you say it, that means absolutely nothing. Show us where you get this evidence from, that people are lying about what the report from your own fucking intelligence agencies has said about the threat of white supremacists in the United States. Let's go.
This president and his supporters in Congress want to turn the clock back. They're trying to undo the progress of the civil rights movement. That's what this is all about. This is about white nationalism and a direct attack on Black Americans in this country, and it comes from the very top. That's why we need groups like SPLC, because the president is systematically taking us back to the darkest chapters of American history. Rather than face accountability from the voters, he is fully embracing authoritarianism. Sham indictments against nonprofits are just one part of this plan. President Trump, his captured Supreme Court, and Republicans in this very room have supported attacks on law firms involved in civil rights litigation, dismantling the federal civil rights offices, weaponizing the DOJ to baselessly attack the president's enemies, gutting the Voting Rights Act. This is an effort to criminalize dissent. We're witnessing an intentional effort to intimidate any institution who will stand up for our rights, the rights of Americans. It's an intentional effort to silence Black voices and to undo our multiracial democracy. And the majority claims that the SPLC manufactures hate. Here's the hard truth. There is no reason that the SPLC has to manufacture hate in this country because the Trump era has supplied plenty of it. White supremacy, Christian nationalism, violence against women, right-wing extremism, and bigotry against the LGBTQ community is flourishing. And the president just set up a corrupt slush fund to pay people who took up arms against our own government. Right now, hate is being cultivated, rewarded, and reinforced by those in power. Ms. Wiley, thank you for being here. How do these attacks on SPLC, the Justice Department, and the civil rights of Black Americans civil rights enforcement affect the civil rights of Black Americans?
Significantly. And I just want to share one story we haven't talked about, because the reality is Charles Morrell III, a Black man in Boston in 2022, was just walking down the street. The Patriot Front attacked him. The Patriot Front is listed on SPLC's heat map as a hate and extremist group. The importance of calling it out is so that Charles Murray III can walk down the street and be safe. And at a time when we're talking about schools and education and children and what happens within them, we see a broadside attack on even teaching history of slavery, history of the civil rights movement that took permission away from hate and extremism and said, this country, no matter your viewpoint, no matter your religion, no matter who you vote for, and no matter what you believe, is your country. That matters for all of us. And I say every American should be concerned, no matter who you are, if we whitewash hate.
I couldn't agree more, because we see every day when we turn on the news and we watch this president at press conferences, the bigotry and the hatred is coming from the top. It's a strategy. It's an electoral strategy, but it's also a cultural one. The way President Trump has routinely insulted and demeaned women and people of color has permeated this country. When he casually calls women reporters piggy and stupid and mouths the word bitch at a Black reporter. When he calls Haiti and African countries shithole nations. When he repeatedly and relentlessly spreads falsehoods about President Obama's birth certificate. It spreads the hate. As a former history teacher, I know there's going to be a reckoning. There will. And our children and our grandchildren will ask us where we stood, what we said, what we did when we had these microphones, when we had these platforms. They will ask us if we bowed down to a tyrant, to a bigot, to a man who spreads hate through his social media posts, through his appearances at press conferences. They will ask us this. And I will tell you, I know where I am. I'm standing with the people, and I'm standing with the Constitution. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hey, guys, I have a great idea. 2016, we raised $51 million. That's really good. But I think we can do better, right? I think we can do just a little bit better.
Propping them up. This was not about money. This was about Charlottesville marginalized. It's like he murdered.
Goes back.
Catching airplanes, if you could go
Gentleman
first.
from Texas, then we'll come to the gentleman from Florida.
Well. It is so hard to sit here and listen to this. That's one reason I watched the majority of this and didn't actually sit in this room, because I'm sure my faces would have told everything that I was thinking. Is there anyone that finds it odd? Well, can we start here? I'm gonna start with the entire panel. Are the Proud Boys a white supremacist organization? Yes or no? Starting with Ms. Wiley.
It is my view they are.
It depends on how you define it. I have a book.
Okay, never mind.
It
Next.
depends on how you
It's a
define
yes
it.
or no. Proud
Oh.
Boys, how they define themselves. Are they white supremacists? Yes or no?
I have not read a description of how they
Okay,
define themselves.
that's fine.
I'm not on the mailing list. I don't know.
So are you only on the mailing list of?
I'm not like the
White
SPLC. I don't
supremacists, or-
fund organizations that I'm.
Oh, it just seemed like you were saying because you haven't received their mail, you only received the mail of white supremacists. But go ahead, last witness.
No, they're not white supremacists.
And you know what? I do believe that y'all believe that. Let's try another one. Neo-Nazis, Miss Wiley.
Well, yes.
Nazis is in their name. Neo-Nazis, Dr. Swain.
Is the question still about the Proud Boys or is it about the?
Neo-Nazis. We have moved on. Neo-Nazis.
Neo-Nazis are hate groups, and I have a book, 2002.
Okay, thank you so much.
about
So we're
hate
gonna-
groups
so-
that I suggest that you all read.
I'm reclaiming
It's a
my
long
time.
book.
I'm reclaiming my time. Neo-Nazis. Are they white supremacists?
Neo-Nazis, are they white supremacists?
Yes or no?
What's that?
Yes or no?
They're certainly anti-Semitic, which I would join with any member of the Democratic Party. Mr. Nadler earlier was talking about standing up
Okay,
for the Jewish.
reclaiming my time.
Be happy
Next.
to do that.
Yes, they're white supremacists.
Woo, thank God. Jesus Christ, I didn't think we were going to get there. Oh my gosh, let me be clear. Proud Boys are freaking white supremacists. Neo-Nazis are too. And this president, who loves to coddle white supremacists, has decided that they should be given checks. The reasons that I pointed to those particular organizations is because you can go and read, I don't know how many articles, as Dr. Swain wants people to read up. I'm going to be clear. I've read my fair share of books. I do have my fair share of degrees. It is clear that neo-Nazis as well as Proud Boys joined in on January 6th. Yet the slush fund that they keep talking about is specifically to give them money. So how dare this majority sit here and try to lecture this organization about money? Now, we're not talking about tax-paying dollars as we are in that slush fund. But you're telling me that $2 billion in the same country that I'm sure some of y'all would struggle with whether or not the enslavement of Black people was good or bad. I'm not even gonna go there and ask y'all the question because y'all struggle with defining that these people were white supremacists. But this country still hasn't thought that reparations made sense for Black folk in this country. But at the same time, they've decided that people that are in organizations that are absolutely white supremacy organizations should get our tax dollars because they decided to tear apart or attempt to tear apart our democracy. They are being rewarded. These are people that went through our criminal justice system. When people on that side of the aisle claim that they love law and order, they went through it. They either entered pleas of guilty or they were found guilty. And this president on day one, his priority was not around racism. It was around doing things like letting them go and now putting money in their pockets. We haven't had one hearing on white supremacy. Yet when we look at things like the killing of Ahmaud Arbery, George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, the 9 worshipers who were murdered at the Mother Emanuel AME Church, the 23 people murdered in 2019 during the shooting at Walmart in El Paso, the 10 people murdered during the 2022 shooting at a grocery store in Buffalo, New York, all of these were murdered by white supremacists who were empowered by the Republican Party's racist.
Including the 3 people that were murdered in San Diego, was it Monday or Tuesday of this week? They're Muslims by the people who identified as white nationalists.
Rhetoric and policies. This is the same party that wants to.
Oh, does that count? Because they want to call these 17 and 18-year-old white nationalist children.
Drag us back to the Jim Crow era. Some say that there aren't poll taxes, and I guess it's because they're not listing the amount of money. But when you tell somebody that they've got to go and pay for something, say like a passport that costs over $100 in order to be able to vote, that looks like a poll tax to me. Some of y'all need to read up on your history books, the very same ones that the Republicans have decided that people should not hear about because you don't want real history taught in our schools because you're afraid that it's going to hurt people's feelings to know that their ancestors were so savage that they would enslave Black folk. You don't want them to understand why the 14th Amendment mattered then and it matters today. You don't want them to understand that when they draw these racist lines and tell Black folk that they shouldn't have representation in this country, that it is against the Constitution. You want them to be ignorant so that they can sit up here and be your token for your
has
mission.
expired. Well, you can't yield because you've done run out of time. But it looks like the ranking member wants to make a unanimous consent request.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Walmart gunman attacked El Paso because that's what his president was telling him his defense attorney says. I'd like to introduce that for the record.
Without objection. Democrats were talking about a slush fund. I would just point out, was it a slush fund when Peter Strzok got $1.2 million from the Garland Justice Department. Was it a slush fund when Lisa Page got $800,000? You know, Peter Strzok's the guy that said, I'm in the Northern Virginia Walmart. I can smell the Trump supporters. And the Biden Justice Department gave him $1.2 million. Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Wiley, I want to talk to you about the Charles Morrell case that you mentioned earlier. You said it happened where?
Boston,
In Boston?
Massachusetts. Yes, sir.
And he was attacked by whom?
The Patriot Front.
The Patriot Front. The SPLC did not give the Patriot Front any money. Is that correct?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
And how was he attacked? And pardon me, I'm just not familiar with this case.
The Patriot Front was had a march that they were engaged in without a permit, and he was attacked on the street.
Was he killed or just assaulted? Or
I don't know that it matters if we're talking about a hate crime, which is what we're talking
I'm just
about.
trying to get the details, ma'am, and I'm leading up to this. Would you be willing to condemn the local leaders' efforts to defund the police? Because I agree with you. We should have safe streets.
I'm sorry, I'm not quite.
Will you condemn Boston's local leaders from trying to defund the police? They did that in their recent budget proposal.
I don't live in Boston. What I will say is this was a
You think that
hate
defunding
crime,
the police
and-
helps or
and
hurts public safety?
The question I think that I was asked to come speak to was the rise of hate
Right.
and the critical importance of us addressing and protecting civil rights.
Well, you said
And there's a
earlier that you
Ku Klux
respect
Klan-
Mr. Murrell's right to a free street. So I'm asking you, will you condemn the local leaders' efforts to defund the police?
I will not make any comment about
Okay.
local decisions.
What about
in
what
Boston.
about Mayor Wu's policy of offering sanctuary to people here illegally, regardless of their criminal history? Will you condemn that?
No.
So it seems like your qualification on public safety is very limited, correct?
No, I'm
I
just
think
here.
it is. I
I'm
think it
just
is.
here on a
In
hate
regards,
crime.
well, let's talk about the hate crimes. In terms of the neo-Nazis, I actually agree with just about every word that Jerry Nadler said. I'm working on a bill to promote safe places of worship, increase penalties for attacks on worshipers. And neo-Nazism is certainly on the rise. You would agree with that?
I would.
Anti-Semitism, attacks against Jews, Christians, members of other faiths is on the rise.
It is.
Do you know why it's on the rise?
Well, I think that's why we've been so concerned about the cuts to grants and programs that are helping us understand the rise, and exactly why we have young men like we saw in San Diego murder 3 men at a mosque.
Are you concerned
And
at
while
all?
we're concerned about the attacks on the Southern Poverty Law Center, which is also seeking to
I
help us
agree.
better
Do
understand.
you find it at all problematic that one of the leading candidates for United States Senate proudly commissioned and displayed a Nazi tattoo on his chest for almost 20 years? Does that concern you?
I don't know who you're referring to. I would only say that anti-Semitism, neo-Nazism, hate always concerns me.
Would you condemn that in that candidate?
Did you condemn Pete Kegbreath with that what is it called? That white nationalist tattoo on his chest. Do you condemn that? The reference to who were those people that conquered the Muslim? I had it on the tip of my tongue because I don't often try to study up on the crusade, the Christian crusades. Do you want to talk about tattoos? No, you don't want to talk about tattoos because you guys try to act as if all of those Christian crusade tattoos in that Dolce Vita or whatever, a tattoo on Kegbreath are some innocent tattoos. The man who it has been reported got drunk at a bar and said, kill all Muslims. But you want to talk about tattoos, is it? I hope she started asking you questions about tattoos. The reason why you're talking about this man with the tattoos, that he has Susan Collins so concerned that he's about to snatch her seat with her I'm so concerned as, but voting against everything that she say she is so concerned about. Is that why you're bringing up what's his name, Pratner? Okay.
United States Senate candidate who proudly wore a Nazi tattoo right on his chest.
Well, certainly I don't agree with any support of neo-Nazism.
Now, I'm detecting a little bit of, it seems like viewpoint and partisan bias from the SPLC. Mr. Perkins, I want to talk to you a little bit about this. Do you know why there is such fervent resistance, or I would say fervent hatred for traditional viewpoints, for Christians, for people like yourself?
I do, because we have a fixed view of marriage, of human sexuality, and that stands in the way of the left's ideological push to transgender our children and to redefine marriage. And so in order to shut us up, knock us off the media, defund us, they have to label us
Right.
alongside of these racist groups.
Right. Ms. Wiley, do you think that biblical values are extreme?
I I don't even understand the question, sir. I'm
Very
sorry.
simple. Do you believe that biblical values are extreme?
I believe that people have the right
Sure.
to have their beliefs, including their interpretations of religion.
That's what Kegbreath said his tattoos represent. So talk to him about it. We're moving on. We are moving on. What do they stand for then? You want to say what it isn't. Go tell him what it isn't. He said these are Christian tattoos. And we do know that those are the Christian Crusaders tattoos. That big tattoo on his chest that since we're talking about Saucy. Since we're talking about tattoos, Saucy, excuse me, hold on. Saucy, let me calm her down. Lord. Why is there a dog barking? Because that's what dogs do. They bark. You never heard a dog bark, and you need to ask why are dogs barking? Duh. Because it's a dog. That's why it's barking. Yeah, he's Saucy is cursing out that one who says that's what Kegbreath tattoo stands for. Hey, Very Carrie, it is good to see you. I hope you guys thank you all for joining me. Hit the like button, please. Hold on. Lord have mercy. Oh, I had to go see what she was barking at. Okay. This chat likes Pete Kegbreath. Do I have that right? I don't know what the chat likes, but I'm just talking about tattoos. I'm just stating. I'm talking about tattoos. Dogs bark, Lisa. I had to go and see what my little dog Saucy sow outside. When they do a little bark, you're like, okay, it's being a dog. But then when they keep on, it's like, wait a minute. Okay, pew. Thank you. Please hit the like button since you're here. Let's finish this up because I have an announcement about what the Republicans have made it clear that they are not in agreement with this $1,776,000,000 slush fund that 4547 wants to give out to those criminals who he pardoned, and they are refusing to take that vote to the floor. Also, the $1 trillion that they tried to slide into a reconciliation package for that big bloated ballroom. A Senate parliamentarian has denied their ability to slide that $1 trillion into the budget, and 4547 told the senators, "Well, fire the parliamentarian, fire her." But they can't do that. It's against the law. He just wants them to fire her and approve my $1 trillion for the ballroom. Parliamentarian. So he wants her to be fired for doing her job. which is telling him, no, you cannot sneak $1 trillion into any type of bill. You can't do that. That is illegal and is not allowed. So it seems like he's getting over $2 trillion worth of treats that he wanted to take from the Treasury for himself, denied. But let's finish this before we get into that.
Whatever their religion is.
Is Mr. Perkins' belief in traditional biblical values what brought him to the forefront of the SPLC's hate group map?
I can't speak for the SPLC's
You are
position.
today.
I am here to speak about hate and bias. And
Do you
what I
think
am
that
here to
belief
say
in biblical
is
values promotes hate and bias?
that is way too broad a question
Well,
to
I'm
answer.
asking
What I'm very clear on is that we have a constitution that protects First Amendment rights, including freedom of religion. We support that as a civil rights community that includes almost every faith and an interfaith alliance.
Well, I know. Let me
frankly,
just stop you there. I know Dr. Swain well. She's a scholar. She's independent. She's very well thought out. Why was she listed as someone to be concerned about?
I'm here because we're talking about hate. I do not engage in the
Is she a hateful
designations.
person?
I don't know her.
You're on behalf of the SPLC.
I'm on behalf of civil rights, the Leadership Conference.
Is she
on Civil
anti-civil
Human
rights?
I don't know her.
Well, I'm over my time, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, could we just clarify Ms. Wiley's organizational identification? I think there's some confusion here.
Yeah.
I am the president and CEO of the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights, which is the nation's oldest and largest civil rights coalition of almost 250 national organizations.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to go back really quick to the questioning by Ms. Crockett, just because I thought it was actually an easy line of questioning, and I want to give everyone an opportunity just to clarify. Ms. Swan, the neo-Nazis are a supremacist group, right? I know you talked about your book, but neo-Nazis are a supremacist group.
May I define a white supremacist? Because I did a Cambridge University Press book, and when I did my research,
I know, but Ms. Swan, I gotta be honest, you're doing what the university professors did.
Oh, this is the one that I like. This is Jared Moskowitz. Of course, I always love him. Let's get entertained.
I thought it was actually an easy line of questioning, and I want to give everyone an opportunity just to clarify. Ms. Swan, the neo-Nazis are a supremacist group, right? I know you talked about your book, but neo-Nazis are a supremacist group.
May I define a white supremacist? Because I did a Cambridge University Press book, and when I did my research,
I know, but Ms. Swan, I gotta be honest, you're doing what
This bitch is thinks she's on a press tour. This bitch wants to promote her books. This bitch is sitting up here trying to sell merch at a congressional hearing. She's trying to sell merch. I did a book. I did a book. I'm a professor at Vanderbilt and Princeton. I did a book. They sucked up all of my speaking engagements when they told the truth about me and me being a motherfucking toe tapping raccoon for the white man. It sucked up all of my speaking engagements, so I have a bone to pick with the Southern with the Southern Poverty Law Center. It sucked up all my speaking engagement, but I got a book to sell.
The university professors did with Elise Stefanik, talking about, well, what's the definition of this and what's
I'm giving you a definition
but
because you all don't have one.
The neo-Nazis are a supremacist group. They believe they're supreme, right? That's why they wanted to put people in camps that they believed were not pure. Neo-Nazis are a supremacist group, right? I mean, this is not a trick question, Ms. Swan. I'm not trying to trip you up in the fact that you're...
I would like to define a white supremacist, and when I did my research, it was white people who believed that because of their race, they were superior to other groups. But the left redefined white supremacists so that it could include any white person.
Okay, Ms. Swan, hold on. That's a wonderful speech and a filibuster.
No, it's true.
Are neo-Nazis supremacists?
What are my qualifications to do what? What qualifications are you asking me do I have? My qualifications is that I load up my StreamYard and hit the live button, and I have an agenda of things that I want to speak of. What are yours? What are yours? I think you thought that someone was going to be impressed with that bullshit that you wrote about who you are and where you graduated from. No one's impressed with any of that. What are your qualifications? And if you feel that my qualifications are beneath you, go do what I do. Go qualify yourself to turn on your like button and talk about whatever the fuck it is that you want to present. If they say something else, Vera Carey, you know what to do. Let's continue. What are my qualifications? I'm qualified to tell you.
It depends on which ones. They're individuals.
No, I didn't ask you.
Oh, let's get back.
I didn't ask you which ones.
Some of them it was white people who believed that.
That's why they wanted to put people in camps that they believed were not pure. Neo-Nazis are a supremacist group, right? I mean, this is not a trick question, Ms. Swan. I'm not trying to trip you up in the fact that you're.
I would like to define a white supremacist, and when I did my research, it was white people who believed that because of their race, they were superior to other groups. But the left redefined white supremacists so that it could include any white person.
Okay, Ms. Swan, hold on. That's a wonderful speech and a filibuster.
No, it's true.
Are neo-Nazis supremacists?
It depends on which ones. They're individuals.
No, I didn't ask you which ones.
Some of them are plain old
neo-Nazi. Ms. Swan, listen, I'm not reading your book if you literally can't answer this question. Are neo-Nazis supremacists?
They're individuals. Some are, and some may be just plain old anti-Semites.
No, neo-Nazis are anti-Semites, okay? We're going to agree there.
Right, okay.
But they're also supremacists, Ms. Swan.
Okay, if you agree.
No. You don't have to take my word for it, right? Like, they are. That's the whole reason they exist.
But you
because
all don't
they believe they are supreme.
You all don't seem to understand that a white.
Who's they all?
supremacist
I'm not a neo-Nazi. Who's they all? I'm a regular person asking another regular person if we can agree that neo-Nazis are supremacists.
I will agree with you.
Okay, I don't want you to be forced into it.
I would agree with you, but I suggest you all take the time and read my Cambridge University Press book.
Listen,
that was nominated
Ms.
for a
Swan,
Pulitzer Prize.
Dr. Swan, I can promise you there's no freaking way I'm buying your book. When it took 2 minutes for you to look at me and had to convince you that neo-Nazis, listen.
Because I don't like the talking points. The left
Nobody has to know. They asked you about a term. There was no talking point about it. I don't like it. Well, why don't you like it? Because you understand that represents your side of the ticket. Why wouldn't you like it? You're a black woman. And the simple fact that he asked you, were neo-Nazis a supremacist group? What about that is there for you to not like or to like? That's a question of fact. No, because I don't like it. Why don't you like it? Because you know it identifies with Republicans that you say that you are. That's why you don't like it, bitch.
I suggest you all take the time and read my Cambridge University Press book.
Listen,
that was nominated for a Pulitzer Prize.
Dr. Swan, I can promise you there's no freaking way I'm buying your book. When it took 2 minutes for you to look at me and had to convince you that neo-Nazis, listen.
Because I don't like the talking points.
This is not a talking point. This is 100 years of history. Watch this. I'm going to show you how easy it is. Mr. Perkins, are neo-Nazis supremacists?
They are supremacists.
Thank you, sir. Mr. O'Neill?
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Swan, that wasn't a trick question for them. I wasn't trying to trip them up. I wasn't using DNC talking points. This is part of the problem. And I didn't even want to do this, quite frankly, because I'm not interested in making this stuff political, right? I got Democratic candidates in Texas coming out yesterday and saying that Jews belong in concentration camps again. Okay.
It's terrible.
Like we're in real bad times.
I agree.
And so if we put these hateful conversations in our political box and we do the whataboutism, this is just going to continue to spread hate.
I agree with 100%. We agree.
Right. And that's why we got to be able to at least agree to a simple set of facts that neo-Nazis are supremacists. Right? Okay. We've moved on. We've moved on. You're there.
But you all use white supremacists as a broad statement.
I didn't say anything other than they're supremacists.
Okay.
And they are.
I apologize to you, sir.
Okay. No, you don't have to apologize to me. I just want you to understand, like, if we can't agree on a simple set of facts, then we can't solve real problems. So, Mr. Chairman, this obviously was a specific topic that you had scheduled a couple weeks ago and invited these witnesses in. But I got to be honest, like the last week, the amount of anti-Semitic messages, voicemails, text messages I have gotten, stuff on my social media, an assassination plot, a couple months ago, someone serving 25 years in jail, and now watching someone running for office, trying to join the greatest deliberative body ever created on this planet, who thinks the way forward for America is to look at 1940s Germany. Okay, my grandmother was part of the kinder transport out of Germany. Her parents died at Auschwitz. My kids are not going to an internment camp, I can assure you. And it's becoming so normalized. It is we've gone from, like, oh, there's Americans who donate to elected officials, that are AIPAC, and then it's, okay, Netanyahu, and then it's, okay, maybe we shouldn't support foreign money, and then, okay, now we're going to call these people Zionists, and now we're at concentration camps. By the way, we got the concentration camps much faster than I thought we would get, but here we are. And it's real scary. People are scared. People don't want to show their Jewish stars anymore. They're moving into neighborhoods just to be around other Jews because they're concerned. And one of my Republican colleagues, and I know I'm over, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to wrap it up. One of my Republican colleagues asked, like, do we know why it's spreading? Hate, all sorts of hate, not just anti-Semitism. This is why it's spreading. It's all here. It's really here. Go poll young kids versus seniors. It's a dramatic difference in the amount of hate young kids have versus seniors. This is the difference. You're seeing it in voting patterns. You're seeing it in belief systems. We've let foreign governments and bots just totally weaponize this. No countries can beat us militarily. We're stronger than everyone combined. But they are gotten us fighting amongst ourselves, dividing us at each other's throats. So if you ask me why things are so bad, I mean, just spend a couple minutes, go to my Twitter, go look at some happy things, like a Happy Veterans Day or Happy Memorial Day that I posted. Look at the hate I get. It is out of control. So, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate you doing this hearing in general, but real hate, is spreading in this country in ways that my grandparents, they're gone. I can't imagine if they were alive to see what was going on here. I yield back. Thank you for the extra time, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I appreciate what the gentleman said, and one of the things I have personally made a commitment to do is keep it out of our party, the party I belong to. And I know you are doing unbelievable amount of work trying to keep it out of your party. The once great party of FDR and JFK, we're seeing things there that are just not healthy for this great nation. And I'm committed to doing everything I can to make sure it doesn't get involved in the Republican Party. And I appreciate your words because it is scary, very scary. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have to say I agree with a lot of what my colleague, Mr. Moskowitz, just said. And I think it is a lot of the hatred and division is driven by social media, by this, especially since COVID. And I believe our foreign adversaries in many times are intervening. And I believe the algorithms are driving our young people particularly into more and more extreme views. And that's sowing social division. And that is not good for anyone other than our foreign adversaries. But Mr. Chairman, thank you for holding this committee. It is truly astounding to me the lengths to which the Southern Poverty Law Center has gone to preserve its relevance. And I think it's telling that at this, our second hearing about the Southern Poverty Law Center, my Democrat colleagues have not called someone from SPLC to defend themselves. In fact, the previous Democrat witness, very similar to the witness today, just over and over again, well, I don't speak for the SPLC. Well, why are you here then? Look, an organization that was ostensibly committed to advancing civil rights should strive to make its own intervention less necessary by encouraging productive dialogue and fostering equal treatment under the law, rather than continually framing disagreements through the lens of racial animosity. If the SPLC were serious about dismantling hate, it would not be funding it, nor would it be engaging in conduct that promotes division for institutional or political gain. Mr. O'Neill, is it a common practice? You've written a lot about nonprofit organizations or NGOs. Is it a common practice for NGOs to channel money through intermediaries, entities in ways that obscure the ultimate recipient or purpose of those funds?
Yes, to some degree. There is dark money funding through, and this happens on both the right and the left.
Sure.
You have groups like 1630 Fund and the Tides Foundation that seem set up to hide which donors are.
I see someone in the chat wants to know the professor's name, not Myra Wiley, the other black woman. Let's give you the information. Someone said that they would like to look up her book. I don't want to stop you from it. Is this the, let me see. Here it is. Here's the information that I was able to find on her. Her name is Carol Wayne. Carol Swain, not Wayne, Swain, is an American political scientist, legal scholar, author, and let me get my glasses. She's an a political science legal scholar, author, and former professor of political science and law at Vanderbilt University. Rising from poverty to earn 5 degrees, she taught. We heard all of this in her opening statement. I think this is her opening statement right here. Uh, uh, Rising from poverty, she earned 5 degrees. She taught at Princeton and Vanderbilt, authored award-winning books such as Black Faces. Let me see, Black Faces, Black Interest, and has been cited by the U.S. Supreme Court. Of course, she's been quoted by this Supreme Court. I'm sure it is this very Supreme Court that clawed back Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. This is the Supreme Court that must be quoting this bitch. Okay. Black Interest, and has been cited by the U.S. Supreme Court, a media commentator and founder of Be the People, not We the People, Be the People. She is known for her work on race, immigration, and constitutional issues, and conservative advocacy. That's who she is. She's 72 years old. There she is. Go enjoy. Yum yum. Eat up what the rock is cooking. Okay, let's get back to this hearing. I'm gonna fast forward it through this bore fest that is asking questions. Now the link is in my description box under Southern Poverty Law Center hearing. You can find everything that I share with you is always in my description box.
Funding which projects?
Okay. And are there legal or ethical issues?
In the cases, and in America.
Let's go to someone right here, Dr. Swain. Are you an apologist for white supremacists?
Yes, she is.
I don't think so. I try to stand up for all Americans. I believe in the Civil Rights Act and the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment. It applies to all races. And in America, we should not be discriminating for or against any group.
So you have a dream that someday your young children would be judged not by the color of their skin, but by the quality of their character.
No, it's the content of their character.
I don't know. I think if someone says something like that, they would be labeled a hate group by the SPLC, maybe.
Probably.
I think you said it very, very well, Dr. Swain.
He said if somebody thinks that they want their children to be judged by the not by the color of their skin, but he said the something of their character. It's the content of their character. And then he goes on to say, "Oh, well, I think somebody who thinks like that would be labeled a racist under the SPLC." So he bastardized Dr. King's words and tried to say that somebody who thought like Dr. King, when he couldn't even get the quote right, would probably be seen as a racist under the Southern Poverty Law Center. Did you get that? Let's if you didn't get it, let me let you get this.
Their skin, but by the quality of their character.
By the quality of their character. It's the content of their character.
Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment. It applies to all races. And in America, we should not be discriminating for or against any group.
So you have a dream that someday your young children would be judged not by the color of their skin, but by the quality of their character.
Yes.
I don't know. I think if someone says something like that, they would be labeled a hate group by the SPLC, maybe.
Probably.
And she agrees.
I think
she agrees with it. She probably wanted to say no, not the quality of their character, the content of their character is what I would like my children to be judged on. But she got to go. Yes, Mr. Joe. Yeah, Miss Joe. That's what I believe. Miss Joe. We show is rich, huh, Miss Joe. Miss Joe. Mrs. Joe. We show is rich. Yeah. That's what I believe too, Mr. Joe.
You said it very, very well, Dr. Swain, that rather than monitoring hate groups, the Southern Poverty Law Center has become one.
And that was 2009. And I had been a Democrat all of my life. And so at that time, I was about ready to make a transition, but
So that was 2009.
Yes.
In the last
2009.
17 years, has anything changed your mind about SPLC?
I was ahead of my time.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Yields back, gentleman from New York.
Thank you, sir. Thank you,
Okay,
sir.
sure. We'll go to the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. O'Neill, I wanted to talk a little bit about this thing.
Sir, I's got a free book for you out there in the hallways, in the corridor. Sir, you want one of my free books, sir? Thank you for highlighting me, sir. I appreciate that so much, sir.
Hate map concept, but isn't it true Southern Poverty Law Center began as a public interest law firm?
Correct.
Yeah. And it actually, as a member of the state legislature, we had some issues.
The SPLC.
No information that we have that suggests.
Most of the work was with corporations that had intermediate knowledge, willingly, some.
And finance might be dooming the SPLC even before its day in court, describing how some of these larger financial institutions have been blocking donor-advised fund donations to the SPLC.
Object.
Thank you.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the hate map, you don't like it. I get it. But the SPLC is not a government organization, and we have the First Amendment. So they're free to put what they want, and you, all of you, are free to speak out against it and to explain why they're wrong. But as I think of my Republican colleagues, we believe in the First Amendment, except, I guess, when it's critical of far-right groups or conservative groups who support these Republicans. But you are not free to use the government to criminally indict an organization based on a completely bogus charge. And I want to dig into this indictment. On April 21st, hours after Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche and the FBI Director Kash Patel announced this indictment, Mr. Blanche went on Fox and said this.
No information that we have that suggests that the money that they were paying to these informants and these members of these organizations, they then turned around and shared what they learned with law enforcement. To the contrary, or else we would have known from their own words that they had given this money to these guys, and we didn't know.
So they had no idea that the SPLC was using informants and providing information to the government. 5 days later, Mr. Blanche was forced to acknowledge that that was a false statement. In fact, it was in a document filed by the Department of Justice where he said it is true, he went on TV and said it is true that over the years they have selectively shared information with law enforcement. That's well documented and no dispute, but they aren't charged with any of that conduct. What the hell does that mean, they aren't charged with any of that conduct? The entire premise of this fraud scheme is that SPLC was actually using the money given by the donors to support the hate groups, not to dismantle them as they represented. So any knowledge by the government that the SPLC shared information with them to dismantle these groups completely undermines and defeats the fraud claim. But there's plenty of evidence that the FBI knew that the information provided to them by the SPLC to help the FBI dismantle these groups.
And be clear, Kakai Patel and Todd Blanche themselves came out and announced these charges against the SPLC. I played it for you myself here. They both came out and feigned ignorance and feigned that they're doing something illegal.
Came from informants. In fact, 2 weeks before the indictment, that the FBI knew that the information provided to them by the SPLC to help the FBI dismantle these groups came from informants. In fact, 2 weeks before the indictment, the SPLC presented the U.S. Attorney's Office with evidence that showed that they had been sharing information from informants with the FBI dating back to 2018. And even Blanche's statement that none of the information shared with the FBI was charged in the indictment is false. It doesn't matter because that's not what the fraud claim is, but it is false because the Charlottesville Unite the Right movement is specifically mentioned in the indictment. But the indictment does not mention the 45-page report that the SPLC sent to multiple FBI offices before the Unite the Right event that included information from their informants. Now, we've established that. Now we know this fraud claim is completely bogus, but it gets worse because it's not even part of the allegations. In paragraph 19 of the indictment, it explains the fraud scheme.
It says that the SPLC represented to the victim donors that their money would be used to help dismantle violent extremist groups, but that they did not tell those donors exactly how they would do that. So it actually charges fraud by omission, not misrepresentation. But in order to have fraud by omission, you must prove that the omission was material to the victims such that they would have acted differently if they had known about it. But there isn't a single allegation in the indictment that any donor would not have donated if they knew about the payments to informants. In fact, everything we know is the opposite. Ms. Wiley has pointed out repeatedly about how donors are trying to continue to give. And that Intercept article that Ranking Member Raskin introduced cites 20 donors who now say that they either knew about the paid informants or they would have made their donations anyway. And so what is this really about? It is weaponizing and politicizing the Department of Justice, not any of your groups, to quash and squash free speech, to muzzle people that because you are trying to protect far-right investigations who are huge supporters of the Republican Party. They may not do any oversight over this indictment, but I guarantee you when we take the majority back in January, we will be doing that oversight and they will be held accountable. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for holding this hearing, and thank you to the witnesses for taking the time to be here and testify before us. We certainly really appreciate that and appreciate your expertise. Ms. Wiley, I have a couple questions for you. Do you still believe in defunding the police?
I believe in public safety, and that means driving dollars to where we're most likely to prevent crimes from happening and ensure that we have responsive law enforcement that doesn't violate people's rights and it prevents crime.
Does that mean driving dollars away from law enforcement?
It means making sure we're driving dollars to the things that support public safety, and that's a
possibly away from
variety of
law-
things.
So possibly away from law enforcement.
Well, I think we have law enforcement. We have talked about the need for law enforcement, particularly when we're fighting hate and bias crimes, which
I
have
agree. We
more
certainly
than doubled in
do
this
need law
country since
enforcement.
2015.
Law enforcement
So I
is
think
very important. During your mayoral race a few years ago, you said, quote, "I'm going to take $1 billion from New York City Police Department." Do you still think that's a good idea?
Well, I'm here to talk about hate crimes, not my run
Just asking if
for
that's-
city.
I'm
I
asking from
stand
a
by my
public's-
run for mayor, and I
Please
appreciate
stand
the
by that statement.
opportunity
You
to
also
try to
stated-
drive dollars
You also
to
stated
public
you have
safety.
to cut the police budget and change what we mean by policing. Do you still stand by that statement as well?
I stand by the need to invest in community safety, to ensure that
by
we have a
defunding the
vibrant
police.
civil rights community that is able to participate in
I just want to
keeping
be
our
clear.
community
You
safe
believe in
from hate and
investing in
bias.
community safety by defunding the police?
I am here to say that I'm really grateful we have the Southern Poverty Law Center because it is doing work, including with law
And you
enforcement,
think
to
defunding the police
prevent
makes our community
hate and
safer?
bias
Okay,
crimes.
I've got another question for you. What is a black job?
You'd have to ask Donald Trump.
I'm not sure what that means. I'm referring to a statement that you made a year ago on your LinkedIn. I was so honored.
Yeah, she was being making a joke about black jobs because Donald Trump was the one who referenced black jobs in his first debate. Are we not clear on what this black? She is being facetious. Now you're asking her as if did you ask Donald Trump when you heard him talk about black jobs in the debate? Here we go.
And proud to be a New York State delegate for our next president, with Vice President Kamala Harris ascending to her black job.
Donald Trump made a comment that was very stereotypical about black people, and it was a
that a-
joke about his stereotypical statement about
What
black
is a
people.
black job?
You'll have to ask Donald Trump.
To ask, well, Donald Trump's not on the witness stand. so I'm
Well,
asking
and
you.
I'm here to talk about hate crime, which I hope you want to talk about as
Could
well.
The gentleman will
Hillary
yield. I can
Clinton-
clarify that.
No, I'd like to hear from the witness, but I appreciate it.
She
Could
just
Hillary
told
Clinton have
you.
filled that black job? What you call
You have
black
to
job?
ask Donald Trump.
You have to ask Donald Trump.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Dr. Swain,
Okay, yeah, I appreciate it.
got a couple questions for you.
Mhm.
And thank you again for being here. In your book, The New White Nationalism, which is excellent, you wrote that in 2002, there were approximately 2,000 KKK members in the entire nation. Sounds like you believe a large portion of them were paid informants. Do you think that the SPLC was involved back in 2002? You can turn the mic on, please.
There was a scholar named Larry Wilcox that I referenced, and he did research, and he was very critical of the Southern Poverty Law Center. And he said at one point that there were more paid informants than actually KKK members. And I would concede that the Southern Poverty Law Center was very successful as far as bankrupting the neo-Nazis and the KKK. So I would concede that, but I would also argue that as early as 2009, when I wrote the article that triggered the Southern Poverty Law Center, at that time, the new Black Panther Party was patrolling the polls, I think in Philadelphia, and they were intimidating white people, and they had sticks in their hands, and the Southern Poverty Law Center had not.
In 2009, what election was going on in 2009? I'm very curious. In 2009, what election could the Black Panther Party be walking around at the polls in the year of 2009? Let me look that up while she lies.
Labeled them as a hate group. And so in the blog, where I ended with instead
what
of...
did she say in Philadelphia and where? Let me see what election were held.
Patrolling the polls, I think in Philadelphia, and they were intimidating white people, and they had sticks in their hands, and the Southern Poverty Law Center had not labeled them as a hate group. And so in the blog, where I ended with instead of monitoring hate groups, the Southern Poverty Law Center has become one. Instead of labeling or listing the new Black Panther Party, what they did, they went after Lou Dobbs, and they went after the Center for Immigration Studies and anyone who questioned liberal immigration policies.
And we've got about 15, 20 seconds left. You need just to sort of close us out. What are the dangers of
so they didn't address white tears. This new Black Panther Party. Let me, I'm gonna Google this.
paying for these informants and extremist groups like the KKK?
You get biased information if you're paying people for information. And one of the dangers for our society is that the Southern Poverty Law Center has pretty much...
So therefore you must be giving away this book you keep speaking on. Is this book you keep speaking of free? Oh, okay.
Arm of the Democratic Party. They are very partisan. They should not have that 501c3 status if they're going to take a side in... if they're going to be biased in how they monitor groups and how they destroy individuals like me.
If they're going to take a side, but isn't it their job to take a side? Isn't it their job to take a side against racism? They should lose their 501c3 because they don't take your side. Because they take the side of people who are fighting racism. And since you are a raccoon...
Thank you, Dr. Swain.
Tap dancing for the man, they don't take your side. So therefore they should lose their 501c3. You ain't taking my side, you ain't buying my book, I'm gonna put you on the hook. This fucking raccoon ass bitch. Let's continue.
Mr. RonyiQ.
I think they both want. Okay,
Oh,
go ahead.
so sorry. This is in direct answer to the gentleman from Texas question. New York Times, what's a black job? Trump's anti-immigration remarks are met with derision. Trump accused immigrants of stealing black jobs during Thursday's debate, prompting criticism from Democrats and other social media users. So I'm glad to see that the gentleman's on our side. Thank you very much.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
I have another unanimous consent motion to enter into the record an April 17th letter from the attorneys for the SPLC 4 days before the indictment, where the organization reminded him of his obligation as a federal prosecutor to inform the grand jury of information that negates evidence of wrongdoing by SPLC, of which there is much.
Without objection. Chair now recognizes gentleman from Washington.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and our distinguished panelists. I don't know what happened to the Southern Poverty Law Center. I know growing up in the inland Northwest in Eastern Washington, I had some fond, these favorable memories toward the Southern Poverty Law Center when we had an Aryan Nations compound in the Coeur d'Alene area. And it resonated with me that the SPLC had played a role in getting those folks out of our communities, and it was generally viewed upon favorably. So I don't know how it went from that organization to what I think today could be accurately described is an almost militant, weaponized arm of a progressive Marxist political project here in the United States. So I guess, Mr. O'Neill, I'm sure you're familiar with the phrase "jump the shark" and Happy Days when Fonzie jumped over the shark, and certainly the show went downhill from there.
Yeah.
And you spoke about the quest to start to focus on raising money from SPLC, but how did this organization again go from doing some good work against real racists like the Aryan nations to suddenly targeting people trying to exercise their First Amendment rights and care about kids like Moms for Liberty? Where's that process?
Yeah, the answer to that question is long and complicated, and that's what my book was trying to do. But so first, there was Morstees, who was a consummate fundraiser, and he decided to take the SPLC in that suing the Klan direction. And the lawyers said it was like shooting fish in a barrel. But I think the real answer to your question, the substantive answer, is that we've seen on the left this ideological drift where it used to be that they would stand for your right to disagree and speak openly. And now it is as though if you disagree with anything that the left says, you must be a vile racist hater. Like this has always been a little bit of the rhetoric, but it got supercharged after 2020. And one of the reasons why Moms for Liberty is on the hate map is because many people on the left seem to work themselves into a lather and think that America is still systemically racist. And critical race theory is so deeply their idea of critical race theory is that white supremacy is so deeply embedded in our institutions that you have to have a fundamental revolution on a systemic basis. Otherwise, you are supporting white supremacy. And that's the main reason, I think, why the SPLC justifies calling conservatives the infrastructure upholding white supremacy.
Do you think the SPLC is interested in racism being solved?
I don't have expertise on that particularly. I think I wish I could say that I do believe that, but I don't know.
You know, our colleague from Florida, I think, spoke very passionately, Congressman Moskowitz, about really concerning rise on anti-Semitism. And, you know, when we see these issues of hate that can manifest themselves online and the social media sphere, often with foreign actors, you know, the area that I'm really concerned about is the conspiracy theory mindset and this kind of derangement in the fever swamps of the internet that can play upon these things. And that's one of the reasons why what's happened to SPLC is so concerning, because not only does their own activities of funding these informants, so-called informants using donations to fund racism itself, but just this whole project, it certainly is laden with fervor for conspiracy theories. And we really do need some good think tank work, NGO work, and other work to focus on this issue across the board of fighting conspiracy theory. And so, you know, however it did happen, this jumping of the shark for SPLC really did, some Poverty Law Center, I think, really was a detriment to society as a whole. I'll just close by saying thank you to all the panelists, but for all the good work you do, Ms. Swain, Mr. Perkins, Mr. Neal, and Ms. Wiley. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I want to thank our witnesses for being here today for their great testimony. And I want to thank those members of the audience who were here with us for the entire hearing, particularly Leo. Thank you. But we appreciate you all being here and what the committee was able to gather from your fine testimony. And the witnesses are excused.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to offer in unanimous consent.
Okay, that's it. Now, let's get to this Black Panther Party prowling and making people feel afraid at polling places in 2009 that she spoke of. I've been looking for any footage that I could find on there. Guess what I was able to find? Oh, guess who was talking about the Black Panther Party prowling around poll places. This article is from Fox News 13 years ago. Black Panthers back out at Philly polling station. They are back out at the Philadelphia polling station. Who is this? Voter fraud, Black Panthers intimidation, Philadelphia, Fox representative. This is on some channel, Obama Mania. Who is the story by Fox News? Fox News is doing that story. Who else? A history of the Black Panther. Let's go back up. Let's start from the top. From the bottom to the top to the bottom. Here we start. Security patrol stations at polling places in Philadelphia. Security in quotes. Let's see what they're talking about. Okay, let's see what they're talking about.
You got my back? Yeah. Hi, I'm here at 1221 Fairmount in Philadelphia, and there's a guy with a billy club right here. So, do we have any problems here? What's going on? Everything okay?
Everything's fine.
I'm just making sure.
Why y'all taking you up to a fair amount of
I'm here. I'm just a media guy, and that's all I'm doing. I'm with University of Pennsylvania. No, who are you with? Sorry.
Security. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I think they know about it all.
I mean, I have a poll watcher certificate, so I can go inside.
I'm just wondering why you come up taking pictures.
I mean, what?
I'm just wondering why everybody's taking pictures. That's all.
Okay. I mean, I think it might be a little bit intimidating that you have a stick in your hand. That's why, you know?
Yes.
Does he sound scared and intimidated? Does he really sound scared and intimidated? What are you? You have a poll. Did somebody try to stop you from going inside? Since you know what you have, you're a poll watcher. Go inside. Isn't that what you want to do? But no, you want to create the story that you were being intimidated by two men standing outside of the polling station. But we are not supposed to be intimidated by ICE wearing face masks and having actual pow-pows at the polling station and in the midterms. This is what this woman is speaking of.
No, I'm an attorney.
I mean, that's a weapon, so that's why I'm a little worried. I mean, I am a concerned citizen, and I'm just worried that you might be.
So are we.
Okay.
That's why we're here.
Okay, but you have a nightstick in your hand. I mean,
You got a camera phone.
I have a camera phone, which is not a weapon.
Listen. Never mind. I think I'm gonna call the police.
Never mind. I think I'm gonna call the police. I'm very intimidated. Never mind. I think I'm gonna call the police. Okay. Is that what we're talking about? Is this what we're talking about? Is this? And she is the woman who is defending the Proud Boys that ran through the Capitol on January 6th. Now, here is the concerned citizen who called the police. Let's hear this. This aired on Fox News. Of course it did. Let's get into it. Black Panther.
And apparently the concern was that they were intimidating.
Black Panther blocking polls in Phillies, armed with nightsticks, threatening white voters. Did you see any of that happen? This is what Fox News aired, and this is what this black raccoon is talking about. Let's continue.
And apparently the concern was that they were intimidating people who were trying to go inside to vote. A Republican poll.
Apparently, the concern was they were intimidating people who were trying to go inside and vote. You heard the person say, I'm going to call the police. Did you hear anybody being intimidated, being questioned, being approached in any way by these men? But now we have a whole big story. They were intimidating voters.
Observer actually called.
Who called
they were
the police?
a observer to go inside to vote. And apparently the concern was that they were intimidating people who were trying to go inside to vote. A Republican poll observer actually called the police. The police were here. We missed them.
Who called the police? A Republican poll observer. Would it be the Republican poll observer, the same guy who said he was there from the press, a Pennsylvania student newspaper, who actually had a poll watcher certificate, and I can go in? And didn't we hear in that same video where this guy identified himself as a poll watcher who had the right to go in? Did anybody try to stop him? Did anybody say anything to him, or did he approach these people and asking them about what they're doing and what they got and what, look at you, what you got, what you do? But you're there to watch the polls. The polls are actually inside the building. And before that first video ended, you heard him say, no, that's okay. I'm just going to call the police. Okay, so let's get into this a little deeper.
them. They came and they left, but that person who called the police is here. Why don't you tell us what your...
There is the person who called the police. So let's hear what he tells Fox News.
Step down off the curb if you don't mind. Why don't you tell us what you're suggesting was going on here?
Well, as I walked up to the door, we got a phone call that there was intimidation going on. And so as I walked up to the door, two gentlemen in Black Panther garb, one of them brandishing a nightstick, standing immediately in front of the door. As I walked up, they closed ranks next to each other. You know, I'm an Army veteran. That doesn't scare me. So
okay, let's continue.
I walked directly in between them, went inside and found the poll watchers. They said they've been here for about an hour, and they told us not to come outside because a black man is going to win this election no matter what. So as I came back...
When did you see any of that happen? When did you see him walk between them and go inside, come back out, and these black men tell him that a black man is going to win? That never happened. We saw what happened. We saw him asking questions, and we heard him bitch out and say he was going to call the police. But now all of a sudden, I'm a former Marine, so that didn't bother me. But I went inside and I asked Jerry and Fred, what is going on, Jerry and Fred? Bullshit. Lies. Never happened. And here you have a whole raccoon 18 years later going back and spreading this lie. A whole raccoon trying to sell books at a congressional hearing. Are we clear on what happened? You want to hear?
Back outside to see the nightstick turns around and he says, we're tired. And they told us not to come outside because a black man is going to win this election no matter what. So as I came back outside to see...
So he's saying that the poll watchers inside said that the Black Panther said, do not come outside. So he, after hearing this, he comes back outside. We saw him walking from the street up to the doors. They weren't standing directly in front of the doors. No, they were standing at the curb where you would pull up to let somebody out. He said they were standing directly in front of the doors. This is why people don't like you. This is why people do not like you guys. You always are trying to play victim, and you're either he's a badass or he's a victim. Which one is he? Well, he's a liar. That's what he is, first of all. And then he's going to say that they told him. What they tell you?
The nightstick turns around and he says, we're tired of white supremacy. And he starts tapping the nightstick in his hand, at which point I said, okay, we're not going to get in a fist fight here. And I called the police. The police came and they removed the guy with the nightstick.
The person with the nightstick.
When did you hear him say any of that? When did you see that black man say any of that? And the police came and they got rid of the guy. They got rid of the guy. Isn't that a cube I have? If you say this guy was doing what you say he was doing, you would have said the police came and they arrested the guy. Why weren't you able to say the police came and arrested the guy? Because that man was not doing anything to be arrested. Now here it is. Here it is 20 years later, 18 years later. And we got a raccoon in here telling lies about this story that you are easily caught lying about. Raccoon woman, that's why you lost speaking engagement, because you are a prolific liar. Because your feelings got hurt. Because somebody told you the truth that you didn't want to face. Because you want to be a unicorn Negro and act like you're different than everybody else, as if people see you different than every other black person in this country. So you'll put on your tap dancing shoes and bow and wink at Massa. Hey, Massa. Ugh.
Stick was asked to leave, or they escorted him away from the polling place, which is what someone else just confirmed.
They escorted him away from the polling place. He was not arrested. All of that menacing and threatening and menacing voters. Isn't that what the poll watchers are there to watch for? And the police didn't arrest this man. They didn't believe you either, huh?
With me here inside, but the implication is you're telling me that the Black Panthers were there to intimidate white voters from coming to this polling location,
or anyone who's not voting their way. I don't know. Just a guy standing in front of a polling place with.
Or anyone that's not voting their way. I don't know. So what you're saying is they can look at people who are going inside, and by standing outside of the polling places, they are looking at people coming inside, and they're trying to intimidate people who are not voting their way. But they're standing outside, and the voting goes on inside. So how would they know who is not voting their way? It's the question I have for you. Well, I don't know. Well, if you don't know, why? How is it that this whole big "if they're not voting their way" theory come about? How did that come about? Because you people are liars. You're race-baiting liars.
With a nightstick is an intimidating factor for all voters. Maybe standing in front of a polling place with a nightstick is an intimidating factor for all voters. Maybe little old ladies don't want to walk through that.
We've heard of other tactics. This is the first time I've heard of Black Panthers being stationed outside of polling places. Now, the one gentleman who's still here, he is a poll watcher.
And he lives here.
And he lives in this building.
Right.
So he has every right to stand there.
Sure. And he can wear whatever he wants.
The other person, the other Black Panther, was not and is not allowed to be standing here with a nightstick in his hand.
Right. Well, you can't stand with a nightstick anywhere. A nightstick is a weapon, and obviously you can't stand with a weapon tapping it menacingly in your hand under any circumstances.
All right. Well, that's a situation as far as we know it, Jane. We've heard of other incidents across the city, including voting machines breaking down and not having paper ballots to back those up. We just visited a location not far from here where they had all three machines go down this morning for about an hour and 15 minutes, I'm told, but people did wait, most of them, and they are now voting there, and the lines have dissipated. I have
Story over. Bullshit and lies. Okay, let's get into this Trump situation. Please hit the like button on your way in, on your way out. I would appreciate it. Do you think that a white guy would be saying he has the right to carry a nightstick and the right to carry a effing pow without concealing it, and that not being a problem? But when it's a black man, where did the gun come into this situation? I'm very curious. Where is it that the gun came into this situation? It wasn't like he was concealing anything. So where is the problem? Where's the problem? It's not like he accosted anyone. Where is the problem? Like white men always usually do. They always walk up to people and put their fucking noses in people's business when they could keep on walking. Like people have to answer to them. Maybe that is the problem. Maybe the problem is that you motherfuckers always want to walk up to people and act as if people have to give you an answer about their existence in a space. Maybe that's the motherfucking problem. If he'd have kept on walking, there would have been no communication between them. But he wanted to feign like he was so scared or something. And at the same time, when cameras get on him, act like he was a badass. The fuck out of here. Okay. And why are you here? If you believe that, why are you here? I'll take care of that for you. I'll take care of that for you. I'll take care of that for you. Okay, please make sure you hit the like button on your way out. No, they don't have any problems with them wielding chainsaws, talking about slashing government at no, that was a CPAC conventions. Oh no, that is perfectly well. Child, ain't nobody worrying about these motherfuckers. When you tell them they should shut the fuck up and mind their motherfucking business and quit acting as black people are obliged to tell them anything or to have to answer for their existence in a space anywhere, then they get offended. Now you're racist. No, I'm not racist. I told you the truth and you are mad about it. Ricky, he has the right to carry a fucking knife, a fucking gun, and if he has a permit and a effing nightstick, unless he threatened with it, unless he threatens someone with it, you are a hypocrite. It's just all of this. You must answer. You must answer to me. If did that man stop him and say anything to him? No, he stopped and he decided to call the police. Now, see who should have been arrested was this white motherfucker who decided he needed to call the police. That's making a false police report. What the fuck was he calling the police before? And he sat up there and lied, talking about threatening people and telling them they can't come back outside, and if they're tired of white supremacists. None of that happened. That's who should have been arrested. The fuck out of here. Anyway, thank you guys for being here. Please make sure you share the video out. Please make sure if you like the content, please come back. I may not be here tomorrow. If I am here tomorrow, you will see me rise and shine between 8 and 8:30 on my channel. You're more than welcome to be here. If you anybody want to come up and discuss anything on the link, you're more than welcome to come up on the link and converse with me as well. Now, these are the last two things that I will leave you with because I have been on here way longer than I had planned to. Here are the last two things I want to share with you. We're gonna, if I come back tomorrow, we are going to hear the argument that is before the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court today heard about the case about data privacy in police investigations. So we're going to hear the argument about data privacy when it's concerning police investigation. Your 6-3 Supreme Court, who's always voting for things that does not protect your rights, is hearing that right now. Now this is what I want to share with you. Todd Blanche. We heard Todd Blanche. Todd Blanche actually came out and said that he doesn't care if if January 6 people. At first, he pretended as if he has no standing, and if this 5-person committee who was handing out the slush fund money to these January 6ers, they asked him, "Could you put a stipulation in that the January 6ers couldn't get that money?" And he hemmed and hawed, and he finally came out and said, "I don't see the problem with the January 6ers getting this money." Now, I told you earlier when I first came on that there are Republicans who are speaking out and saying that they do not believe that this fund should even exist. So let me share this with you. It seems like there has been some movement in this situation, and I wanted to share this with you. They are refusing to put it on the floor for a vote. The Republicans. Man, oh man, what would Trump do? This will be in my description box under what would I put this under? I'm gonna put it under denied, cash denied.
Major breaking news update regarding the ongoing, escalating, and quite frankly, shocking Republican rebellion that Donald Trump is now facing. Not just about the Iran war and his ballroom, but now also the $1.8 billion taxpayer-funded slush fund that Trump has created for himself to dole out to his MAGA cultist supporters. The breaking news update is this. Earlier today, Senate Republicans met with Acting Attorney General and Trump henchman Todd Blanche, who's basically the facilitator for Trump's slush fund. And the meeting got incredibly heated, with dozens of Republicans voicing opposition to the slush fund, ultimately resulting, believe it or not, in Senate Republicans refusing to hold a vote on a Trump-backed reconciliation bill that Trump needs in order to fund government priorities for Trump. They are withholding the votes. So this MAGA rebellion is truly intensifying. It's not just public statements, although we have plenty of those that we need to talk about. It's actually resulting in a tangible rebellion. But before we unpack all that, if you end up liking this video and you want to support the channel, please be sure to hit the like, subscribe, and alert bells before you go. All right, folks, I'm not going to lie. I'm shocked by this. We've seen moments in time occasionally where Republicans will, bark at Trump a little bit, but it seems that they're going from barking to biting. For example, Mediaite, quote, shit show. Todd Blanche's meeting with Senate Republicans did not go well. And it resulted in this. Senate GOP delays vote on reconciliation bill amid opposition to DOJ fund, slush fund, and the White House ballroom. Again, it's resulting in meaningful action by Senate Republican rebels. And again, we also have clips to play as well. But let's dive into the reporting. Mediaite says Capitol Hill reporters agree. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche's meeting with Senate Republicans on Thursday did not go well. Blanche sat down with the GOP caucus in the upper chamber to discuss the nearly $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund his Department of Justice will operate as part of a settlement Trump reached with the IRS. The cash will be doled out to those whom commissioners appointed by Blanche deem victims of their unfair treatment by the government. And remember, Blanche is not only a Trump sycophant, a Trump partisan actor, he literally used to be Donald Trump's personal attorney. So he has the biggest conflict of interest out of anybody here. The settlement also shields Trump, his family, and the Trump organization from further action by the IRS. In other words, it gives them blanket tax liability shield, a blanket tax liability immunity from audits, investigations, or prosecutions.
Okay, we talked about all of this yesterday. That's why I have little to say. I want to get into the statements that have come out since we were live today.
Between the fund itself and the liability shield, it is staggering, blatant corruption. A number of Republican lawmakers have expressed concern over the agreement writ large and the fund in particular, as administration officials refuse to promise that the cash will be withheld from violent rioters who assaulted law enforcement officers on January 6th. And it doesn't sound like Blanche assuaged their concern on Thursday. Quote, this is from Manu Raju of CNN. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche is facing stiff resistance over the $1.8 billion intense Senate Republican meeting, I'm told. Republicans also warned that a major immigration enforcement / reconciliation bill they want to pass could be derailed with the issue hovering. Chad Pergam of Fox News says Senate GOP meeting with Blanche appears to not be going well. Multiple GOP sources wondering if they may pull the reconciliation bill. Again, this is stunning. It's not just words. It's resulting in meaningful vote delays and maybe the scuttling of an entire crucial bill for the Trump administration and the Trump cultists in Congress. Semaphores Burgess Everett reported, quote, Senator Tom Tillis confronted Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche about the weaponization fund at the Senate GOP meeting today. Meeting being described as, quote, shit show per multiple people familiar with it. Tillis hates the fund, called it, quote, stupid on stilts earlier today, and I will play that clip for you. Again, it's not just, this is, folks, the evidence is mounting. I'm genuinely stunned by this and hope, I don't want to look a gift horse in the mouth, but I hope it lasts. Punchbowl News' Andrew Desiderio painted a particularly vivid picture of the sit-down. This is, I'll pull up the tweet here. Nearly 2-hour meeting with Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche and Senate Republicans was incredibly hostile for multiple attendees. As many as 25 Republican senators spoke, this is very, very rare for those meetings, all in opposition to the weaponization fund. So damn near half.
You mean to tell me that Reverend Mike Johnson didn't send them on vacation? Oh, this is the Senate. He couldn't send them on vacation. I'm sure if Mike Johnson had his way, he would gaggle the the Senate closed and sent them on a 2-week vacation like he has been doing all year.
Near half of the Republican caucus privately all spoke in opposition, saying this isn't good. Republicans pitched specific ideas such as dictating how the 5 commissioners are chosen and not allowing people convicted of violence against cops to be eligible for a payout. We're talking about hundreds of violent January 6th insurrectionists and cultists who beat the shit out of cops right now are eligible to receive those funds. As a matter of fact, Enrique Tarrio, one of the masterminds of the January 6th insurrection, a guy who was convicted of seditious conspiracy and had his sentence commuted by Trump, he says he will apply for that fund. Enrique Tarrio. The Proud Boys or Oath Keepers there. I can't.
He is the Proud Boys. He got either 20 or 22 years, and the head of the Oath Keeper, the fat one-eye guy, they got convicted of sedition. They respectively got 20 and 22 years apiece. And he that is the one who was stalking Fatone as he was in Washington, D.C. For some appearance, and he was heckling him in a building and all of this type of dumb shit. Terrio. Now, a dummy said something in the chat. I love it when you dummies ask for attention to be the dummies that you are. If you think Trump will lose midterm, oh, never mind. Oh, you should never mind. Do you even have a mind? Who thinks that Trump is on a ballot in the midterm? Is it you? Are you the only one who thinks that Trump is on a ballot in the midterms? No, I don't think Trump will win or lose, because I know Trump is not on a ballot in the midterms. Let's continue.
Remember which militia he was leader of, Proud Boys or the Oath Keepers, one of the two. Desiderio also reports, Republican senators tell me they have no official guidance yet. Thune didn't provide, and that's John Thune, the Senate Majority Leader, the chief Republican in the Senate. Thune didn't provide any during the Blanche meeting, but many of them believe they will be sent home for the recess because of how much time it will take to get the agreed upon language and have it scrubbed by the Senate parliamentarian, which is another aspect of this MAGA rebellion, because Donald Trump has insisted that John Thune fire the Senate parliamentarian.
Told you.
John Thune has yet to do so. The parliamentarian is, disagreeing with certain provisions in the bill that Trump wants, and I believe it had to do with his ballroom funding.
It had to do with
right?
the ballroom.
So as a consequence of the interpretation of the Senate parliamentarian, Trump may not get his ballroom funding in this bill unless they can rework the language to pass the scrutiny of the parliamentarian, or the parliamentarian is overridden or fired by John Thune and replaced with somebody more malleable. It's another aspect of the MAGA rebellion.
Malleable minds.
According to Desiderio, one senator texted him, quote, "Our majority is melting down before our eyes. Many Republicans believe Trump has brought this upon himself, creating more, quote, free agents out of a selfish desire to purge Republicans not seen as loyal enough." Holy shit. Melting down. The majority is melting down even before the midterms, which may cost them the majority in the
I know Thomas Massey and Cassidy. I know they are on board to thumb down any and everything. Any and everything. Where are those people who talked about how Trump had won something 37-0 in primaries, where he has ousted the people, or Thomas Massey, who voted for him up to 93 or 97% of the time. But he had Thomas Massey primary because Thomas Massey signed on to the releasing the Epstein files and did not sign on to that big bloated budget bill that was. Understand, Massey is from Kentucky. Understand, Massey knows that a lot of people are going to lose health care. So Massey didn't sign on to that big bloated budget because he is in a damn near ass backwards broke Kentucky. And these people did the bidding for Trump when Thomas Massey was trying to save their health insurance. Make that make sense. And refused to sign that budget bill that is going to kick millions of people off of Medicaid. Now, if there is ever a Medicaid state in this union, it would be Kentucky. And that's what he got. So I think it's going to be all balls to the walls.
first place. Senators' post-meeting comments, meanwhile, proved terse. The normally talkative Senator John Kennedy of Louisiana had no comment about the GOP meeting on the Trump weaponization fund. Quote, I don't have anything. This guy loves to talk. He's the foghorn leghorn of the Senate. Well, I do, and he also talks about sex and genitals and sex toys a lot. Very strange. Senator Curtis of Utah just now told me that even imposing requirements on how the commissioners are chosen is, quote, not enough for him. Senator Rand Paul says leaving the Blanche meeting, which has been going on for 2 hours, that it's been a, quote, spirited discussion. Manu Raju of CNN says that Susan Collins told me on the DOJ's weaponization fund, quote, I do not support the weaponization fund as it's been described. I do not believe individuals that were convicted of violence against police officers.
I am concerned. I have to look over it again. And then before you turn your head, that bitch gonna been voted for this bill just as it's written.
On January 6th should be entitled to reimbursement of their legal fees. Just asked Collins if Todd Blanche changed her mind after the meeting with the senators. Quote, no, she said. And by the way, she's facing a stiff re-election campaign against a Democratic nominee, Graham Plattner, who's currently dominating her in the polls. Plattner's going to hit her hard on this. He's running a populist campaign. He's going to be like, listen, she either supports it or she's not doing anything to stop it. She's been nothing but a feckless rubber stamp for Trump. So get her out of office. And it's a very persuasive case. And again, I've got some clips to show you, but again, I just want to be clear. The Senate GOP is delaying the vote on the reconciliation bill in opposition to the White House ballroom.
They thought that they were going to put it on the floor today. Did y'all know they thought that they were going to put it on the floor today? And then they slid it off the desk, slid it off the lectern and said, oh, never mind. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow. Come on now. Maybe tomorrow we see who will sign. Maybe tomorrow.
And the DOJ fund. This is not good for Trump. So with that in mind, let's look at some other things, other aspects of this MAGA rebellion. Quote, I just don't get it.
Senator Cassidy knocks Trump ballroom in latest split after election loss. I just don't get it. As Senator Cassidy knocks Trump's ballroom in latest split after the election loss. After a sitting doctor was the final vote to Senator Cassidy from Mississippi, an actual practicing doctor, was the final and decided vote to put Robert F. Kennedy Jr. over Health and Human Service when he knew that it would be a fucking disaster. And then he got primaried by some chick. Trump had him primaried. All of that ass licking, and all you got was a dirty tongue.
Bill Cassidy knocks Trump's ballroom in latest split after election loss. This is the Republican incumbent senator from Louisiana, a former physician who voted to convict Donald Trump in his second impeachment for inciting an insurrection. That was the right thing to do. But since then, Cassidy has wavered on his principles, including his medical ethics, and he's tried to kiss Trump's ass in order to earn his support. It didn't work. Trump backed a primary challenger this past weekend. That worked, and Bill Cassidy lost his primary race. He came in a distant third. And that means after January 2027, he will no longer be a member of the United States Senate. But that means he basically has like 6 months, 7 months to do whatever the fuck he wants, and Trump has no leverage over him. This is what he had to say.
There's no architectural plans. There is no environmentals. There's no engineering. There's no sense of, when we ask, how did it happen to cost exactly $1 billion? In my mind, that is, it could cost a lot less. It could cost a lot more. I just don't get it.
So that's Bill Cassidy on the ballroom. Again, remember, we're talking about the slush fund, the ballroom, the Iran war. We'll get to that in a moment. Bill Cassidy, by the way, voted with a handful of Republicans and every Democrat except John Fetterman, of course, to basically end Trump's Iran war. It passed the Senate. It'll probably die in the House, but it passed the Senate. And I think Trump is, think that's a provision that Trump can veto, if I'm not mistaken. So it's possible it's dead on arrival. But this is the first sign of things actually gaining momentum. And the only reason.
However, there is always a veto-proof bill that comes through. I think they have to have 60 votes. What the fuck are they waiting on? Oh, don't they see what is going on in this country? No, they don't care about this country. They care about being close to power. They like the way it feels on them. Ooh, they feel special. They feel special. And the only one that give them that special feeling is 4547. But 4547 isn't the one that put them in these positions. They don't care about their constituents. So make them feel it. If they don't do a veto proof signing of this bill that says that the president must come to Congress to get a authorization for this Iranian war.
It passes because Trump drove Cassidy effectively out of orbit.
Let's see what
Bill
else.
Cassidy also has this. Again, I am happy that Bill Cassidy is speaking out against this. I'm happy to use it, and he's in a position of leverage. But I want to be clear. Bill Cassidy is no hero. A true hero would have stood on principle and said, hey, listen, I'm part of your...
He would have been stood on business. I have no sympathy for Bill Cassidy, because look at all of these diseases that are popping up, and that could become a real serious a pandemic that can harm a lot of people. And Bill Cassidy was the deciding vote to put RFK Jr. over the Health and Human Services Department. I feel bad for none of these motherfuckers.
Party. I understand you're the leader, but you're not my boss. And when I disagree, we will have that out, and you need to try to persuade me. And if you don't, I'm going to use the power I have against you, which is what he's doing now. Now, different Republican in a different chamber. This is Brian Fitzpatrick, a member of the House of Representatives. He's a moderate Republican congressman. He's engaged to Fox News reporter Jackie Heinrich, by the way, and Trump attacked her over Fitzpatrick because he believes Fitzpatrick is not loyal enough. And by the way, he threatened Fitzpatrick's career after Thomas Massie was ousted. He goes, you should tell your fiance these things don't work out for people who are disloyal to Trump, right? Just flagrantly threatening him. But to his credit, Fitzpatrick seems to be doubling down. And I want to play these clips of an exchange he had with CNN's Caitlin Collins about these Trump priorities that he intends to stop.
Congressman, do you agree with the acting attorney general there that this is how Americans want their taxpayer dollars to be spent?
I don't know where his
every single House and Senate
in both the House and the Senate. He can't afford.
What did he say?
Court case. I mean, there's videos of the people.
It's him.
An answer. I don't know why. They're having such difficulty answering it. I can answer it. Not.
There's videos of the people who.
The Senate. He can't afford much by way of a defection. I want to play another clip.
I think that, I mean, even just as a member of Congress, as a Republican, as a person, the administration won't rule out as just saying that people who beat up cops that day, of which there are videos. I mean, the vice president yesterday was saying, well, maybe they didn't get a fair hearing or a fair court case. I mean, there's videos of the people who beat up the cops that you can watch that was used to convict them by a jury of their peers. Does it make sense to you why they won't just rule it out for the people who were literally beating up law enforcement?
No, it should be an easy question to answer. I don't know why they're having such difficulty answering it. I can answer it. Not a dime should go to them. Not a single dime.
That would be the correct answer if the Republican Party collect.
I do not, Caitlin. Every dime that we spend ought to be
Trump priorities that he intends to stop.
Congressman, do you agree with the acting attorney general there that this is how Americans want their taxpayer dollars to be spent?
I do not, Caitlin. Every dime that we spend ought to be going to, and especially with people in mind, over half of Americans that are living paycheck to paycheck. That's got to be at the forefront of every single House and Senate member's mind with every dime that we appropriate. So for that and many other reasons, I am completely objecting to this, and I'm going to do everything I can to fight it.
Let's go to Tom.
To crush Trump. That's what you need to do. That's the moral thing to do. At this point, it's probably the politically expedient thing to do. Obviously Trump has enormous leverage in a primary, but there is a rational explanation for this, which is, again, that Trump and Blanche support the violent January 6th insurrectionists.
I think it's stupid on stilts.
Why?
Because it will invariably put us in a position where your taxpayer dollars and my taxpayer dollars could potentially compensate someone who assaulted a police officer, admitted their guilt, got convicted, got pardoned, and now we're going to pay them for that? That's absurd. The American people are going to reject this out of hand. When you take money from me to give to a purpose that I vehemently disagree with, that's tyranny, and that's what that accounts.
So listen, it's not that I think it's, I disagree with them on that last part's reductive. Like, we're all taxpayers, right? And we're not entitled to, dictate, to his credit, opposed and has consistently opposed. And he's not ducked it. He's not shied away. He has criticized Trump for it. He's criticized the Republicans for doing this. The pardon of the violent January 6th insurrectionists. Like, he's not been muted on that. He understands that if this goes through, the midterms are going to be even more of a blowout, right? As the American people are like, oh, okay, so you're forcing me to pay $5 per gallon gas, and you're enriching yourself off the presidency, and you're taking my taxpayer dollars to give to your violent insurrectionist thugs who tried to overthrow democracy. And Tillis has also said some similar things. I don't want to drag this for far too long. We're already at like 15 minutes. He's also said some similar things about the Iran war and the ballroom. So folks, again, Donald Trump is facing a full-blown MAGA rebellion, and it's a result.
This is another thing that I want to show you, the audacity of the billionaire.
Full-time workers homeless in their cars in Jeff Bezos' parking lot.
Currently am, yeah.
You could double the taxes I pay, and it's not going to help that teacher in Queens.
Did not pay a penny.
So Jeff Bezos says that you can double the taxes that he pay. He doesn't know why you poor people expect the rich to pay more in taxes. You can double the taxes that he pays, and it won't help the teacher in Queens. Why won't it help? Because in several of these years he paid zero in taxes. So zero plus double zero is still zero. He is absolutely right in that assertion. Did you guys know that? Did you know? Jeff Bezos, who paid Melania Trump $40 million to do a movie and promote a flop movie on Amazon, is saying that no, that why do you want the rich to pay more taxes? Let's get into it. This is going to be the last link in my description box.
Covering what the corporate media covers up. Hey, it's Jordan with Status Quo. Breaking news. Jeff Bezos, the world's fourth richest man, who has his Amazon workers living homeless outside the warehouse and has created homeless utopias in cities like Seattle, says we should get rid of corporate welfare that he's lavishly enjoying, and says that he pays billions of taxes, even though he pays nothing in taxes, and says that even if you raised his taxes excessively, it would not help the lowly teacher in Queens. And what did the TV news anchor who interviewed him challenge him with? Absolutely nothing. Let's start with Bezos saying, yeah, I mean, increasing my taxes, how's that going to help the struggling teacher in Queens? Take a listen.
You and others are able to pay a lower tax rate, even though you're paying an enormous sum in taxes, a lower tax rate than maybe I am,
These people sometimes say that I don't pay taxes. That's not true. I pay.
What's going on with Jeff Bezos? Why all of a sudden he's talking like Elon Musk and Peter Thiel? Is he on the ketamine too, or is he still on pain pills from that horrendous face job that he got? That all of this plastic surgery on his face that he got. Which one is it? What is going on with his speech pattern?
Billions of dollars in taxes. And it's a perfect, again, if people want me to pay more billions, right, then let's have that debate. But don't pretend, that's going to solve the problem. You could double the taxes I pay, and it's not going to help that teacher in Queens. I promise you. So you can't connect those two things, not logically.
Of course, you could double my.
You can't connect those two. No, it's just not logically. It's just not logically. Okay, let's continue.
Taxes not going to help the teacher in Queens. Before we get to that lie and also the bigger lie that he pays billions in taxes, I want to show you, if you're new here, we do something radical. It's called living, breathing, on the ground journalism. I covered the Amazon workers in Staten Island historic union campaign, which they won, and Amazon years later has still refused to negotiate a union contract illegally, but they're allowed to do it because this is America and laws don't apply to companies like Amazon and oligarchs like Jeff Bezos. But I interviewed workers who are working full time for Amazon and are homeless, sleeping in the parking lot. Take a listen to one worker who has worked there for years and was literally sleeping in the parking lot. Not to get too personal, you don't.
It's a wonder he's not charging them rent to be parked in the Amazon parking lot overnight. It is a wonder he's not charging them a fee to have to sleep in the parking lot. Because, hey, Amazon parking lot is behind gates or something. It's a wonder he's not charging these people fees.
To talk about it, but you said you're one of them. So you're currently homeless working at Amazon?
Currently am, yeah. I have been homeless for the past, 2.5, almost 3 years that I've been here now. And I haven't been able to afford a place.
Years. I thought she was about to say month. Years while working there. She has not been able to afford a place to live. Wow.
One of my family's out here. I noticed a lot of people on the East Coast, a lot of them have basements in their homes, so there isn't really much of a roommate situation unless you're going to a university out here or you're over 55 and you can afford senior discount rents at some type of senior apartment. Otherwise, a lot of people get married straight out of the home or they move into their folks' basement. A lot of the families are really tight here on the East Coast, so it's been really, really tough. I go on Craigslist every single day. I've already filed for renter's assistance a few months back in Jersey and in New York, still on a waiting list for low-income housing. And the fact that I can make $20 an hour and still be considered for low-income housing it's mind-boggling because the rest of the country is thinking, well, she's making more than minimum wage. How come she can't afford a place to live? Well, it's because there's no affordable rent out here, and we don't make enough, and we don't get promoted. I mean, I've been with the company since 2017. I have an AA degree. I've trained literally hundreds of people since I've been in Jersey and New York, and I've applied over a dozen times for positions at the next level, tier 3. I can't even get...
Girl, AI gonna get your job.
An interview.
And they're gonna get the job that you currently have, too.
That's ridiculous.
And that was one of my several reporting trips to that warehouse, which behind me, workers were sleeping in their cars in the parking lot because Amazon was not paying them enough to live while this asshole is sailing around the world in his yacht with his wife, who he had a lavish wedding in Italy that TV news was all over. Full-time workers homeless in their cars in Jeff Bezos' parking lot. And he wants...
Oprah and Gail were there. Oprah and Gail, Beyonce and Jay-Z, they were there. Okay. What do you support? What do you support? Okay, let's continue.
To talk about, more taxes for me wouldn't help a lowly teacher in Queens. Well, about that. And by the way, New York City Mayor Zoran Mamdani, he begged to differ. He tweeted in response to Jeff Bezos saying, tax me more wouldn't make a difference. He said, I know a few teachers in Queens who would beg to differ. So that was the mayor. And let's get to that whole, I pay billions of dollars in taxes. Really? Billions of dollars in taxes. Well, ProPublica a couple of years ago did a piece on oligarchs like Jeff Bezos and how little they pay in taxes. Jeff Bezos in 2007, then a multi-billionaire and the world's richest man at the time, did not pay a penny in federal income tax.
1 cent. Oh, this must be a one-off. Please tell me that there's no other years where Jeff Bezos didn't pay a penny in taxes. Let's see.
He achieved that feat again in 2011. Oh, Jordan, you could say it's 2026 now. Maybe he's paying billions now. He ain't paying billions. He's paying very little. And Amazon's paying very little. Did the TV news anchor that did the interview with him challenge him on that bullshit? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. These are the people.
Of course he doesn't. He has access to these billionaires, and he wants to sit up there and look so smug. That interviewer from CSNBC, very rarely does he ask pushing questions to push back on what he is hearing. He strikes me as someone who wants to be like, yes, I am in the elite circles as you. I know exactly what you speak of. Everything that you have in your life. Yes, I'm very familiar with the thing. That's how I live as well. That's what I get from this CNBC host.
Purchasing our Congress. These are the people purchasing the president, not just Trump. With him, challenge him on that bullshit? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. These are the people purchasing our Congress. These are the people purchasing the president, not just Trump, by the way. Amazon purchased.
These are the people that are purchasing your privacy. These are the people who are purchasing your data. These are the people who want to mass surveil you. These are the people who are buying up data centers in your area, increasing the cost of water and electricity all over the United States so that they can steal all of your data and information and make it work for them as they mass surveil you. So what are you supporting? What are you supporting? I'm going to tell you one more story. I promise this will be the last story. It's about how new graduating students are rejecting AI. People who have spent their time in college, did what it is to learn, they are poo-pooing and booing AI.
Party, the Democrats, when they were in office, and they purchased local politicians. Go ask activists in Seattle about the number Amazon and Jeff Bezos has done on Seattle, which I also reported on the ground a few years ago. And I interviewed a homeless individual who literally was part of a growing sea of homelessness in Seattle because Amazon was rising rent so fast and not paying anything in taxes at the time. Very little in taxes at the time in Seattle. So because of Amazon's explosion in Seattle and the high salaried employees that came in, it was pushing working people out and creating a homeless utopia. Take a listen to this individual I interviewed.
It just seems to me like you drive around these communities and it's all like fancy new housing, yet right next to that fancy new housing and nice neighborhoods is like just endless amounts of basically tent cities where people are homeless. Do you think that's in part because of business has come here and Amazon has come here and all that and driven up prices to the point where people can't live?
I mean, they got 12 freaking Google buildings down on the waterfront, you know what I mean? You see a couple of tents pitched out there even, you know?
I also want to get to Mr. Bezos saying, why is the rent so high?
A nurse in Queens who makes $75,000 a year pays more than $12,000 a year in taxes. Does that really make sense? So people talk about, making the tax system more progressive. How about we start by having the nurse in Queens not pay taxes? Why is somebody at all? Why is a nurse in Queens who makes $75,000 a year paying more than $1,000 a month in taxes? That's $1,000 a month that could help with rent or groceries or anything. And so, and by the way, do you know what that all adds up to?
What are you going to be paying people when you lay off these, 30,000 Amazon workers? What are you going to be paying these workers who are unemployed? All of you tech, AI, tech geniuses. You want to talk about what a nurse should be paid? What are you going to be paying all of these homeless people that AI is going to take jobs away from? See, a lot of these dumb motherfuckers think that, they're going to have one standard wage and they're going to have to, when the AI takes over, they said they have never told you They have never told you that there was going to be a set wage for the people in the United States. So in the next time you hear somebody talk about there is going to be some standard wage that's going to be set up when AI takes over all the jobs in the United States, so where there are more people out of work and AI has all the jobs. You tell that person, what tech billionaire did you ever hear mentioning paying that type of wage for people who are put out of their jobs because of AI? You've never heard any tech billionaire say anything as such. But you got a lot of dummies walking around here. Well, they're gonna have to put a standard wage out for the people when they take all the jobs. No, that's not what they told you. They said no such thing. Do you think that what's going on in this country is set up for you to live a long, productive life? Throwing you off of Medicare, having fools over our health and human services. Do you think that is a prognosis for you to live a long life here in the United States of America? You don't see the writing on the wall for the American citizens? I don't know. If you don't, I can't help you.
The bottom half of income earners in this country pay only 3% of the taxes. It's only 3%. We can find 3%. So we don't have, it's a small amount of money for the government, that. And really, the more I thought about it, to me, it's kind of absurd that we're doing this. We shouldn't be asking this nurse in Queens to send money to Washington. They should be sending her an apology. It really makes no sense.
What's really caused?
Says the man who, this is wicked. He's trying to act as if he gives a fuck about a nurse in Queens who had to pay a percentage of her salary in taxes. You don't give a fuck about the nurse in Queens, because if you really gave a fuck about anything you're talking about, you and your billionaires buddies would have scoffed at the thought of 4547 making these erroneous tax cuts permanent for you billionaires, and you would have came up with, hey, we don't need those. If we divert the money to stand up the population more, we can get more out of our employees. We can get more out of putting up infrastructure and having secure jobs for our populace. You don't give a fuck about nobody but that Madam Puppet bitch that you're fucking. Let's be real clear, and we know it. Oops. Let's continue.
High rent is government intervention. He's actually right, but he's lying about the type of government intervention that's causing high rent. I give you, and I've covered this all around the country, the real estate developers are buying off the politicians. Just in New York City, headline 1, real estate industry and executives pour millions into the mayoral race. This was Zohran Mamdani's race. And typically,
why do they do this? So they can buy up all the property that is for sale, homes, apartment building, apartment complex, city blocks, new developments, single family homes, a whole subdivision of homes, so they can make you permanent renters. We've already talked about that on my channel. I appreciate you all for being here. That's all that I have for today. I will say that boo-booing of the AI tech geniuses at a graduation, I will share that with you on tomorrow. Please hit the like button, subscribe, become a member if you will, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you guys for being